I got love for every nation. I got love for all races. I got love for all religions. Got love for so many places. No love for a politician, a congressman, or a senator. If the country that they put in first ain't the United States of America. No love for these politicians with corporate interests in other countries. Only one that I serve is God. I don't serve man, I don't serve money. No love for the people living in the USA, but always hating it. Got a lot I probably shouldn't say to yo. Matter of fact, I'll just pray on it. I'm pro-life, pro-God, pro-gun, not ashamed of it. Yo, worshiping bullets, yo, killing babies, mutilating children, yelling Satanists. Supporting the troops in their tour doesn't mean that you're supporting the war. Supporting the freedoms that they fighting for doesn't mean that you're supporting the gore. Supporting the country I live in and of, it doesn't mean blindly supporting the government. The world that we live in is trouble. Let's turn off the media. We should defund and supporting America for other nations does not make me a racist. If you like communism so much, I'll pay for your vacation. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first. This countries protect their borders. It's not a controversial subject. I say cause the southern border, it seems to get people upset. I don't care what names you call me. We in $40 trillion of debt. Uncle Sam takes half your money, then you get a low refund check. I am America first. Kamala cares a better purse. I never sell out the people to raise my net worth. The Second Amendment is there to always protect my first. I'm a better rapper than Meg Thee Stallion, and I don't even have to curse. Let's keep the American dream alive and put an end to all the lies. BLM raised billions, and what did they do for black lives? Politicians promise you the whole world, then they backslide. What happened to Hunter's laptop? You know I'm most strapped up. Gun rights are human rights. Feminists been sold a lie. You can mess around and find out. Play stupid games with a stupid prize. God bless the whole USA, even the ones you hate me. Still fighting for you today, and no globalists paid me. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first.
Can you guys hear me? My bad. Hey, this is pretty normal, right? This is how I start off like a third of the time. All right. Sorry. Again, I had to fix this live thing real quick because I have this issue with Restream. Is YouTube silencing Jesse? Not yet. Not yet, guys. Not yet. Let me start my rant over. So hopefully you liked the video. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't realize it cut off there. I thought I had the full one, but yeah, I had to fix this real quick. There's some weird issue with Restream, and it looks like it's still doing it down here. Let me see if I can update this. Oh, it's annoying. So theoretically, it should be right. It should be right. So I'll stay there. But anyway, yes. So it's the day. What the hell? It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time. I'm just starting this show 3 hours before I planned to. Whatever. We got to have some fun today. I think it's going to be an amazing day. I wanted to start this off with election results that we're starting to get out of Pima County, the bluest county in Arizona. And yet it says, George says, Democrats are getting destroyed. We have a Republican 39% lead plus 12,346. And then other or independent are 29,406, and then we have 19,000 for Dems. Again, this is early. This is very, very early. But from what I'm seeing, everywhere. Where'd I get that intro video? I have no idea, man. I literally just found it. There's so many. If you guys haven't, you should look up Donald Trump rap songs. There are so many. This one is by High Res, and it's called America First. There's a bunch more, though. He does tons of these, and it's not just him. There's so many good ones. This is First Day Out. There's so many, and there's so many different. I mean, look at this. We got the Eat the Cat, the official video. I mean, you gotta love this, right?
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats.
I swear, there's been so much positive advertising for Trump. Even the thing they thought they'd nail him on, the eating animals thing, turns into a popular music video.
Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball.
It's gonna be a good day, guys.
Cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them.
We're gonna have a good time tonight.
Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
So bad with lyrics.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Are we doing the election stream already? Yes, we are, Martin. I'm not fucking around, okay? We're not fucking around. We're going full bore today. This is my Super Bowl, okay? The investment thing is obviously what I love, right? It's hopefully the area I provide the most value. But right now, I think the way I can provide the most value is this. It is covering the election. It is playing Eat the Dog and cat videos. It is showing Donald Trump winning the U.S. presidency of the United States and hopefully taking the House and Senate. So that's the goal for today. We're listening to a bunch of people, too. We got CNBC up over here. I should actually probably pull up the live stream over there so that we can keep track of that. Palantir, yeah, what are they up today? What, over $51 now. Up almost 24% on the day. That's a pretty good day for Palantir stock. I got to say, you guys are doing all right there. You guys can't be too upset. And we did close, so it's down 0.5% in after hours, but a very strong close for Palantir. Very strong close for a lot of stuff. Bitcoin is sitting good. Tesla was up 3.5% today. PayPal was up 1.5%. Hood was up 2.7%. 3 including after hours, and then miners were doing good. CleanSpark up almost 8% today. MSTR up 2.16. Everything's doing good, guys. Everything's bouncing back. And yeah, I'm looking for a landslide too. I don't know. Let me look over here real quick. We got a few different sources that we're going to be pulling from for videos today. Let me see here. We got that one. We got this one. Where's the other one? Over here. Let me pull this over. I've got NBC because I want to hear their bias. Let's listen to what they're saying right now. We're going to be doing a lot today, guys. We're going to be bouncing around. We've got the All-In Pod. They're going to be coming, I think, at 9 o'clock Central Time. So we'll hang out with them and get to listen to their recap of kind of what's happening, and maybe we'll have a good indication of what's going on with the election by 9 o'clock because we'll get all of the East Coast pretty much counted, or at least a lot of it, and we'll get to go from there. But let's listen. Let's see what CNBC's talking about today. You guys hype it up in the chat. If you guys have any questions, throw them out there. Freedom Tunes, Florida South. Yeah, exactly, man. There's a lot of beautiful music in support of Trump. It's actually kind of wild. Kelly says, hell yes, landslide. You know it. Again, BTC miners holding up. I think everything is ready for Trump to win. And I think when that happens, it's going to get real good. I'm going to pause real quick here. I want to listen to some of these voters. They're probably like polling all the liberal guys. I'm sure of it. We're going to be bouncing around again from a few different news sources. We're also going to try and find a good tracker and get it popping up down below. As soon as we start to get, the electorals counted and start to get some of these numbers in for votes, we'll get a nice tracker and pop it up in the bottom corner. Keeping track of stuff too. Too big to rig. Yes, Jason, that is the goal. New York flipping red. I don't know about that, Shale, but I got to say, things are looking good. We're seeing a lot of men coming out too in different parts of the state. But let's listen to the spin. Let's listen to NBC first, okay? First poll closing in 3 hours, guys. We got a ways to go. We got a ways to go before we start getting anything here. So we'll just shoot the shit in the meantime. If you guys see any news that comes up, throw it out. Let me know. We'll take a look at it. I'm going to also be monitoring things closely over here on X. I've got the pro service up, and I'm looking for everything election, integrity, and just all this stuff, and trying to bookmark all of it. But let's listen to CNBC or NBC starting right now. 1 second.
And we must finish strong, and this could be one of the closest races in history.
You wish.
And just moments ago, the vice president hopping on the phone with voters during an unscheduled visit to a Democratic phone bank at DNC headquarters. She will spend...
What kind of medications do you think they give her tonight? Any guesses? Throw it out in the comments, guys.
Tonight at her election headquarters at her alma mater, Howard University. This morning, talking to Georgia Radio about the significance of that location.
Oh, yeah. The mainstream media is all going to be like, Trump is the devil. Kamala's great. Kamala's winning. But we've got more than just Trump. We got X, okay? So we got the truth, too. And we got this legend hanging out with us. So we're going to be good. We got it.
The first office I
Viagra?
ever ran for
Xanax?
was freshman class
sugar?
representative at Howard University. And to go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me. And, if elected, I'll be the first HBCU president.
It is now a waiting game, folks, to see what voters will decide, not just in the presidential election, but also which party will control Congress, as well as closely watched ballot measures, including
Charlie
abortion
Kirk
on
is
the ballot
amazing.
in 10 different states.
Yeah, Turning Point's
and with
great.
voters at times braving very long lines to exercise their right to vote. Here's what some voters told NBC News about why.
No, guys, I totally forgot to take pictures. Sorry. I've been so intrigued by what's going on and just watching stuff. I haven't done any of that.
They turned out today.
To have my voice heard and let it be known that I am an
Let me
American.
turn this captions off.
If I stayed home, that's just a vote I'm throwing away.
I think the country really is at stake. I think the divisive politics in the country at this time
She's the worst.
is really a detriment to our country.
I kind of didn't want to vote for either, but I'm like, we need change. I just feel like
Trump.
Everything's getting so expensive.
Trump.
I just took my time and looked at each candidate, and not only for the upper echelon, like the president, but also, the district leaders and everything like that.
Definitely feel a weight lifted now that I've done it, so I'm just anxious to see the results.
Are you?
Always so great to hear from the voters.
We'll see.
First polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So
Adam
if you're
Palantir
watching us right
3030
now,
says,
there
"For our
is still
children's
time to go out
future,
and vote.
let's go
All
Trump."
throughout the hour, we'll be
I can't believe I was on the other side of this a long time ago, Adam. I can't believe it.
checking with our team of NBC News reporters who are on the ground, fanned out across the country, following the candidates and
Arcadian
speaking to
has
voters
something.
at
What is this?
polling places in the biggest battlegrounds. And starting us off, Dasha Burns following Donald Trump
wait,
in West
what?
Palm Beach, Florida. Gabe Gutierrez is.
All right, I got to see this. What is this?
You did, thank you.
It's on the camera app.
No, it's so important that everybody.
Wait, I got to see this again.
No, it's so important.
It could have been FaceTime or something, but why is it on the camera app? That doesn't make any sense.
How you doing? Have you voted already?
Show it again.
You did, thank you.
Show it again. Show it again. Oh my God, it totally is. Is she even on a phone call? I can't quite tell. She's just got her camera up. Oh, she's so dumb. She's so dumb. She's so stupid. Worst case, she's still like boomer level phone skills. At the very, like the best case, I should say. Best case. Boomer phone skills in this one. What a loser. Let's see what else she said.
Thank you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody participates. And
Sure. Yeah, I don't believe that's a real phone call. Thank you for sharing that. You're probably right. That doesn't seem like a real phone call whatsoever. Oh, I love Boomer Mama and Boomer Papa. They're good people, guys. There's a lot of good people out there right now. Adam is the man. You're right, Jason. Funny thing, I remember that. I was like, I'll pick my battles and never brought it up. But you're hella smart and always rely on data. Kudos to you. Yeah, I took longer than I should have, man, but I finally got here. I voted for Trump the last 3 elections. It was taboo to be a black man voting for Trump in 2016, but I stood business. Good job. Good job representing Logan. Really appreciate it, man. All right, let's hop over here. And again, I've showed this already, guys, but if we look at the presidential election for 2020, let's just compare to where we are right now. So I could say that Marist, NPR, and PBS, this is probably not a surprise to anybody, are incredibly biased to the left. I could show you data that shows that too from previous elections. Morning Consult is basically Bloomberg. It's horrible. I don't know about Forbes Harris X, but it's got Harris's name in it, so let's just call it biased too. Atlas Intel is the most dependable pollster, like pretty much on this planet for Western nations. And they got it right last election. They were the closest by far. And they show Trump winning by 1. But even if the RCP average was right, it's horrible for Kamala Harris because it showed Biden winning by 7.2 in 2020. It showed Clinton winning by 3.2 in 2016. The results for Clinton were 2.1. So it was still biased by 1.1 points. But for Biden, it was biased by like over 2. What was it? Results for Biden, 4.5 versus 7.2. So it was actually what? 2.7 points leaning towards Biden's favor. So if you just said the RCP average was right and ignored Atlas Intel showing Trump winning the popular vote, you've got this lady down seriously. 2.5 points on the popular vote. So if you give her the best case scenario on the polling here, she's still 2.5 points lower than she should be to win. So this is a very big deal. I am streaming on X. I'm there too. They should both be at the top. I had to relabel one because it was weird. Let me see if it actually worked here too. So I'm in both places. Yeah, it shows me on X. It's like the second post there. Boy, the color does look a lot better. I'm glad I reverted back to like that natural. I look a lot more colorful. I like it. But yeah, so again, if you just look at this, we're doing way better this time, guys. Where can we send you links? If you're on X, you can send them. They don't let you do it on YouTube, man. So if you're on X, if you go in, let me just show you here. If you go into the video, down here, and actually click into the video, and then you shrink this up where you get chat, you can go into here and post links. Okay? Couldn't it be a FaceTime call? Maybe. Maybe, Darren. We could give her luck, or we could give her the benefit of the doubt and say that it was a FaceTime call. But yeah, you can see where you can throw in links here. So if you're going to do it on X. That's like the only way to get me a link, unfortunately. She's practicing calling Tim after saying we did it, Tampon Tim. Yeah, well, I mean, that's not going to work out. She doesn't even need to practice. She just needs to get ready for the tears and the Xanax, right? That's what's really going to happen tonight. So let's go back over here. Let me see how things are going. The Wall Street Journal says one of the big trades for the election is Bitcoin. Loving that. Yeah. I'm going to post this just because I think it's funny. I don't even care if she's talking to a real person. Breaking. RNC chair just announced a huge election integrity victory. Okay, let me hop over here real quick. So, sorry. Where did I put it? Oh. Did it move? Dang it, it did. All right, let me go back over here. I'll have to keep this on the other screen and just post it and then draw it over. Here we go. Posting right now. I'll put this under best election stuff. Come back over to here. And tag it real quick too, because I don't want to lose it. So this is under best election points. And here's what we got, guys. It's in Georgia, I think. Does that look like Georgia? Wisconsin. Close enough. RNC Chair Michael Whatley just announced a huge election integrity victory in the biggest blue city in Wisconsin. Republicans, this is Milwaukee then, Republican poll observers will now have full access to watch everything. Yesterday, we sued the Milwaukee Elections Commission to prevent the city from restricting poll watcher access. As a result of our lawsuit, we just got word that Milwaukee has affirmed that poll watchers will have full access to observe the entire voting process. Everything is falling apart for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Love that. Love that. Yeah, nobody puts a phone to their ear to FaceTime. I don't know. I think I've seen my dad do that. But what is this happening now? Long lines are forming in Forks Township, Pennsylvania, following a reported power outage. Yeah, there's definitely been that throughout the day. And we'll see. There's going to be power outages and stuff where there's funky business going on. We're documenting all those, and all that stuff is going into the election integrity community on X. So we're going to be looking at all that. I'm documenting all election concerns as well. So if you guys get more of those, let me know. I'm going to be putting them in a folder, and I'll make sure that they make their way over to the community. No, Seymour, you would think that. Seymour Sat said with the cutoff time coming, you'd assume votes in the queues don't get to vote. Voters in the queues don't get to vote. But what's been happening is there's over 400 or 500 lawyers in these swing states and 200,000 poll watchers across them. And they're monitoring everything, and they're ready for lawsuits to immediately be shuffled to the Supreme Courts in their local jurisdictions in order to be able to get it to where they can get immediate decisions on what's happening with voting-related stuff. That's how we just got what we got in Wisconsin, was a lawsuit. And so they've gotten extensions really quickly, and provisional ballots are given out, and these guys are still allowed to vote, and they might just have to add them up later on. But they're telling everybody to stay in lines and make sure that you report every irregularity that's going on. So we're watching that stuff everywhere. So it's going to be hard, guys. Value Maxi, I'm so glad they're ready for the cheating this time. We're so ready, guys. We are so ready. It's so much better than it was before. So much better. So don't think that don't be a defeatist. Okay, we got time. We got time. We got the righteous play, and we're gonna see this doing really well. When you use AI to replace every comment or every mention of our democracy with our bureaucracy, everything starts making a lot more sense. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that does. Sorry, I'm looking at some other stuff here real quick. Let's hop over and see what's going on. Let's see what's happening on CNBC. They're still talking business stuff. Let's fast forward over here. We're going to jump up to the latest NBC news.
Just so fascinating to hear from the voters.
Let's see how biased all this is. I'm sure it's horrific, but it'll be fun. We'll have a good time. They attacked PA this morning. The pollsters gained access. Exactly, Adam. So this is not 2020, bro. I'm very optimistic, and I can see a red wave coming. All the data tells me red waves are coming. We see it in the black male vote. We see it in the male vote. We see it in the Jewish vote. We see it in the Amish vote. We see it everywhere. The Hispanic vote. Let's not leave them out. And not even just these groups. In Japan. In the Indian vote, there's so many different groups that are conservative in nature, and they're all rallying around each other. So it's a beautiful time right now, man. I think we're gonna crush it.
It is their day, Shaq Brewster.
And imagine what happens to our investments and our economy and this country's future, the most important part, if Trump wins tonight. Think about it. Andrew, people have zoomed in on Kamala's phone and there's no green dot or logo showing she's on a call. Is anybody surprised that nobody wants to talk to her? Are you really?
Thank you for bringing us those great interviews. Priscilla, you're out in Arizona, still relatively early out west, but how has voter turnout been there so far?
Yeah, Kristen, we just got an update from Maricopa County saying that nearly 150,000 voters have checked in across.
We'll be hopping through a bunch of different sites all night, guys. I just like to hear the other side of the story. I want to know what the narratives are on different channels, so that we can have a better beat of what's really happening. So we're going to be hopping all over the place.
The county today, that's adding to the more than 2 million who voted early. And I want to just give you a look inside of a voter's shoes. They are walking up and they are getting Harris supporters offering them voter guides. There are Trump supporters here also offering their voter guides. So trying to capture what any voters who may be undecided before they hit this point, and then they are walking in all on their own. There are about 80 people in line right now. We've been out here talking to a lot of these voters, and I want to play a little bit of some of what we're hearing. Take a listen.
People are dying. Women that's can't carry a child, needing to have this child taken out. And
This is so not the most important issue in the election. I'm sorry, it's just not. This is not going to turn out well for you guys.
telling me that this woman has to die because the doctors are scared, which is totally understandable. That's horrible to me. And that's putting everybody's life in risk.
Our economy, our country is going bankrupt. And if we vote democratically, we are going to be in a worse situation than we are now. They don't care about the borders. They don't care about the
She's not wrong. Blonde Rosie O'Donnell.
American people.
And a ballot measure protecting the right.
Ball, sleep is overrated. You'll be fine tomorrow, buddy. How do you listen to your stream on X? It's there.
To abortion
Here,
is on the ballot here,
I'll
so
post
we've
it at
heard
the
a
top.
lot of passion from Democrats who are turning out on that issue, but also Republicans talking about immigration
should
and
be
the
right near
economy
the top,
and just
guys.
that they
There
believe
should be two
Donald Trump will
streams,
take
YouTube and
the
X.
country in the right direction. So we will see how it all turns out here in many more hours when polls close here very late, 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Kristen.
Fascinating.
Okay, very fascinating. Real quickly, guys, look at this. Charlie Kirk, a legend, says huge after-work surge happening right now in Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Wow, the men are arriving. Turnout is surging. Stay in line. So it's coming, guys. I'm telling you, it's coming. I don't know if you guys saw the comment from Elon Musk earlier. Somebody said, with all this data and all these analytics, and we still don't know who's going to win. And Elon said, I do. I said, me too. So it's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen. New. What is this? Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump sent messages to Israel to end Lebanon war by January 20th. Will Netanyahu listen? Whatever. He'll work with Trump, and Trump will work with him. That's all that matters. Not even worried about that one. Holy cow, New York is in play. Rightful President Trump as he leads in the districts. Biden won by 15 points. What? There's no way. All right, stay in line, guys. Stay in line. We're going to look at this one real quick here. Look at this. Look at all these people waiting. Happening right now. Yep, okay. All right, I got one more over here. Look at this. Holy cow, New York is in play. President Trump, as he leads in districts, Biden won by 15 points. President Trump is polling ahead in New York swing districts where Joe Biden won by 15 points in some cases. Get out, vote Trump, and stay in line. There's probably going to be some stuff that's misinformation on both sides too tonight, guys. I think it's almost inevitable. So just be ready for some things not to be right. Maricopa remains Republican, up 22 today. Florida is also plus 22. That is insane. That is an insane turnout. The other is 38%, though, so we'll see what the numbers are in the end for this one. I just posted it on here. It should be popping up here, too. But it's going to be a wild one today, guys. It's going to be real crazy. I have to imagine Elon sitting on a mountain of data to run analytics to get a high probability. Oh, dude, he knows exactly what's going on in this. They know all kinds of things about the demographics of their users. They have a mountain of data to be able to calculate what percentage are Democrat, what percentage are Republican, and then look at all the other data coming in from polling and people that are on here and the way that they feel and how they're positively or negative communicating things about Trump or Kamala. There's probably so much data that they can see who's winning. I'm sure of it. I am sure of it. It's a mountain. Even to the point I wonder if he aligned with DJT to help him engage with those niches. I don't know. I don't know, but here's what I know. I know that he's supporting Trump and doing the right thing or what he believes to be the right thing. And I know Trump thinks he's a fighter, man. He thinks he's a fighter. He loves the fights. You know, if you go back and look, he's always like outside of the octagon watching him. He literally thinks of himself as a fighter. And Republicans made the biggest mistake in the world back when they roasted him at that presidential roast for Obama, and then they just unleashed on Trump. They made fun of him like crazy, and then what did he do? He ran for the president of the United States and won. And he's been sued almost 140 times in the last 4 years, and he's pissed, and he's going to win again. And this is what fighters do. This is why his reaction was fight, fight, fight after getting shot at and almost having his head explode. Is because this is the kind of person he is. This is his character. And it's why Elon jumped on his back right away and said, I'm with you. And then look at everybody else that has come. One night versus next 4 years, dude, it's crazy. Chicken Bro, depression and World War III around the corner. Women that never aborted or have no kids voted based on abortion issue. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. And it's not going to be the deciding factor of this election. There's much bigger problems than a woman's right to choose, which they can do at state levels right now. And there's numerous states that allow abortion. There's even in my state here in the Midwest, it's on the voter roll. So if our state wanted to allow it, they could do it. Okay? So it's all out there, guys. This isn't a real issue. And for a lot of people, they realize how stupid it is because they know that they have state level rights. And if they live in a blue state, they already have it. There's no need to impose your values on other states that don't want it. Alex Garcia, why would people wait last day to vote and wait crazy long lines when you can vote early? It just depends. It depends on the person, man. Men vote late, so that's why it was important for them to turn out, and they're doing that. So we love that. That's a good thing. Darren, I'd have to imagine Elon sitting on a mountain of data to run analytics. Oh, that was that other comment. Hey, I'm gonna real quick. I'm gonna get more coffee. I'm gonna plop this over. Well, actually, let me see. I might pull up Fox News here too. Let me just take a look real quick. Let me see. Fox News or Fox Business, right? Are they going to be talking about the election, though? Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Let me see. Let me bring this over, too. We'll keep a bunch of these up. Live in 2 hours. Nope. Okay. All right, so we're going back to NBC just for a second here. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Do you think that was a mistake? Is that the best issue to turn out the base and to energize voters to go to the polls today?
Look, as you noted, Kristen, the vice president has been, really speaking to all voters, and the communication about the sacredness of our democracy really speaks to the patriotic spirit that we know the American people have. We love this country. We want to protect this democracy for future generations. And I think the vice president is right and has made a very strong case about the value of our democracy and what we owe to the next generations. And we've got to be speaking to that. Young voters matter. It will matter in this election. There's so many people who've come before us who have fought for the right to vote, who have protected this democracy on battlefields across the world. And so I think that she is making a strong case about the greatness of America and the opportunity that we have.
Isn't it funny that like every major news organization literally all is like preaching how great Kamala Harris is? Hearing tons of that on CNBC, tons of that over here. It's just like, Kamala Harris, so great, doing a wonderful job. She's going to win it all. Good luck. We'll see about that. I'm going to say no. Yes, I am early. I don't care. We're doing this now. Again, you guys on X, if you get any news that comes up that we need to share with the group, throw it out there and I can pull it up. On X, we can share it all, okay? So definitely hand stuff on. I'm watching, too, with X Pro in order to be able to try and follow the latest news-related events. Fox News' John Roberts said Harris needs to have 700,000. What was that? Let me see this real quick. One second. When in Pennsylvania, 2016. Whoa. Okay, this is great. That's great. Oh, I love X, guys. This is going to be so much better. Just 1 second here. I'm going to pull this up on your end. I might have to bookmark some of this later, but this is fascinating. 1 second. Look over here. This is crazy. So listen to this, guys. Listen to this.
That is very important is Philadelphia County. There are estimates that because of the depressed early vote for Democrats, that Kamala Harris is going to need to pull 700,000 votes here in Philadelphia in order to pull.
So he said that she needs to pull in 700,000 votes in Philadelphia to win Pennsylvania. In 2016, Clinton got 560,542. In 2020, Biden got 790. She needs to get 700,000. 700,000? This might be over before it started. And for the people that haven't seen it, the polling markets are already showing too that that Kamala Harris is not doing well. 59% win for Donald Trump versus 39 or 38 point something for her. Not good, guys. Not good at all.
It's the best argument that he's got to close. And I think the choice before the American people tonight is a very clear one.
Senator, what are the plans within the Harris
Good job,
campaign
Toby
if former President Trump prematurely
Darren.
declares victory tonight, as he did in 2020?
Look, I think what we are trying to do is let the voices of the American people be heard through their vote. We are prepared to be patient. We are prepared to defend and protect the.
Oh, you will hear the voice tonight, but you might not like the results of that voice. Scooter24, Jesse, you rock. Scooter, you rock. Emin Hoddle says, I'm happy you're on so early. We'll be sticking around all night. Go Trump. Dude, we're burning the midnight candle here. If we don't know until midnight, I'm still going to be here. I don't really care. We'll make it a 12-hour shift today. I don't care. This is an important day in history, and I can't sleep anyway. So who cares? Let's do it. Martin Pillage, Jesse, have you seen issues with voting machines in Cambria, PA, and other places? Yeah, I did. But they also got extensions with several hours in order to be able to allow everybody to vote. So it really looks good. Corey Dreyer, Jesse, have you seen Google search video? Just making it hard to be able to find certain content? Oh, which one are you talking about? Clarify what you're talking about, Corey. I've seen a bunch. I've got a few different things to share here. We get our first polling data in 2.5 hours. That'll go quick. 1.1 million voters in Philly. She needs 700,000. Yes, Ryan. She needs way more. She needs way more than Biden got last election. Almost 100,000 more. Can you imagine that? I mean, all the cheating in the world ain't going to help with that, bro. BD, I can't wait for the View to melt down. Oh, my God. We might have to. Maybe that's what we'll do for the market open. We'll just watch the View. I'm not even going to care about investing if Trump wins, guys. I'm just going to be, I might throw out some streams just for fun and just to watch things like The View. I might just do that for a few days just to hear some liberal tears cry. So that sounds fun. Poll numbers are just made up. Please check this one. Yeah, some poll numbers are made up, but we have history to tell us if they're right. What is this? Would you have this much confidence to bet on an election? Well, this guy did. He bet $40 million on his own money on Trump to win, and he did it based on statistics. The polls are skewed in favor of Kamala Harris. Trump will win. Oh, I believe it. But the polls aren't just made up. They are by some companies. Atlas Intel is not one of them. That's why they were so right last time. Will The View be canceled? That's a great question. They'll be looking for new jobs. Corey Dreyer, searching where to vote for Harris. It shows a map. Search vote for Trump, and there's no map, and Kamala ads. I mean, that's not surprising. Angela, checked in a couple others, live casts. You're killing it, Jesse. Staying here. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate it. We're going to be here. We'll be here all night, and it's going to be fun. Dylan Hastings, she can get all the votes she needs in PA in Philly alone. No, she can't. She can't. She can't. It's literally, it's like almost a statistical impossibility. There's no way she's doing 100,000 more votes than Joe Biden last election. None of the data tells us that in Pennsylvania. None of it does. So I'm sorry. That's just not true. It's not true. All right. JJL, need to vote Trump. Abortion is not going away. What is? First and Second Amendments if Trump doesn't win. Exactly. Abortion, live in a state that allows abortion. I don't care. Dylan Hastings, Kamala can get 700,000. Again, she can't. So she can't. You can't get 700,000 in Philly when you couldn't get 600 in 2020, and you only got 603, 790 in 2020, and then you only got 560, 542 in 2016. Everything says that she's doing infinitely worse than Joe Biden. Everything. Let's only make statements that you can back up with some kind of data. If you can back it up with data, show me, Dylan. Florida Sloth, we got something. Let's see what it is, guys. And we are here's the way we do it, guys. You guys are the news too, just like me. So we're working together and we're a team. And you guys post these things, we'll pull them up and look at them, okay? So we got from James O'Keefe. I don't know why I'm not following him. He's pretty interesting. Philadelphia City Commissioner Office tells non-citizens they can vote if they're Philly residents. NGO SEBA across the street sends non-citizen voter with an I-10. Interesting.
On 5th Street, right here.
Again, these are all things that can go to the Supreme Court in a contested election. So, and we'll win there.
Is the Philadelphia City Commissioner's Office the day before Election Day, and across the street.
I already did defresh. I unblocked him a while ago on X.
Is an NGO called SAIBA. That's SAIBA. And they are telling people to vote. They are telling people that all you need is what's called a TIN number. That's I-TIN number. And you can vote if you're not a citizen of the United States. So we sent an undercover reporter to this NGO right across from the place where people are early voting. And she got
This is all great, guys. This is all getting documented.
She can vote.
Let me just do something real quick. Election concerns. There we go. So we'll save that one. Let me check the next one you guys have here. Is this another one from James O'Keefe? Let's see here. Is this a different one? Nope, that's the same one. All right, let's see. James is to go to exposing people. Scooter 24 has something. Let's just see here. Yeah, she can't get 700,000 if they don't cheat. She's not going to beat Biden. I voted for Biden. Tons of people voted for Biden. Biden will not attend Harris election night watch party. What? Oh my God, guys, it's already melting down. This is already melting down. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a good time. Don't worry about the nervous part, Joanne. We have so many. We have X, and we have 200,000 poll watchers. We're winning lawsuits all across the country and in major swing states to be able to fight, to be able to ensure that we have a fair election. We're doing a great job documenting it all, too. Look at this, Farzad. I love Farzad. Can we just take a moment to look at Farzad, somebody who, when Robert F. Kennedy conceded to Trump, still wouldn't vote for Trump. Still wouldn't vote for Trump when Robert Kennedy conceded, and then spent all this time trying to figure out what he wants and what's a better future. And he already flipped and voted for Trump. Like, what a good dude to literally completely overhaul his political views for what's right. I love it. You have PTSD from 2020. I'm sure you do, Joanne. You know why? You know why you have PTSD? Here's why. X didn't exist, and it was Twitter, and the federal government the FBI was paying billions of dollars to Twitter to censor people and censor the truth, both in the election and also with COVID. And we know this too, not just from the Twitter files, but from Mark Zuckerberg saying that it happened at Facebook. So we know that the election, or at least the details around it, were silenced, and that there was a narrative that was being preached. But it isn't happening this time because we have X, the #1 free and paid app for news on the planet right now in over 143 countries. It is the #1 free and paid app. So people get the fucking truth on here. And this is the news. We are it. We are it now. It is everybody that does this. So it's a different world. It's a different world. And I agree with Farzad. Trump wins, hands down, 100%. And I'm so proud of him for coming around. It just makes me happy to see these great people and Joe Rogan and all these others. It's beautiful. Master the game. Wait, I might have missed one other here. Let me see what this is. Chen sent this. What is this? Kamala Harris ended her campaign by telling a family to go back inside so she can pretend to knock on the door. What? Oh my God, she is the most retarded presidential candidate in history. Let's watch this 1 second. I'm just going to bookmark this for funsies, so we can look at it later. Let's watch, guys. Let's watch. Go back inside. Go back inside. You guys are great. You guys are the news.
you want to do a door knock? Yeah, come on. Okay.
She's literally fake in every way.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna. I had your hat on. The Penn State game in front of 111,000 people all day Saturday.
Oh, this is great. Let's just do it again, guys. Hey, can we get 3 more takes? Because you know this is authentic and real. That is just great. That is just great. That is just great. I wanted to get the door knock. You know what? She'd probably be a good actor. Maybe in porn. All right. Oh, speaking of that. Okay. This is totally inappropriate, but fun. At least to me. Oh, hey, this is great too. This is horrifically wrong. But I voted because too many babies are being killed in Gaza and not enough babies are being killed here. That is disturbing and morbid, but it also kind of speaks to their campaign, doesn't it? We will be devastated. Kamala's not going to win. She's just not. We use science and math to determine that, and we know we're good. So let's stick with that. Let's not be defeatists just because things weren't great last time. All right, let me find the other. Oh, God, I don't know if I have it. It's so funny, too. I don't know if I kept it because it was like kind of wrong at the same time. I'll see if I can find it. It was so good. So good. All right, let's hop over here. Let's see what the news is doing. If you guys got more links, throw them out. Was this other one, Arya? Did you throw out something? Let me see here real quick. Is that something we already watched? Oh, just the $40 million bet. I haven't actually listened to this. How long is this? We'll see real quick.
A few days ago, a mysterious trader called French Trump Whale made headlines internationally for allegedly tampering with predictive betting markets to give Donald Trump an edge in the...
Oh, I don't care about this. The betting markets are going to be full of that, guys. Remember, there's 3-to-1 spending. Oh, yeah, we saw this one. Already. Thank you, though, Crypto. We saw that one. Sealess, but they're the government in power with the most sway over Israel. Officially a subscriber on X. Thanks for your great coverage. You're welcome, Troy. I'm happy to do whatever I can, man. If Trump wins, I'm getting drunk. I gotta grab a bottle of champagne. We're gonna be popping a cork, guys. We're gonna be losing our shit. And if he doesn't, well, our country's already going to shit. So it's just more of the same. So not too much to worry about. If they steal the election, we just fight back even harder. That's how it's gonna work. Because we won't let them. We won't let them. Not this time. And you guys got me on your side this time. One of many. This is by far the most insightful electoral map breakdown you will see. Nate Jones, presidential paths to victory. Oh, I already know all this stuff. We don't care about all that. Oh, let me look. 532 people. Thank you guys for being here, man. Definitely. Let's hop over here while I'm looking just to kind of see what the latest news events is. If you guys pop up with anything, definitely throw it out there. It looks like Biden is not going to be going to Harris's watch ceremony, which is pretty telling, I think. He obviously is pissed about her pushing him off to the sidelines, so I don't think that's going well. Let's listen to what these yahoos have to say. I might even maybe put closed caption on it. I don't know. Nah, it doesn't really show that well. Well, maybe I will. For now. Let me know if it's annoying. There's going to be so much going on, guys. We got about 2 hours until coverage, or until we get our first polling-related data. Was that killing babies sign real? No, it was a joke. It's a dark joke, but it's just basically saying that Kamala supporters don't want babies to be killed in Gaza, but they love killing them here in the States. So it's just a little bit of really dark humor.
For myself and my family. I think the border is one of my biggest concerns because I'm
Coming from a Latin woman.
an immigrant, but I came here legally.
Dude, that's like my mother-in-law. There's so many Latin Americans that feel this way, and it pisses them off to see people cheating and then causing greater taxes and hurting our country.
And I think that's the way to go, not illegally.
I'm gay and I'm married and I'm very concerned for my rights as a married.
Why? Why are you concerned, dude? My best friends are gay men and I was at their wedding. Trump is doing nothing about gay rights. He doesn't care at all to do anything about men being able to marry men or women able to marry women. He doesn't care. That is not on his agenda at all. And yet they try and push this shit.
Married gay man.
Everything is crazy expensive, and I just want to be able to provide for my family and get
Trump
groceries easily.
Welcome back. As we've mentioned, the road to 270.
Cubans are heavy right. Yes, they are.
Just a handful of states. But
they're heavy right for a reason, right? They come from communist Cuba, and they love America and they love democracy, and so they're very, very right.
With Harris and Trump,
but it's not just them. It's a lot of Catholics that come from Hispanic parts of Central, South, and North America. They're conservative too.
Have spent a significant amount of time.
I mean, not the gangbanger types, but the rest of them are.
And money on the ground in those critical states, including the blue wall
Biden's
states
gonna
of
vote for Trump.
Pennsylvania,
Hell yeah.
Michigan, and Wisconsin, as well as Georgia and North Carolina. Some of the first battleground states will start to see those election results roll in just a few hours. Joining me now, we have got a supersized Election Day panel, former Democratic senator from North Dakota and a CNBC contributor, Heidi Heitkamp, Democratic pollster and an NBC News political
Any Republicans
analyst,
on here?
Belcher, Republican strategist
Oh, we do
and
have
a
one.
Meet the Press contributor, Sarah Fagan, and
These people
former
look lame
director
as
of
shit.
strategic communications for the Trump 2020 campaign, Mark Lauder. Thanks to all of you for starting us off supersized.
The thing they don't tell you is they probably all hate Trump.
Indeed. Cornell, I have to start with you because if you look at the polls, historically speaking, this is one of the
Kamala, so which one said that? The Swedish News guys. They're preparing for riots if Kamala wins. Hey, here, Mop, tell them this, Mop. Tell them this. They don't have to worry. That's not going to happen because she's not going to win, okay? So you tell them everything's going to be okay. Gavin's got a link. Let's check it out and see what it is here. Let's see what it is. I'm afraid. Oh, it's James. James is doing TA. Oh, that might be fun. Dude, that might be fun. Let's, yeah. Election impact. James is a brilliant analyst when it comes to data analytics and metrics. He's one of the hardest working people in the investment space, in my opinion, and he is brilliant to listen to. So he's coming on in a minute and 54. We might just hang out with James and watch for a little bit. Thanks for the link, Gavin. Alex Garcia. Got to think most of South Americans fled from socialism. Do you think they want it here too? Yeah, exactly. Think about this. If you're coming from, like, I don't know, Brazil is a shithole right now. If you're coming from Cuba, if you're coming from places that have just sucked, where you haven't had a lot of opportunity, and you came here legally, or you've been an actual resident for a long time, you're not voting for Kamala Harris. You want the border closed. You do. Now, illegal votes that won't be counted and shouldn't be counted, they might vote for just to get the rest of their family here, and because they're getting paid, right? Like, that's the concern. Sealess, Vance is, but even if he took over, he would not chase that issue, in my opinion. Oh, the abortion one. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he would either. It's just it's not an issue you win elections on, and it's not worth fighting. Leave it for the states. There's a reason we have states, guys. The federal government doesn't have to do everything, okay? Yes, Uncle Jesse is right. We got a lot of Jessies in here. I like it. I dig it. It's like I'm just staring at Jessies. Martin Pillich, media coverage in Europe is same as in U.S. Total propaganda. I feel sorry for people who get information from mass media. I know. And while we're waiting on James here, let's go down here. Let me see if I've got my election point. I got some stuff over here that I was showing earlier that just showed Europe and their impression of oh, and this one too. This shows search results are biased. Send this to your friends. If you look up election news, you get like 83% liberal left-leaning links. If you get abortion, you get left-leaning. Economy and news, 74% in that direction. 73% for Harris is positive articles leaning left. So again, they push. The search engines give you what they want you to see too, on top of the sources being biased. It's pretty ugly. I identify as Jesse. Thank you, Alex. I'm gonna be non-binary. Is that the thing to be? Because then nobody can ask you anything. That's gonna make life easier, I guess. Justin, Jesse's on fire already. Time to break the whiskey out. Whiskey. Ooh, I've had some bad times with whiskey. We don't touch that no more. Chill Medic, the amount of anti-Trump propaganda in Europe countries is shocking. It's nuts. Jesse, Cecilas. Thanks, bro. Let me see if I can find this. I got to see if I can find this. I don't know if I have it in here, another section. But, even just look at funding, guys. Did I pass that? Dang it. Where'd it go? What does this say? 63% of Americans indicate that free speech is important from this poll that came from source Fire NORC, created with Data Swapper. I don't even know who that is, but I believe it. I believe that at least 2/3. My pronouns are micro to macro. I should get my wife to open up the store tonight. I've got a shirt. I got a shirt and a mug. I'll have a conversation with her. I'll run up here in a second and do that. I never actually did get my coffee. I sent her with it, so I might have to do that anyway. Let's see here. Do I have that? Do I have that poll in here? Oh, right here. Here's a good thing though. Oh, this thing moves too quickly sometimes. There we go. Oh, I think I saw it. Where is it? Nope. Yeah. So look at this. Look at the funding here, guys. Look at the funding. This was for 2020. Look at big companies, big corporations funding the last election. Alphabet, University of California. Isn't that interesting? $1.4 billion from a fucking college. U.S. government, $900 million. Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Democracy Engine, Harvard University, Stanford, Kaiser Permanente, AT&T, Paul Weiss et al., Morgan & Morgan, State of California, Wells Fargo, Walt Disney, City of New York, Comcast, and JP Morgan dwarfed the funding that went to Donald Trump. Dwarfed it. Let's look at this election. Wow. Okay? Does this seem fair to you? Does this seem fair? This is what we're fighting. This is what we're fighting against right now. And it's not easy, but we're going to win it. Okay? We're going to win it. It's going to be awesome. And we can already see that we're winning it. Even though people like this crazy bitch released passwords for every voting platform in Colorado and then tried to act like it wasn't a big deal. She's probably going to prison. And look at this. We got every swing state. Atlas Intel, again, the most reliable pollster. And what are they showing you in this image? That every swing state is a Trump victory. Pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. Let's hop over here. Check out NBC. I might see if I can get the wife to open up that store. Oh, let me see. Tor just sent us a link here. John Mars, this is the best show out there. The one I most enjoy. Miss it when you don't do it. Thank you, Jesse. Hey, I'm happy to be here, man. Tyler, that's a great idea. The game. Alex, John, no sleeping tonight, bro. Tor. So let's see. Tor got a link. Let's see what it says. Breaking. Trump has flipped Wisconsin in today's poly market as the days go on. He's also retook the lead in Nevada. Pennsylvania is red shaded. Confidence for Trump is high before the poll close. So, and this is poly market. So this is the betting markets. I don't care about them as much, but I do think it's a sign that the real money thinks it's going the other way. So that part's probably good. I trust it. I trust the actual data a lot better. DJT, some people getting info early. Maybe. I think people are their confidence level is going to be shifting throughout the night in different directions. Corey Dreyer, a college that collects funds from the federal government shouldn't be allowed to donate in elections. There's a lot of stuff that shouldn't be allowed to happen. John Mars, Alex, no sir, fuzzy thoughts. Let's see. We got a link here. What do we got over here? Vote for Trump is a vote for peanut. Oh, fuck yeah. We got to see this. What? All right, go back. Oh, this is so good, guys.
Woman.
What a nasty woman. She's the eye of Sauron. I love it. Oh, I love technology. This is so good, guys.
For peanut.
For peanut. School children in India praying for Trump. Oh my God, that was great. That was great. All right, guys, give me a second here. I'm gonna see if the wife actually can open up my store. I'm gonna put us back on the NBC coverage. We'll probably pull up Fox Business when they do come up eventually too. We'll be hopping, like I said, between a bunch of them. If you guys have really good election trackers you're finding, please let me know. Oh, you want me to share that one? Heck yeah, that was great. Let's go back. Let me go over here real quick. All right, I got it out there, guys. But let me go back over to NBC here. We'll let this play for a little bit. I'm going to get the store opened up, and I'm going to figure out where my coffee is. Be right back, guys.
Vote Watch.
Oh, and feel free to share this out, too. It's going to be a long night. Let's get a lot of people on here.
How security officials are responding to election-related threats and misinformation with democracy in action at tens of thousands of polling locations nationwide. Stay with us. You're watching a very special Election Day edition of Meet the Press Now.
Message that you're trying to get out to young people.
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope.
Love of God, don't watch The View. All right, 1 sec, guys.
Welcome back as we continue to report on the millions of Americans voting.
2 hours and the polls closed, guys, for Peanut. Yeah, I know. Isn't that great? I can't find this live feed on YouTube. You can't. Oh, they probably don't make it easy. It's there. I've got it at the top of mine. Again, I don't know. People don't make it easy. Just look up micro to macro. You should be able to find me. For the love of God, don't watch The View. Tanek posted Elon Musk to speak free form about election. What? Just voted for Peanut? Good job, dude. Good job. Let's see what's going on here. What is this? Oh, he's going to be talking too at 4? Oh, sweet. In a couple of minutes, we might listen to that, guys. So much good stuff. Thank you guys so much for sharing. I love this group, man. I love you guys so much. This is just the way of the future, I think. A bunch of people hanging out, working together, figuring out what's real, figuring out the news. This is awesome. We're probably better than a lot of these news agencies, and we're just a couple of people hanging out on YouTube. That's 1 minute away. Yeah, Darren, I say we stick around, bro. What do you think? I say we check it out, guys. And if we see any other news that comes up, let's go over that too. And James was going to talk. Let me see if James is still around. Where was that? Where was that? Maybe it was over here. I'll see if I can. Okay. Let me mute this real quick. I do want to see this, so I might queue it up for after Elon. I'm gonna save this probably. I'm gonna queue this up for after Elon because I want to hear him first, okay? But we'll figure this out. There's gonna be a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of news coming in, guys. Martin Pillich, I feel we collectively lose a few IQ points if we keep watching MSNBC. That's NBC actually, but I mean it's kind of the same shit. You're probably right. Darren, that's like 1 minute away. Yes, J-Duff, love you too, bro. SW Swiss, G&A gonna leave soon for a bit to vote for Peanut. Thank you, SF Swiss. That's okay. You can leave for Peanut, okay? Dudlow11, this is the best stream. Highly indebted to you, Jesse. Thank you, man. I try to do my part. Hopefully we can all benefit each other over the years. Alex Garcia, I'm getting excited. Me too. Darren, for sure. Tom, there was a strange irregularities for the people in front of me. One lady who voted is in the place for 30 years, had her birthday wrong in the system, and another lady had. Yeah, if that happens, they should be doing provisional ballots. And that way they can still get it in, and it should be reported. You should get a video or something, upload it to X, and tag it with election concerns or something like that. I forget what the tag is. If you guys know what the tag is for the community for election integrity issues, please throw it out there, okay? Throw it out there if you see it. That persistence guy is working so hard, dude. He's a cool dude. He's working really hard in PA. He is not messing around. They're on the phone immediately. They were on the phone immediately? Okay. Tom said, PA voter. Awesome, dude. Silas, we're better than news agencies because our core theme, investing, has actual... Yeah, and I think we're better than news agencies, too, because we're looking for the truth. I want to know the truth. I want to know what's happening today. I want to know where the poll's saying that we're winning, what's going on, is there election interference, is it happening on either side, what does it look like? I want the truth, and I think wanting the truth is a great thing. I think that really helps with finding the truth when you want it. JD, I have a very, very uncommon name, and when I voted today, they said there were 3 people with my name in Missouri. My name is extremely rare. Yeah, that sounds pretty fucked up. But again, it's one of those things where there's going to be stuff like that, but we need to know if it's quantifiable, and then we need to document it. That's what needs to happen. I don't see Elon. I am a member. Yeah, I don't see anything here yet. But Elon's notoriously late, so let's see what this is. Scooter has something for us. What is this? Oh, is this good too? Trump, RFK, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Rogan, and Peanut the Squirrel team up to crush the deep state. I already love it. Let's watch it. Ooh, that's loud. Loud. There we go. All right. We're doing it for you, Peanut. We got you, bro. Thank you for sharing, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. The exit polls drop any minute. They will, let me see here. Somebody said the exit polls drop any minute. They'll look really good for Kamala, just like they did with Hillary and Biden. No need to panic. Stay in line. Bring this home. I agree. That's probably going to happen. That's probably going to happen. They'll be shaping those. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Just remember that. Mike Alfred promising to give people Bitcoin again. He always does that. I feel like it's almost engagement farming. I don't know. What do you guys think? Breaking, a Georgia poll worker just has been arrested for making bomb threats. Cool. This was 2 hours ago, though. I didn't hear about it. Do you guys have any other news like this? BD, thank you for the 20 memberships. If you guys just got a membership, that entitles you to the right to speak and chat. Members get to talk about stuff, which is awesome. And then also when I do my investing stuff, we can look at the financials of a company, of a stock that you're invested in, and also check out the technicals to see what it looks like and get my opinion on what it might happen. Not financial advice, of course. All right, let me save this real quick. So this is election concerns. Let's see what this is. This is interesting. But thank you very much, BD, for that. You're awesome, dude. All right, so breaking, Georgia poll worker has just been arrested, this is 2 hours ago, for making bomb threats against other poll workers and attempting to frame a voter. What the actual fuck? And of course, this poll worker was a avowed leftist who publicly spoke about his ambitions to manage elections in the future. How the hell do these freaks end up getting jobs working at elections? So this is the guy, and the letter was drafted to make it appear as if it came from a voter and accused Wimbish of giving me hell, conspiring votes, and distracting voters from concentrating. Furthermore, the paper threatened that Wimbish and others should look over their shoulder. I know where they go. I know where they live because I found home voting addresses for all of them. Additionally, he said that the young men will get beat down if they fight me, and I will get the treason punishment by firing squad if they fight back, according to the Department of Justice. The letter also threatened to rage rape the ladies and warn them to watch every move they make and look over their shoulder. Wow, that guy sounds fun. He looks so happy too. You know what? He's probably a part of it, a part of the party of joy. It's the party of joy, guys. I think Elon Musk space just started. Oh, really? Okay. All right, let's get over. Let's get over. Let me refresh. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Here we are. Oh, it's muted. We're up there with Elon Musk, guys. What should I talk to him about? 100. Heart. Oh, it'd be so cool to talk to Elon Musk. I'd do it. Elon opened up the election discussion on X. Yeah. I mean, literally, he's doing it right now. But yeah, he's been doing that for a while. He's amazing. Autism is a superpower, evidently. Rocky A. Elon opened up the session. Good evening, everyone. Let's see what the election is all about. We'll probably get the results before tomorrow. Let me just make sure I'm not muted. I don't think I am. Like, I think you just turn it on. Oh, let me show captions. That way, if we see anybody talking. All right, we'll see. Matt Nintendo, good evening, everyone. Let's see what this election is all about. We will probably not get the results before tomorrow because of European time. Value Maxi, Jesse hit the request to speak button. Oh, I need to probably wait and hear what they're talking about. Where is that button anyway, though? Is it here? Is that what this is? Manage space. I mean, I don't think I should manage the space. Can I manage the space? No, okay. Seems like a bad idea on their part. The purple microphone. Oh, is that what it is? Okay, so if I want to talk. Okay. All right, cool. I'll probably wait to see what they're talking about, but hell, I'll interject. Not everybody gets a moment to talk to Elon Musk, so I will gladly enjoy that moment. What else do we have here? So this is like for clipping. This is the comments. Is that right? Can I be speaker? Want to say something? All right. Yeah, are they actually talking? Do you guys know? I got captions on, so I don't see anything. So I'm assuming it is not. Here, I'm going to shrink this a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. This is better. That's a good view. What do you guys think there? Better ask Elon before spaces crash before the DDoS attack. Yeah, legit, dude. That might be real. That might be real. Elon, let's see, a bunch of other people here. A bunch of people. I'm sure, how many people? It says there's 253,000 views. You know this thing's getting overloaded. Not Jerome Powell wants to talk. Look at Tulsi Gabbard. She is such a badass, dude. Is that her? Oh, no, this is somebody else. Valentina Gomez. I don't know who that is, but good for you, lady. This should be discussed. This is so alarming to me, guys. You literally have Obama lying about the fine people comment when we know it's a lie. It's just shocking to me. Interesting. Is this statement or a nothing burger? Let me take a look.
Let's see.
Oh, I think we got it.
Can everyone hear me? Is my voice coming through?
Yes. How do I type in chat? I need to get back over here.
Just like thumbs up or something.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up, bro. Thumbs up. 100. All right. Let me see. How do I get into this? How do I actually... Let me go back over here. Maybe if I do this. Aha. Okay. All right. Let me see. I voted for Obama twice. Same here, bro. It's shocking. I voted for him too, and it's just shocking to know that he is willing to lie. You know what I mean? Like, it's shocking to know.
Say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
All right.
Big day today.
It really is.
Who's talking? Oh, America PAC.
So the main thing I wanted to encourage everyone is to
Let
go
me
out
see.
and vote and get all your friends and family to vote.
I can barely hear this.
Only a few hours left to vote. I think most places close around 8 p.m. Some close a little bit earlier, some a bit later. But
One sec, guys.
Yeah,
One sec.
depending on where you are, only 4 or 5 hours left to vote.
I got to find a video.
Just make sure
and adjust the
everyone's,
volume, I think.
Counting friends and family to vote. This is
the
most important election of our lives. So,
Turn up your volume.
I'm just going to be a broken record on that front. I've said it a few times.
All right, I'm just going to fucking crank it up. 1 sec. This might be a little feedbacky. Let me know, guys.
We definitely need to make some improvements to spaces so it's actually easier to see who to invite as a speaker.
Is that better?
So
There's probably like hundreds of requests.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see, who's on from America PAC? So maybe someone from America PAC can talk as well.
Hey, it's Alex.
Hey, Alex. Let's see, what's the latest in Pennsylvania? I think that's what most people have asked me about.
It looks like turnout is still really high. I think it's going to be, an insane night. Like you've been hitting, the early vote compared to 2020 has been insane. So as long as, same day and election day voting hits their mark, I think we're in for a good night in Pennsylvania.
That's awesome.
That's my impression too. So if I recall correctly, we started today with about a 600,000, roughly a 600,000 vote advantage in early votes relative to 2020. So there's still more Democrat early votes, but there were 600,000. The sort of R minus D early votes was about a 600,000 delta from the 2020 election. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think it was 600,000. That is what we were saying.
Yeah. So Biden won Pennsylvania only by 80,000 votes, if I recall correctly, in 2020. So if we're going into this with a 600,000 vote advantage relative to 2020, it seems like as long as people show up, there may be as much as maybe a 400,000 or 500,000 vote.
Wow. Wow. That would be amazing. All right. How do I get back? How do I get back? One sec.
North Carolina winning the early vote straight out is a clear indicator of a trend that's shifting from blue to red. So as long as as long as like as we've been hitting, like men showing up in Pennsylvania is good. And
I'm like
as long
stuck
as we're
in one of
hitting those
these
trends on the same day like we have in the past, I think it's going to be a big night. I think Trump could
is
take
it
all
over
of the
here?
battleground states and
there we go.
possibly even flip, a couple surprise states like maybe Virginia or New Hampshire.
Yeah, I think.
Can you hear it now?
New Hampshire, I think it's Lippery or dry state. I always think that they.
Can you hear it now?
That's kind of more of a naturally Republican state.
Yeah, and in 2016, I know it was a lot closer, and then it shifted blue. But
so what does it mean when there's a 400,000 delta? It means that they're doing 400,000 Republican voters better than the last election.
Which I think that
at least
indicates that they were doing some internal polling and seeing that might be a problem area there.
So that's bad for the Democrats.
Same with Virginia. They were shifting resources to Virginia in the last couple.
Google search discrepancy in election information display.
Definitely. It's hard too because we don't see a lot of public polls in those areas, because people didn't consider them in play. So the fact that we have to look at what they're doing as far as resources.
It means they're 400,000 voters better than the last election, which is a huge deficit because they need in Pennsylvania an extra 100,000 to turn out versus what turned out in 2020 for Biden.
You want to try and bring up
so it's damning. It's really bad.
Yeah. All right. Let me take
for Democrats.
Elon, by the way, are you gaming it up?
Yeah, just a little background.
Is he playing Diablo 4?
Yeah, of course.
You son of a.
Gotta keep the rankings going.
He's He's in the top 20, guys. He's in the top 20 in the world for Diablo 4. Leave it to Elon Musk. Who's this Daniel Goldman, congressman from New York? Hey, Elon, do you care about that your website continues to facilitate
on how,
foreign interference in our election?
Crazy X is, and the fact that, you guys were calling out Google for how it was causing that error really to just showcase Harris and where to vote, right? And then how quickly Google will put out a response. I mean, there's literally no other platform that can get a response like that.
That's true.
Great work on that.
Yeah, actually, so it turns out that some part of it is just confusion. There's a Harris County. So if you say work in Harris, it assumed county. So a lot of what people thought was differential guidance for voting for Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump was actually it was actually just Google sending you to where to vote in Harris County. So it was less nefarious than it seemed. Still confusing. Less nefarious than it appeared at first.
Have you looked into betting platforms as an indicator or as an early indicator compared to polls? Considering polls are a bit lagging and haven't been too accurate the last 8 years?
Well, the numbers that I look at are not the polls. I think the polls are, roughly on par with astrology. And and a poll that, like Nate Silver did, like
it's
one of
very
the
true,
simulations, comes out with 50-50. I mean, it's that's kind of an impossible to lose poll. So it's meaningless. The numbers that we look at America PAC are the early vote numbers from all of the swing states.
Yeah.
And specifically how the early vote numbers track relative to 2020. So that's what I meant by the Republican minus Democrat votes and the delta between 2024 and 2020.
Here you
In my opinion, that is the strongest indicator. Because those are real numbers, not imaginary numbers.
Yeah, that's true. It's solid
the,
data.
The betting platforms, the reason I asked about them and I'm using them as an indicator is that people are
Mario.
betting their money, and you've got the efficient market hypothesis. So any arbitrage opportunities, you've just got capitalists.
Yeah, but when you have 3 to 1,
and I looked
they
at
can
the accuracy
outspend
over
on
the
the
last
betting
3
markets.
decades. It was at 77%, which usually betting platforms have an accuracy of 70%. So they seemed like an interesting indicator, and they showed Trump up by over 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, they might be better than just trying to call people on the phone and get their opinion. But the betting odds have varied dramatically, and they do shift.
Pennsylvania looks so
If
good,
there's
guys.
a large, somebody comes in and puts in a large bet, you're going to see a massive shift in the betting platforms. And we saw that over the weekend where there were giant gyrations in the betting odds. The same is true of the stock market. The stock market is vary quite a lot. I mean, look at Tesla's stock will go up sometimes 20 up or down 20% in a day, but it's still the same company, and it's just really people making large purchases or sales of stock, and so now I maybe if you like do a trailing average of the betting odds, you're going to get something a bit more accurate. But the moment to moment, even day to day gyrations of the betting markets, I think are they also just vary so much that it's.
I totally agree.
Not a clear indicator.
The betting market is the least important.
Like I said, the thing that I think really matters is the trend on early voting, and the trend on early voting has been extremely good. So I've posted some of these charts on the X platform. If you go back, to around say October 10th, looking at say the Pennsylvania RMSD early vote delta 2024 versus 2020, there were actually relatively more early votes. Versus 2020, and there were actually relatively more. Basically, the Democrats were doing better in Pennsylvania. Versus 2020, there were actually relatively.
Something's getting weird.
Basically, the Democrats were doing better.
1 second.
Versus 2020, there were actually relatively.
Something's getting weird.
Basically, the Democrats were doing better.
1 second.
Versus 2020,
They were trying to kill everything. Give me a second.
1
second.
Actually, they were
trying to kill everything. Give me a second.
1 second. Actually, they were
trying to kill everything. Give me a second. 1 second. 1 second.
Actually,
they were trying to kill everything. Give me a second. What is going on? 1 second. What is happening? Kill everything. Give me a second. What is going on? 1 second. Jesus Christ. What is happening? 1 second. Okay. Whoa. All right. I think I saw what happened. I must have arrowed over and it brought up one of the feeds. 1 sec. Here, let me get back in. Ugh. That was ugly. No shit, right? People don't like me. All right, let's get back to Musk. 1 sec here, guys. 1 sec. There we go. Jeez, that was trippy.
That actually showed up.
There we go. Better.
But if a similar number show up in person with no Dem advantage relative to 2020, we should expect to see.
Yeah, that was nuts.
A pretty much a landslide Republican victory in Pennsylvania. Like a several 100,000 vote.
If he wins, guys, if we win in Pennsylvania, there's a 93% chance of winning the election.
That's the most
93%.
Now, this is very contingent upon
sorry, Dylan.
Voting. We're doing everything we can to ensure that people can get to the polls. We're offering. We have a fleet of vehicles getting people to the voting stations. Which the Democrats always do that, but the Republicans are not that good at doing it.
They never do that. They've
Normally
got a horrible
ground game is vastly superior to the Republican ground game.
That's awesome.
But this time, I think the Republican ground game is better than the Democrat ground game.
Polls officially closed.
Sure
we should start getting some here soon.
Anyone in the Amish community who wishes to vote, that would transport them to the.
I agree. Let's look here, guys. I agree. I'm going to mute him just for a second. I wanted to show this real quick. So, first exit poll, CNN, 3 in 4 Americans dissatisfied or angry about the way things are going in the United States. Satisfied, 19%. Enthusiastic, 7%. So that's 26% that are happy or enthusiastic. Dissatisfied, 43%. Angry, 29%. Those are really bad numbers if you're an incumbent in trying to win an election.
A response to Claire McCaskill, who is a disgraced senator who lost her position in a landslide election defeat, who was on MSNBC yesterday or the day before saying that you should not be involved in politics.
Is it working now?
You should leave it to the professionals to be involved in politics.
Sure.
And she was chastising you.
Is it working now?
Followed quickly by Rachel Maddow saying that the American government should come in and destroy all of your businesses out of revenge for you protecting free speech.
Oh,
and our
he's
right to
asking
vote in
about
this country.
Maddow.
I would like to get your response to those two MSNBC talking heads.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
that-
BD,
that's
pretty
like-
much.
They're basically suggesting a fascist response that that people and companies should be punished for their political views, which is obviously incredibly inappropriate and undemocratic.
Yep.
So, you know, yeah, that's obviously totally insane. We definitely cannot have people like that in power. That's just crazy. I mean, I would never suggest that we punish anyone. You know, if somebody's like prominent Democrat or whatever, and they're, you know,
Let me know if the
even
sound
more
goes
Cuban,
out
I'm
again,
not
guys.
Cuban, but I would never suggest that we punish his, you know, his businesses just because he's been a spokesman and for the Dems. You know, that's crazy. You know, we want to have sort of free and fair and balanced elections, and same goes for the X platform. I'm gonna obviously voice my opinion very strongly, but I, you know, if there's any unfairness or anything to Democrats, independents, or anyone else, I mean, we want to make sure that that's addressed, because you know, things should run as a function of the will of the people, and you know, there should be free speech for all within the bounds of the law. So, you know, public town square, that's as fair as possible. So, yeah.
The Vietnamese representing for Trump.
George, do you have anything?
Yeah, hi, Elon. Hizzy here. Simple question. It's the most important question ever. If I could guess who you voted for correctly, it's a mystery. Could I please get a tour of the Tesla factory to see my Cybertruck get built? Because I'm ordering one.
Well, we're going to keep this discussion to
Yeah,
the
it's an election, dude. Nobody gives a shit about your Cybertruck.
But I think we do offer tours of our Texas Gigafactory. But I'll find out about that. I think if you really want to tour, if they bought a card and they want to come see the factory, then we should allow them to do that. We had that at Fremont for a long time, and then it got canceled because of COVID. But it was a big hit, and it's kind of cool to see just how a car factory works. So, you know, take note of that, and I think just in general, we do want to enable factory tours for people.
And I just want to thank you for everything you've done with talking about election integrity, because that's the thing I care about the most. And I think your voice is a deterrence. You know, they don't like all the public attention that comes with your powerful voice. So I want to thank you for that on behalf of America.
You're welcome. Yeah. So, let's see. I actually tried to add Brian Krasenstein, but it gave me an error. So
yeah, I'm getting errors when I'm trying to add some new speakers.
So maybe we hit like a speaker limit or something.
Uh-oh. Hey, they're solving the money problem. Stephen Mark Ryan, he's a good dude.
Yeah, while you're doing that,
Thank God Elon bought X. Agreed.
I think you cut out, Mario.
Come back, Mario.
Oh, yeah, it's glitchy.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might need to drop out and come back. Your audio is glitching.
I can hear America back very clearly.
Yep.
Good. We're looking
it's
good.
Mario, I think that it's
Kevin.
I'm
We're
not
looking
hearing. Gail, you have your hand up if you want to jump in.
Yeah. So my thing, I wanted to hear what Elon had to say or his thoughts about this, like a specific, unique kind of niche ideology that used to be just specific in the San Francisco area. And like, Elon, what do you think about, like, first of all, how did it spread so fast across our country, the USA? And also, Elon, do you think that that ideology is a kind of a driving force in why people are saying they really want to vote for Harris?
What was the question? You muted, Elon. Are they? Do they sound like that? I didn't understand her
Can y'all
question.
hear me okay?
Oh, there she is.
I can hear you. I think there's a couple errors with the unmuting button. I think I'm hearing as well. It's happening on my end.
Yeah, I think that to fix it, if you can hear me, I can tell you how to fix it. If anyone can't unmute, just put your hand down and then you can unmute. That's what worked for me.
Should I repeat my question?
Sure.
Okay, great. So I wanted to hear Elon's your thoughts on the niche, unique ideology of the San Francisco area, and how you think it spread so fast across the USA. And I wanted to ask you if you think it's a driving force, like one of the driving forces in why people are supporting Harris.
Yeah, I think it is. Effectively, you've got Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and X/Twitter in the Bay Area. And X, obviously, we've made a great effort to try to be not be kind of controlled by like the niche San Francisco, Berkeley, far-left ideology. But the others have really been kind of infiltrated by far-left activists. That's who controls their trust and safety. So in quotes, trust and safety. I've got another hat, by the way, called Make Orwell Fiction Again, which would be great. There's all these organizations with Orwellian names. I don't think you should trust an organization called Trust and Safety. So it's just, and a lot of them they don't even think that they think they're mainstream, but they're not. They're just living in the San Francisco Bay Area, and everyone around them has similar views.
I'm not
but
worried
those views
about
are,
cheating in Pennsylvania,
really
Kelly.
far left, and then they, they influence how the social media companies work, and so you just have a very strong bias.
Socialism does sound good
towards left on
in
social
theory.
media, and then legacy media is the same thing.
That's why I used to like Bernie.
If you look at donations by reporters in sort of legacy mainstream media, it used to be much more even, like 20 years ago, and it's now at the point where it's, I think, like Democrat. If you sort of take this, but Democrat versus Republican, it's like 90%, I think, plus Democrat contributions from reporters at legacy mainstream media. So that they're just looking at things from a very biased lens that's not in sync with the center of the country. Yeah, and yeah, I think probably you would not see.
Tell Elon we love him.
A candidate like Kamal really have much of a chance at all if not for the legacy and the social media being controlled by the far left.
One more. I want to know your thoughts, Elon, on. So in my experience, I've seen therapists and counselors and lots of teachers, even coaches, who seem to hold very far left viewpoints, and they're the ones in touch with our kids, whether it's elementary school, preschool, all these different levels of education. At least in my experience, these are the kind of people that are attracted to this. Do you think there's any way forward to move away from this, and what would be the steps that we could take to protect our kids?
Yeah, I think we do certainly need to make any kind of federal funding of education contingent upon the absence of political bias in schools. So kids are in schools to learn useful skills and understand the world. They're not there to be indoctrinated in any ideology. So
exactly,
that I think would help a lot. Is just
thanks, Tor.
The government should not be funding something that is like extremely partisan politically.
Yes.
So I think we just got to start with education. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like Charlie Kirk's got a stream too.
Thank you, and I'm going to go down so y'all can bring up another speaker. Thank you, Elon.
We might check his in a while too, guys. Charlie Kirk. Then we have All In Podcast
Tesla,
in about 3 hours, 4 hours.
Valley, do you have anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, Elon, obviously, you've been very outspoken and you obviously started the America PAC. But what do you think,
right back, guys.
There's a lot of things that obviously within the America PAC that you laid out, but what do you think is going to be the future of America if, let's say, Harris does win?
Well, I think we've got a real problem, actually. And I mentioned this on the Joe Rogan conversation I had with yesterday, which is I'd really recommend if anyone's not listened to the Rogan conversation, the podcast that we had yesterday, I just really strongly recommend it because I pretty much said we went through a lot of important subjects, and I think it's interesting to hear what Joe Rogan's got to say and what I've got to say. I think the most important thing is just getting people to go out and vote. I mean, just can't emphasize that enough.
You've done that.
Because I think a lot of people have really said pretty much everything they're going to say, but we better go out and vote. And I do think the consequences, as I mentioned in the Joe Rogan episode, are pretty severe. And in my opinion, I think there's a risk that this is potentially the end of democracy. In that, if
Chris Wallace said that
Democrats are able to bring in vast numbers of people to the swing states, so import vast numbers of illegals to the swing states.
Here, guys, I'm going to mute
the government data.
I'm going to mute Elon just for a second because we already know kind of what he's saying. Horizon Trade says 14 minutes ago, CNN Chris Wallace said it would be a miracle if Harris could win, considering how dissatisfied voters are with the situation in the country, according to the exit poll. Wow. That's pretty heavy. Thank you for that. If you guys have links to throw them out, guys. I'm going to unmute. We might watch Charlie Kirk here in a little bit too. We also have a video from James with Invest Answers talking about his thoughts on the election. I'm curious what kind of analytics he has. We might take a look at that in a little bit too. Okay. Horizon Trades was okay. All right. Hey, dude. What's up, man? All right. I'm going to unmute here. We can listen to Elon. If you guys have more, let me know. Yeah. Elon, it sounds like, is hanging out at Mar-a-Lago tonight for this victory. So this is going to be an epic night, guys. I got to talk to the wife. One sec. I got to tell her something. All right, I'll have to send her a message. She's not listening to me. But I'm going to have to get the champagne because we're going to be breaking that shit out when he wins this election tonight. We're going to definitely be having fun. Let's listen to Elon, though, real quick. Let's get back to it.
I think you'd see far more draconian socialist policies. So in my view, if Trump doesn't win, I think this could be our last election.
The wife's on the champagne. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Appreciate you too, Sea-Dog.
Dan, do you have anything?
I have. I've been doing push-ups and I did a couple of curls
thanks,
too.
Alex.
So
Hey, Elon.
getting a little tougher.
I wanted to make one statement, and then I have
Not a
a
lot
question
though.
for you, Elon.
I'm just genetically pretty
So the
tough.
statement is really a reminder for anybody
Lucky.
listening, especially if you haven't voted.
Oh,
because
here.
I've been through
There we
enough
go.
of these and I've seen it done before. Don't trust early exit polls.
Yes, don't.
Or anything you're hearing. If you're in line, stay in line to vote. I've just seen far
We
too
are.
many
It's
tricks where
happening, Maytag.
people they'll even go into lines and tell people, hey, it's already up, don't worry about voting, and people get out of line. So it's just a really important reminder. If you haven't voted,
Don't
go vote.
leave.
And if you're in line, please stay in line until your vote gets counted. It's just super important.
Here, guys.
And then my question for you, Elon, is, I'm obviously have a vested interest in the X platform, working for X, and I love the platform. But you've talked about the First Amendment and maybe the ramifications of a Harris administration for X. I'm curious, is it overhanded to say that maybe X could get shut down or it could get, heavily fined by an administration? I've
All
heard.
right, guys, this is interesting, but this is just already stuff we know, okay? I want to jump over here with Charlie Kirk. He looks like he's got a team going. I want to see what they're saying. One sec.
And the poll workers are giving you crap, and you want to get somewhere, and it's annoying. Just remember, there's a guy who couldn't be there today, and make sure that you're doing it with his name in your heart and tattooed on your mind that Corey Compatore died in this
Yeah,
fight.
Robbie, I hope you guys can get your
And
country back. We'll try and help.
Look, what am I hearing out of Pennsylvania? It's a dogfight, Charlie. It's straight up a dogfight. So the big shift, right? And you said you had some data as well, but the big shift that I think is going on. So rurals came out big. Rurals are booming, but so are the suburbs. And then the question is, where's
gonna speed
Philadelphia?
this up.
Black men specifically and blacks in general do not seem to be coming out at 2020 numbers.
So let me ask you about the suburbs. Their voter registration profile is what?
It's Democrat.
Bucks County, I thought, is a Republican county.
In general, it's Democrat. Bucks County, they were able to eke that out, and it's like a, just over the line Republican.
Charlie has some weird facial twitches. You'll notice that when he's talking or thinking. You get used to it.
What margin are they Democrat?
In Bucks?
In the suburbs of Philadelphia.
In the suburbs, I mean, it's gotten predominantly more. So you're looking at Delaware County is higher, probably like 65%. I don't have the number off the top of my head. Montgomery County is closer to 70. And Bucks County, like I said, 50-50. Then if you go out to Chester's again like a 60-40 now. But that doesn't always reflect the Trump vote, because the Trump vote ends up being worse for him because you get a lot of these suburban Republican types who still don't vote for Trump.
Let's get a map of Pennsylvania here. So Jack, just walk us through the whole Pennsylvania thing. We're going to talk about this a lot tonight. No, because we have a national audience,
of course.
And even an international audience. We got people from all over the world. So walk us through, what does it take to be successful in Pennsylvania? It's more of an art than a science, wouldn't you agree?
Of course. All of this is, but
Wisconsin, other states, like for example, Florida, it's very scientific now. It's very formulaic.
Florida, yeah.
Pennsylvania is a little bit more of an art. What is necessary for a victory in the state of Pennsylvania?
Well, and it's interesting too, because it also depends on what kind of campaign you run. So if you ask me that question for Donald Trump, then that would be a different answer than if you asked me for Dave McCormick, because those are two fundamentally separate strategies. Dave McCormick is following more of the Pat Toomey strategy of 2016, with the difference being that he's willing to actually be on stage with Trump and campaign with Trump, where Toomey was not. So you can win as a Republican if you go down the road of kind of your Nikki Haley traditional Republican women. That's like your Meghan McCain types. Megyn Kelly, though, coming out at the last minute definitely helps with these types. But the other route is your pure populism route, and that's where Trump sits. And so with Trump sitting in the populist route, you've got to go to crossover Democrats. You've got to go to people in Scranton. You've got to go to
a lot of them. Okay, so you got the Pennsylvania.
There we go.
You got the Pennsylvania map. Walk us through the hot spots here.
So yeah, this doesn't really give you the T. This is more.
It's just a regional raw map.
Yeah, it's sort of a regional raw map.
Colors mean nothing here, by the way.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what the
Allegheny
colors mean,
Mountains and Valleys. But you can look it up on the chat right there, Jack.
Yeah, no, I actually don't have the Wi-Fi up yet. But I mean, just looking at it, so your T is basically, if you look at what we would refer to traditionally as the T in Pennsylvania, is from the northern tier across down to the middle is like your red zone. It's super red, and then your two blue spots traditionally are Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Now, Pittsburgh is not a separate county, so it's reflected here as Allegheny County, whereas Philadelphia is contiguous with the county of Philadelphia County. And so the T, it basically represents a T in the middle. And particularly, this was always referred to, James Carville actually came up with the term Pennsyltucky a long time ago to describe this phenomenon of having two urban centers and then just sort of your Allegheny, Appalachian Mountain culture in the middle. And so he came up with the term Pennsyltucky. So you've got two states with Kentucky in the middle. And now where I'm from is eastern Pennsylvania towards the Philadelphia area in one of those collar counties, but on more of the working class side of that county, Montgomery County, pretty close to Philadelphia, city of Norristown, town of Norristown, and you get the rest of that out here. Now, what Trump was
I'm
able
only
to do,
getting
though,
so much from here. I'm gonna kill that real quick. I'm just gonna check over at NBC again, or MSNBC. That's the one I want. The guy that does the MSNBC election coverage is a pretty fair dude. I'm just trying to find him though and see if I can. Where is live MSNBC? Let me see here. Live. 1 second. Just trying to find this. Is this it? Are they just doing little tiny... Are they trying to push people towards their actual TV? What a bunch of fucking idiots. I'll see what else I can find. 1 second.
Based on 2020.
If you guys have a good stream with good analytics, let me know.
This one up, guys. 129. and it's got some of the towns in it too.
Yeah,
right?
there
Like
should be
State
some of
College,
that.
Oh yeah, this is great. I love this.
Okay, so this is based on 2024 voter reg.
This is fantastic. Yeah, so it has that box flip there. Okay, and then you can see Scranton's area up there in the northeast, Scranton Joe, and you can see a couple of it's blue pockets. Wilkes-Barre. Wilkes-Barre. We're gonna work on Andrew's pronunciation.
me and PA,
pronunciation's
I don't
pretty. Charlie was the first, and I said this to him on the chat earlier today, was the first non-Pennsylvanian that I've ever heard say Lancaster.
What's going on up in Erie? What's the deal there?
Erie, that's working class. By the way, Biden barely won that, but back in 2016, Trump won it. That's working class. That's muscular class territory.
Yeah, it's muscular class.
They're right on Lake Erie.
It's the only corner of Pennsylvania I didn't physically get to. It just didn't work out. I've been to Butler a number of times.
They've been super deindustrialized. That's where U.S. Steel used to have huge plants right on the lake.
And
crazy that we don't have more of a
you got to understand that Erie is actually not that far from Cleveland.
Right.
So
I'm gonna kill this real quick here. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. This might be better. Again, I don't like NBC a lot, but here's what I do like. So we can get
through popular
some
vote,
data
the whole
up
state.
top.
If you win it, you get 2 each.
So you can see, I'll try and get it to where the quality's better. We'll let this buffer for a little bit. But you can see where there's data at the top. It shows the president to win. It shows the Senate. It shows the House. It shows first polls coming in a minute and 14 seconds. So this will have some liberal bias to it, guys. But it's going to give us some pretty good analytics, okay? So just remember that when we're in here. Let me see. Nope, I don't want that. Let me go back. Oh, let me go back in here 1 second. But I like the layout of the site. If you guys find a better one, let me know, okay? Otherwise, we're going to piggyback
Unfavorable 40
off of this.
And we were talking about him all night. Garrett Hake, he's finally up and ready to go. Garrett, so look, the unfavorable favorables are in. Donald Trump slightly ahead when it comes to unfavorable, so you wouldn't be ahead. I guess you'd be under. But I do want to ask you something. People were watching former President Trump today when he was voting in West Palm Beach with his wife, Melania. He sounded a little tired. He sounded a little hoarse. He had been talking nonstop for the last 4 or 5 days on the campaign trail. Should people misinterpret that? Because I know there was some sort of Monday morning quarterbacking saying, oh, he's tired, he doesn't look positive, maybe it's the body language. What are you hearing from the Trump campaign?
Look, Tom, former President Trump's almost 40 years older than me. I was on that same overnight flight with him last night from Michigan back to Palm Beach, landed about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was tired too at that voting place. So I don't know that I would read too much into that as any particular signal. There was a brutal schedule here the last 24 hours.
Here, 1 sec. I'm going to turn this way down. Look at this bullshit. Up next, 103-year-old Wisconsin voter casts her ballot for Kamala Harris. U.S. Capitol Police arrest man carrying torch and flare gun. Georgia voter says women rights are in the economy are top issues. What are the financial implications in the stock market during Election Day? What to expect when the first polls close on Election Day? Texas singer shot while signing auto. Wow, that's fun. The news is so great, but I love how they're like, oh, Kamala. We'll probably see a lot of that on here. And I'll try and find other sites too, guys. If you find a good one though that shows breakdowns, please let us know. I'm gonna dial in here. I think this will show. Yeah, see, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Let me go back. I'll keep the live feed up, and then I'm also gonna have tabs for the president, for the Senate, and for the House. So we'll have tabs for all of these guys. We'll have tabs for all this stuff.
Those exit polls, they don't agree.
Garrett, just before you go, give me one data point you're hearing from the Trump campaign that gives them hope tonight.
Everything.
It's rural voters, Tom. They think there's a landslide out there and rural voters coming out from. If that's true, we'll see it one tiny county at a time across the country tonight.
It'll be a rural-urban divide tonight, all those battleground states pretty much. Garrett Hake, great reporting as always. Great work on the campaign trail.
Coming in a minute.
Send it over to you.
1 minute.
Tom, thanks, because we are just over an hour away now from the thing that everybody has been waiting for, actual vote counts in the battleground states. 7 o'clock, watch for Georgia. That's when polls close there. 7:30, it's going to be North Carolina. It's going to be Ohio. And then 8 o'clock Eastern, this is the big one because that is when polls close in battleground Pennsylvania. You see it there. As Tom has laid out, that could potentially be
2 hours for PA, guys. 2 hours for PA, and it closes down. That's the big one.
Night is just getting started. New data out on these exit polls on how you, the American public, feel about issues like abortion and the border.
Stay right here with our special coverage of Election Day 2024 continuing on NBC News.
I genuinely do not care about the financial impacts or people's perceptions of this with the election. Let me just mute here real quick and play this. So I don't really care about the financial impact. I don't right now, honestly. I think if Trump gets a landslide, wins the House, the Senate, and the presidency, that's the best thing for America. I don't care what anybody else says. Perplexity AI Oh, did they have a good setup? Let's see here. Ah, okay, cool. Thank you for that. So this is the house. Is there another one? Let's kill that. Don't need that. All right, so we got the house in here. Okay, cool. All right, this is a good one for the house. Oh, it's got Senate and President in here too. Sweet. Oh, this is fun, man. Thank you guys. Not sure it's refreshing. We'll figure it. It doesn't have anything to refresh yet, but this is good, man. We'll just add it to our list. So we got a lot of data to work with. I love that. Awesome. Okay, let's get back on here. We'll just turn this up slightly. So we're finally going to get data in the next minute, guys. This is our first time. Oh, wait, 1 hour. I thought that said 1 minute. We got an hour. All right, never mind. So Pennsylvania closes in 2, and we got 1 hour until the first polls close. I thought we were getting... I guess we got time. So it's going to be a while. Might have to have the wife make me some food. It's going to be this long. Oh, you know what I should do? We should keep Bitcoin going in the bottom corner. Give me a second here, guys. I'm going to pull up. Bitcoin is probably going to be a great price gauge. So I'm going to drop this down into the bottom right corner of the screen, and we'll keep an eye on it. And we'll use Bitcoin as a gauge for how we're doing today. Does that sound like a plan? Let's do it here. So let me just add it as a source. Get that going. All right. There we go. We got the Bitcoins in the house. 69,420. We just had 69,420. Tell me that's not a sign from God. Tell me it's not. We've already won. Seriously, that's perfect. Oh, God. That is so perfect.
Begins with hope and optimism.
All right, let's go over here. Let's see what they got going on. Boring CNBC bullshit.
To share a moment.
All right, I'm just going to mute that because I don't want to hear it. We'll jump back over. Let's just listen. Let's see what's going on with the Elon Musk crew because they're being kind of boring right now.
And you haven't voted yet, get in line.
For Elon, exactly.
The places are still open. And also to text your friends, call your friends, and ask if they voted.
Yeah.
And that
have you guys voted?
Especially in states like Pennsylvania, could change the outcome of the election. So just a reminder there, polls are starting to close. I think first polls are closing in just under 10 minutes.
So there are some.
And then we have, every hour on to 10 p.m. later, polls will be closing. So just a reminder there to, encourage all of your friends to vote. There's still time.
By the way, guys, just before you go to the hands, Washington Post 4 minutes ago put out a story that says for nearly half of Trump voters, overt appreciation of Hitler is acceptable. Literally minutes ago. They say 50% of Trump voters,
Hitler,
just now.
Half
they say
of us.
50% of Trump voters would still back a candidate who praised Hitler. That's the Washington Post. So they're sealing. That's the last nail in the coffin.
Let's vote these
That's
guys
insane.
out.
Yeah, it's totally insane. I mean, who they ask, but that is just totally nuts. I mean, the sheer amount of propaganda being pushed by legacy media is just outrageous.
Yeah, it's true.
They're sort of shielded by a Supreme Court decision that literally allows them to flat out lie about public figures and face no repercussions.
Good job, guys. Look at the Amish vote.
It's like kind of maybe an overly generous interpretation of the First Amendment. Like people should be able to say what they want to say, but there's still penalties for saying that. Like there's still civil and tort penalties for saying that.
I love
I do think it's
Look
probably
at this.
not.
This is so great, guys.
That doesn't make sense. That you can just blatantly lie. And
amazing.
Over and over again, and just get away with it with zero financial consequences.
They're doing you a favor. The metrics on X kind of speak for themselves.
Yeah, just they kind of are doing me a favor. I think because more and more people just come to X to find out what's really going on.
Hey, Elon, I wanted your thoughts on the Google interference thing. I mean, considering how big Google is, do you think that's illegal what they're doing, just suppressing Trump's name?
Well, it's not clear that in that particular instance, I think it didn't, at least in that instance, did not suppress Trump's name. It was that when people searched for Harris, it was showing them the locations for Harris County, not where to vote for Kamala in general, just for Harris County.
So it's not a big deal.
So that was, I think, a misunderstanding, at least on that front. I mean, there are other question marks that are maybe more significant, like when Trump had the interview with Joe Rogan. It was the biggest interview in the world, and you could not find it. You'd search for it on Google or YouTube, couldn't find it for several hours, which is that's very odd, because it's obviously it's Joe Rogan's channel on YouTube, and that's YouTube already knows that's a big channel. So it's like they claimed it like that there was so much.
So all polls, I think, are closed in 3 hours, 7 minutes.
Search ban
or is that just East Coast for all? I don't know.
Joe Rogan's channel, and took a long time to fix it.
They have first polls in 1 hour and 7 minutes. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Those should be easier fixes, especially if it's like national news. If it's number one hosted on your platform and then like national news, it should just be like a glaring alarm bell that like it's not searchable. And you'd think there'd be some sort of guardrails for when. All
right, let me answer this question real quick. I'll mute these guys. So, someone said, Diego said, if some counties are allowing ballots to come 24 to 72 hours later after the election day, are we going to find out who will win today? Yes, we might. In a number of states, they basically forced it to where, for the most part, they should be done tonight with the potential if there's enough votes, like couple 2-3% in the right direction. It could be decided tonight. It could be decided tonight or tomorrow morning. So I don't think this is going to take as long as people keep saying. It's just not. It's going to happen sooner. Polls are open till 8 on the West Coast. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So you got 10 o'clock. So you really got people Central Time, guys, till 11 or 12, which is roughly, it could be 6 hours from now, 7 hours from now, before we actually find out the final results. And I'm here for the whole thing, man. I'll get my champagne and get nice and drunkard here if we need to. Let's take a look over here. Let's see what Charlie Kirk and his crew are doing. They're saying some stuff. Let's see what they're saying.
Guys, because that is to me the most important thing we could be doing right now.
Do what?
Because by the way, where else are you guys going to get your election coverage from? Right? You got it from CNN. Look at it. Look, you got this guy who.
No, he doesn't know anybody.
He needs my PhD weight loss.
He's never chased a ballot in his life. Hey, let's go ahead and throw up. This is at Arizona State
University.
You've been up for
24 hours.
Moments ago, 1:30. We can't hand out merch fast enough to these college kids. 1:30.
And by the way, we got
West Coast
tons of new
doesn't
first-time
matter.
voters at that. We're doing great work, not just on the campuses, but
Yeah, to be clear, it's really central, guys. It's that once the Midwest closes, you got Eastern and Central, and if we're closing at 9, it's probably then we've got votes getting counted 10 or 11. I mean, theoretically, we could have this thing done if it's a big enough blowout. Bitcoin's still going up, 69,587. Guys, we're climbing
in the streets chasing ballots. So, by the way, this one right here, Charlie, watching the show right now. I'm from Dane County. Listen to this. This is amazing. I'm from Dane County, Wisconsin. Family of 4 here who all voted for Joe Biden in 2020. In 2024, we flipped the script and we all voted for Trump. Thanks for your hard work.
Yes.
Again, either lefties are trolling this because I've been getting these all day long, or I don't think so. I think these are legit. I mean, I've been getting
those. And
I've been getting like
voters.
I've been getting like suspiciously amount of emails about first-time voters in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So it's either we're going to win Wisconsin or someone's doing something.
You guys are right. They've worked so hard, man. Charlie Kirk has done a great job. Very much appreciate the work he's put in. It's amazing. Let's see what these yahoos are talking about over here.
Last couple of months here, traveling to states like.
So we still got an hour, they said. When did they start counting? Oh, I guess we're skipping. When do they start counting? They start counting when the ballots when the ballots close. So, or when the polls close. So then they're going to start counting ballots. And so theoretically, if this is right, and when we don't have the first polls for an hour, then in about an hour we're going to start counting votes, and things are going to start to change. So it's going to get very exciting. And again, we've got these tabs. We've got Perplexity on here. We'll see if that's updating when it happens. It looks like we can look at swing states. We can look at all states. We can watch these numbers. We also have NBC News, and we'll be able to look here too. And then we have Charlie Kirk pulled up, and then we've got X, and then we've got potentially other things that we're going to be pulling up as well. So we're going to have a lot. We're going to have a lot going on here. Corey Dreyer had a comment. Actually, it looks like Chin did too. Let me pull this up. I sent you a map I found on X. Oh, okay. So there's a few people sending stuff. Let me just hop over. We're going to look here. I'm going to click a link. We'll see what comes up over here. Oh, yeah. Joe wore red to vote as the wife of a Democratic politician. That is funny. That is funny. Corey Dreyer, what'd you send? Let's take a look here. Breaking. All right, let's listen. Oh, I've got this muted. I don't know how that works. Let me see here. Let me unmute because I have it muted by site.
That is true. I actually just voted in South Texas because I'm registered to vote in Cameron County, which is where Starbase is.
Breaking. Milwaukee, Wisconsin election officials have announced that they're recounting 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering that their scanning machine door wasn't properly closed. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. This is just one of many things that could be a temporary blip, but I'm not worried about it. There's so much going on. Shale, Perplexity just dropped the latest version for live updates just a few seconds ago. Do you guys have that link? I've got this one right here. Is this not it? I mean, really, there is nothing to see yet, so I'm probably just going to hang here and see what happens because they don't really have anything yet. So Texas attorney has uncovered inspectors at every major county's counting location. Don't mess with Texas votes. Yeah, dude, we're doing that all over the country. All these swing states have tons of people watching. Me and about 10 friends are all first time. Jump over to Kirk here. Refresh. Refresh what? Sorry.
Either someone on a Reddit feed is trying to troll the crap out of us.
So one of the things that the real data nerds on the internet will say is
there we go. Hold on. Put it up. Put it up. We have to.
I want to have Andrew finish. Well, is that macro anecdotes do not make statistical significant sense, but they do.
Whatever. You did a hard refresh. Okay, cool. All right. All right, we're going to listen to these guys real quick. I'll be back one
Charlie Kirk
to talk to my wife and check on food.
Now that Indiana and Kentucky are in Trump's column.
We're following the norms of the lame media where they don't call states until polls have actually closed in at least some part of the state.
By the way, we can start filling in the whole map except for
Yeah, of course we can. But we're going to honor the traditions of our illustrious media because they serve us so well. So we have Indiana. That was the state that voted for Obama in 2008. It didn't really like the ride on Mr. Barack's wild ride. And Kentucky, I don't know. Maybe Clinton competed in that state. I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's been a pretty safe state for a while.
Tennessee was Gore's hometown.
Yeah, and he lost it.
He lost it.
He lost it, and it wasn't by a lot. I think it was pretty close. But those are both very safe states. So those are our first 19 electoral votes locked in. In case you are new to this whole U.S. election thing or watching from abroad, we have a fund system, and we have 538 electoral votes up for grabs. You need 270 of them to win.
Okay, Trey says, Charlie, my family moved back from Pennsylvania 3 years ago. 6 votes from us in Lackawanna County, straight Republican.
Lackawanna, baby.
I got to say this, guys. I actually wonder if YouTube is suppressing the stream at all, because normally I should be getting a lot more views than this for a unique stream. It says 500 concurrent viewers, and so again, it's close, but normally this is something where I should see a larger number. So it's very interesting that it's not. I wonder how much that they're doing all over the place with everybody trying to watch this right now.
Up here, the Arizona exit poll, 67% of Arizona voters say abortion should be legal, 30% illegal. Yeah, that's not good for Prop 139. That does not shock me. Okay, so Biden's approval rating in Arizona, 57% disapproval. These are good for independents, by the way. That's good. But you can't look too much into exit polls.
No, I get that everybody's streaming it. I'm just wondering how much, if they're suppressing some streams versus others. Similar to stuff like what they did with Joe Rogan, right? Where if they don't like the content of your stream, it's not like they don't have very smart algorithms that know what you're posting. I mean, it's how they catch everything, right? It's how they get you if you're trying to monetize something and you're talking badly about Kamala Harris. So my whole point is I just wonder if YouTube has had some concerted effort or anything to try and reduce the channels that they don't like. Because they don't have to. I don't have to be big for that to happen. It could just literally be me saying the wrong things in my stream.
Did not do well. Dane County is the home of University of Wisconsin.
We weren't
Madison.
expecting that.
I don't know that he needs to do better in Dane.
He needs to lose by less.
Lose by less, but that's ground zero for all the people who are going to hate Trump.
That's Berkeley.
That's the Berkeley of Wisconsin.
It's the
What we
Berkeley
really,
of the
Thank you, Cody. Cody said he had to search for the stream. Usually I'm in the top 3 on the home tab, but this time he had to search for me. That's what I'm talking about.
Washington and Oshkosh, is that what it is?
Owazaki.
Owazaki.
Oh,
Okay.
good. Tila saw.
All right, yeah, wacky names for all of them. And so those are counties that surround Milwaukee. They have quite a few people. They are historically incredibly Republican, like some of the most right-wing suburb counties in the United States. And those are like,
all right, let's check that out. Senate page updated, you said. Let's go to Senate. Okay. I don't see too much going on here. I'm assuming, I mean, there's really nothing to see yet. There's really like nothing to see. But this will be cool. Again, this is just another place for us to be able to look. So you were top for me, but I joined early. Okay, cool. I appreciate the stream, says Kenny. Awesome. All right, let's take a look over here real quick. I'm going to jump over. Let's see how Elon and the conversation's going on X. There isn't really much going on for the next hour. I think it's going to be kind of boring, but I'll keep an eye out, guys. If you see any news, throw it out.
They just need to be necessary regulations. So I liken it to referees on a field in a sports game. You want to have, you don't want to have no referees.
He used this on
want to have more
Rogan.
referees than
It's a great
players.
analogy.
That's crazy. And,
That was a great.
yeah.
Well,
Elon, on that topic,
tonight.
I was going to follow up on that question. On that topic, Elon, like a lot of news publications came out around the time when you said there would be, I think, the word hardship, and they predicted. Like,
Oh, yeah, they
they
railed
basically
on that.
claimed you predicted there would be economic turmoil and a stock market crash. Can you clarify for everyone listening, like what you meant there? Because I feel like they probably took that ball and ran down for the field with him.
Can you guys tell me, can you hear this if I switch over?
Stock market crash.
Can you guys still hear,
in fact, I think
Elon?
We will see a rise in the value of equities. And as a function of prosperity. And like I said, in reducing the size of federal government, we'll make sure people, still making the same money they were
Good.
made.
Okay, cool.
They're making before for, I don't know, at least a couple of years. So, there only really would be hardship if people after 2 years can't find something else to do, which I think is very unlikely. But I actually, I think the most likely outcome, if there's significant deregulation, is just like what happened with when Reagan did it in the 80s, was that he unleashed a massive age of, like massive prosperity was unleashed with Reagan deregulation in the 80s.
That's a good thing to clarify.
And that's I think what will happen with the Department of Government Efficiency is that we'll make government way more
Kamala
efficient.
could win Florida. Shut the fuck up.
People's tax
What a
money will be
stupid
spent
post.
far more sensibly. I'm not saying there might be a few bumps in the road, but in the grand scheme of things, I think we'll be headed for a golden age of prosperity.
Thanks, Elon. Sorry, Texas. I'll let you finish that. Sorry.
Oh no,
September.
I was just gonna say, if we come tonight, you want to go live on X with Trump, that would be epic. Might break the internet.
Sure.
That would be.
That would be quite entertaining.
All right, yeah, let's listen to that. We're gonna mute on here, guys.
Announce the victory if it.
We're gonna mute on here. I want to hear this Joe Rogan if Kamala agreed to interview. Let's watch this. Let's just see this. This might be funny. Oh, let me unmute. Oh, why is it muted? Oh, never mind. I've still got. This is the thing that sucks. So because I'm in this stream, I've got to leave that, and then I've got to go over here and unmute because I can't separate the volume on them. It does it for the whole site.
Oh, you look great, Joe.
Come on, I'm not calling you that.
You need this, Joe. Your show needs me.
Are you ready? Your Highness.
One moment, okay.
Yes, of course, my queen.
Okay, Joe. I'm ready.
Thank you, Kamala, for coming on the show. It is an honor to have a normal and natural, unedited conversation with you.
Conversations like these are so important, aren't they, Joe?
What income level was the home you were raised in?
Yes, I'm going to be here the whole time,
Did you care
guys.
about your lawns?
I was raised in
Oh, God.
middle class family.
Amazing answer. So relatable. Me too, Kamala.
Joe, one
Oh
thing
my
I came
God.
here to talk about is Donald Trump. He
This is
thinks
so good.
Puerto Ricans are garbage just because of the way they smell. This is unacceptable, Joe, and we will not stand for it. We will not stand for it.
Lau Kamala, that is such a good answer. You are fit to be president. I love how good on your feet you are.
Yes, Joe, I'm very good at speaking to people. Ask me anything.
Okay.
No.
What about foreign policy? What would you do about Israel and Palestine?
Israel is a big country, okay? Gaza is a smaller country, okay? Israel went into Gaza, okay?
Oh my God.
And that's why there is an Israel-Gaza war, Joe.
Wow, that is such a good point, Kamala. I will now officially endorse you
closer,
for
JJ.
president. We need you to be president. 2024, I am voting for you for president.
You owe it to me.
This is so hilarious because there's videos that were edited of Joe Rogan speaking to make it sound like he was endorsing people and saying things he wasn't. This is so good, guys.
I am filling out my ballot for you. Now, let's turn Texas Lou.
Goodbye.
Oh, come on. I'm not saying that. Kamala, I only ever interviewed Trump because come on, I'm not saying that. I only interviewed
Got
Trump
beat up.
because
He's got a black eye.
because I have a crush on you. Please date me.
This is sexual harassment!
What?
Did you hear Trump was caught colluding with Russia? What? You're shaking your head at me. What?
Your free daily newsletter delivered straight to your inbox every morning. The Loop is read from Congress to convents. They use biologically correct pronouns and they're literally suing the FBI. Sign up for free.
Dude, that was so good. Thank you for that. Very much so. All right, let's go back and see what Elon's doing. Oh my God, that was so funny. If you guys have anything else, throw it out, man. That was so good. Oh God. Let's see here. How do I get into this again? Let me go back over here. Oh, that was so funny. All right, 1 second here. Go to Fox. They have a numbers coming in from Indiana. Oh, okay. Which Fox? Fox Business? Fox Business? Let me know. I'll look over here. Fox Business Live. If you guys have links too, it's helpful. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna try
In the
this
hack,
here.
Cheryl, Chris, good morning to you.
No, okay. I'm trying to get live. Where can I find Fox Live? There's so many bullshit links. If you guys have a link, send it to me. Just Fox News. Can I get to it on YouTube or do I have to go to their website? Fox News Live Election 2024. Or maybe this works? No. All right, if you guys have, let me see here. Is this it?
Vice President Kamala Harris is all in on Pennsylvania on this final day before the election. She's making a total of 5 stops
All right,
across
YouTube
that
TV.
state.
Fox's Kaylee Schuyler.
I'll do YouTube TV. I got YouTube TV. What the fuck? All right, 1 second. Let me find it. Fox. CNBC. KSFY, KDLT, CNN, MSNBC. Oh, there's so much crap in here, and I hate their interface so much. Just give me 1 second. Let me pop over here.
Rural railways. Origin Trail is vital in sectors like asset tokenization, healthcare, and the metaverse. Powered by Polkadot, Origin Trail enhances the discoverability of crucial knowledge.
Sorry, let me kill this other thing. Let me see. Is there a news? How do you filter on? I hate this so much. Sort, custom, edit. I just want to find Fox. Control F. Fox. Fox News. Okay, let me check there. Okay.
287. But at this point in the night, we know nothing. We just know that all these 7 states are anybody's game. And this does not account for the possibility that there could be surprises. Iowa, New Hampshire, Virginia, New Mexico. That's why they play the games, and that's why they vote. Let's go ahead and clear this, and I'll give it back to Brett and Martha.
I mean, it's not that
next time I'll stand on my head.
It's not that we don't know anything. I mean, we know some things. Okay. But I love that. And there's more toys to come.
1%,
We got a few
1%.
things that will
Yeah, we're
unveil
pretty
slowly,
early.
and we'll see how they work out through the course of the night.
the
And you folks
periodic
can,
table.
Yeah, and you folks can gauge it, okay? You can judge it as like Dancing with the Stars, 1 through 10. Score it as you like.
That sounds good.
Great
We'll
stuff,
see you in a minute.
Bill.
Right on.
Thank you very much. So let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kellyanne Conway, and Karl Rove. What a great group we have to go through this evening. And as Bill was saying, Britt, we are just getting started. Those are all sort of just possible scenarios that we're looking at. How are you feeling tonight? What are you looking forward to?
I'm feeling about the way I felt about 3 hours ago, like we don't know anything. But we do have this enormous poll, which is telling us as was described.
I'll get back to that in a second. I'm just going to
why people are voting and so on. But the bottom line or the top line on this poll is
no, she's not winning.
It's saying the same
and
thing.
We only
that
have
every other
1%.
poll.
We have 1% of the vote, and Trump is up 71% in Indiana. But it's 1%, man.
What we've seen for in aggregate basically is too close to call, toss up, coin toss, all the rest of it. So here we are. We start out the evening having taken the biggest poll, and it was maybe the biggest poll in history. 115,000, 120,000 people in the sample, and we're right where we've been. Too close to call, coin toss.
Dana, 30,000 feet, we're finally here. There's a lot of talk about are the right kind of voters showing up for each party in the key places, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, a lot of
2%
anecdotal
for Kentucky.
stuff. But as far as hard numbers, we're going to have to wait till the raw vote total comes in. The biggest indication may be Georgia at 7 o'clock.
And we live in a time, thank you, technology, that we want instant gratification for a lot of things. You want dinner right now, you order it up on your phone, it's delivered 4 minutes later. We are not going to get that kind of service tonight. It's going to take a little while, but I'm glad that we're all together, and this is a way that Americans can say, okay, what are we looking for in the change that we're asking for? What do the 70% of people who say the country's going in the wrong direction, how are they going to vote? And also, you have 2 different campaign styles. You have President Trump. He was ruthless, fierce,
we do have some.
energetic, talk to everybody, doing everything he possibly can. And it may work. And then her campaign was very cautious. It was truncated, short, and she was almost a quiet campaigner, and it may work. And the other thing I'm looking at tonight is this is a very different election for all of us for how people are getting their information. There's a lot of different ways to get it. You can find a lot of different ways here at the Fox News Channel and all of our other properties, but that is going to play a role in this results tonight.
Yeah, Harold, when Dana says that about all the different ways people get their information, I'm thinking about the podcast, how many hours these candidates have spent talking to people that I think a lot of Americans had never heard of before these candidates started speaking with them. But we have a little bit of, information from this Fox News voter analysis that we're pouring over. What's really standing out to you tonight, Harold, as you look at all this?
First off, good to be with everybody. Second, if you're in line to go vote or you have family or friends in line to go vote, please vote. We want everybody to vote. 3, Georgia and North Carolina, what I'm going to be most focused on here over the next hour or two. We will get early numbers there. All of the demographics we're looking at, older, younger voters, the gender gap, male and female, how many black voters might be voting for Donald Trump versus for Kamala Harris. I think it will give us some telltale as to how the rest of the night could go. And then Michigan.
I'll just hide it for now.
That's the first of the blue wall states we're likely to get something from. So I got a lot of notes here, and I'm ready.
Kellyanne, one of the things, the Fox News voter analysis is a poll. It's a massive poll. But when we get raw vote totals, that is going to kind of verify or check where we are in those numbers and those answers.
No doubt. But Brett and Martha, nice to be with everyone. What I love about the Fox News voter analysis is we're not obsessed with the horse race numbers, because the voters will have the final say on that tonight. You're asking questions of America that Americans are asking each other and themselves when they go into that ballot box. And that's what I appreciate. 60% are saying their top issues are economy, inflation, immigration, border security. 70% are saying we're off on the wrong track. Very few are saying they're not worried at all about gas and grocery prices, about the cost of living. They feel like they're not getting ahead. Now, we've known that last data point for years. What's unique about this survey is people are projecting forward. They don't think it's going to improve much. And so, look, voters ask themselves a very simple question. Do I like the way things are going? Should I stay with the course, maybe go for 4 more, in this case with Kamala, or do I want to change? She tried to be the change agent, distancing herself from Biden. One big thing I'm watching tonight, folks, is she going to do as well as Biden did in Erie, in Northampton County, in Bucks County? Right now, she's behind him in Jewish Americans. She's behind him in Hispanic. She's behind him in some of these key counties of these 7 swing states. She has to at least put the Biden-Harris coalition back together to make it tonight.
Yeah, and Carl, when we were sitting here, or I guess we were over there in 2020, Biden was ahead at this point, just in terms of the polling, not in terms of raw data yet, but she's not. I mean, everything has been completely neck and neck.
She's down 7.1
so she's not
points.
in the situation he was in.
No, not at all. First of all, a little whiteboard.
I mean, are you competing with Hemmer? I mean, this is your deal?
He's high tech, I'm low tech. Just remember, it is a tight contest, but it could yield, if it breaks the right way, a big electoral college victory for one side or the other. Because if they sweep 5 or 6 of the battleground states, it's going to give them
perfectly
a big chunk
normal, Alex,
and make it easier for them to govern. Second thing is, we're going to watch tonight 3 different battles. There's going to be a battle over the issues like Kellyanne talked about, like the economy and the border. But we're also,
to be clear, guys, Biden or Harris is doing 7.1 points worse nationally than Biden did in the last election. So she's got an almost 3 percentage point deficit towards the downside. Versus what Biden had in the last election. It's not good for the Democrats.
Also going to see a battle over characteristics, because if it was a battle about the issues only, this race would necessarily be over. And we're also talking about change. How people interpret what change is going to have a big impact on us tonight. And then finally, we're going to have the impact of third parties. Watch it tonight. This could be 2016 all over again, where a third-party candidate, Jill Stein, got more votes in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania than Hillary Clinton lost by, or 2020, where Joe Jorgensen, the Libertarian candidate, got more votes in Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. And in testimony to the founder of and the godfather of the whiteboard, our man, Tim Russert, it's going to be Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania tonight.
2 boards. He's got lots of Sharpies. It's going to be a long night. To your point, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin. And if that comes down to the wire, we may be talking about that later on.
Yeah, I mean, what a ride that has been. He tried to get on the ballot, then tried to get off the ballot. Then he supported President Trump, and he could potentially be a spoiler in Michigan and Wisconsin. We don't know that yet, but we're going to wait and see. We're going to be watching that for sure. So we are waiting for our first round of poll closings. That includes key battleground states. Harold just mentioned Georgia is one of the first ones we're going to be watching. We have reporters literally everywhere.
Turnout. I mean, the highest.
My panel, and this just run down, starting with you, Audie. What are you looking for? Obviously, there's so much, but just give me one.
I would say that 2020 was a historic turnout. I mean, the highest since the 1900s. So if it doesn't match that, who stayed home and why? And I think so many of our questions will come to that. Which group stayed home and why?
Donald Trump has been running for 2 years. Kamala Harris has been running for 107 days. So one of my big questions is, particularly with her candidacy, is whether that was just enough time to introduce herself to the country and to candidates who were dead set on voting for a Democrat, weren't so sure about him, or whether she could have used a little bit more time.
My panel, and this just run.
Yeah, so they're basically just saying she needed more time. Very interesting, very interesting. Let's jump back over here, see what we're doing on Fox.
Clearly, these words. His name is Luke. Through surrender, I chose life and was led to adoption. Luca is the best thing that ever happened to me.
Well, Americans are voting all
Yeah, I don't think time would have been the key difference for Kamala. The more time probably would have been worse.
across the country. Our first results about to come in at the top of the hour. In some polling places, they are experiencing some hiccups. Senior correspondent Eric Shawn has more on that from our New York City newsroom. Good evening, Eric.
Good evening, Brett. Well, you know, it is the day that America votes, and officials say that the process, well, now it's largely going smoothly, but they say there are some sporadic incidents. In Michigan, 2 people were arrested for making election threats. One against former President Trump and Christian conservatives. Another one charged with targeting a Democratic organization. The FBI also says false bomb threats in Georgia originated with a Russian email address. The Bureau also warning about fake videos on social media. One telling voters to cast ballots remotely because of a supposed high terrorist threat. Another claim that there's voter fraud at prisons.
Agreed.
All not true, says the Bureau tonight. And former President Trump on Truth Social claims there is, quote, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming. But Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner responds to that, saying, quote, the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. There is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now. Right now. We are not holding our breath.
Sam, are you across the pond? Are you not in the United States?
As that claim by the former president is not true, he calls it disinformation. And disinformation does continue to pop up on social media. One Pennsylvania viewer alerted us to a Facebook post that appeared to show a ballot that already had a small mark in the box for Harris. The viewer feared his Trump vote would not be counted. We traced that alleged ballot to Kentucky, where the Secretary of State's office told us that the ballot is an apparent fake. So the lesson from all this, they say, be careful of what you read on social media. Brett?
Okay, Eric, thank you.
So meanwhile, the election...
You know what's fun to me is watching the left try and be more like the right on here and watching the right, like with Fox News, try to be more like the left when the ones that are winning are the ones that are just genuine. So Sam, you're from the UK and then Christopher's from Canada. So far, we don't have a lot of the votes in, but we can see at least in Indiana with 5% of the votes in, Trump is winning by 61.4%. That's not crazy by any means. I think it's still going to be a blowout. I think Pennsylvania is going to be a blowout. We're looking at Kamala Harris needing 700,000 votes in Philly, and last election Biden only got 603,000, and the one before that Hillary Clinton only got in the 500s. So she needs to get a massive number, way better than Biden, which I don't think is going to happen at all because the sentiment here in the U.S. is much better for Trump this cycle. Again, I voted for Joe Biden last than it was last cycle. So I don't see how she makes up for a 100,000 vote deficit. And the delta, I think they said, is like negative 400,000. They really need to pull out a lot of votes from their ass.
To the fact that the administration of elections leading up to the election is very important.
And we should point out, these states, the secretaries of state, they've done a really good job overall. I mean, we haven't seen a ton of incidents, to Eric's point earlier.
Yeah, they had 4 years to figure out what didn't go right in 2020 and all the litigation and the messes that came from that. And there's still litigation related to people who were involved with some of those claims in 2020. So what they wanted to do in many states we've seen, they streamlined it. They streamlined the court process. Carrie and I have been going through these all day today. Many of them have been filed in Pennsylvania, but quickly, responsibly, they've been done well, they've been serious, and we've seen judges act on them quickly today, which helps everyone.
Agreed.
Thank you all.
We hope that continues.
We may be back.
Thank you very much,
The first polls are about to close in a half dozen states. Those results, early results, just minutes away as our special coverage
it's going to get interesting, guys.
On Fox.
Women are pissed. Why? All right, we're going to mute that. Let's jump over here real quick. I want to see how Perplexity's doing, and then I want to see how these other ones are doing, see which one just visually looks better. I don't like that they don't have these sorted by, like, most active stuff at the top. Perplexity isn't very entertaining to me right now. Let's look and see how we're doing on NBC, if they're getting any better. They're not really showing percentage of votes, are they? If you guys have a better site that shows like percentages in something similar to what we're looking at. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So we're seeing 3 Republican seats in the 2024 House results already. Let's see. It says flip. Okay, so win is the light color. Flip is dark. So we got a flip in the Indiana district. We've got a flip in Kentucky. We've got another flip in Kentucky. From the sounds of it, if I'm looking at this right, if win is on this side and flip is on the other. So it looks like some interesting stuff is happening so far. Gosh, if they take the House, that would be amazing. David Chapinda, Obama saying that maybe the counting will extend for more days. That's possible there. I'm sure Obama would love that. Buck him. That's interesting, though. So we're already seeing some results, at least. Nothing there, but I think our best bet is probably just looking here at the percentages. But if you guys have another better site, let me know, okay? Let me know. I live and work in the photography industry in Los Angeles, says Dreamin' Forest. Everyone here lives in a bubble. If I publicly expressed my views, I would really lose the majority of my business. Pretty wild. I believe that. It's a sad state of affairs, but if we get a popular victory for Trump, keep in mind Bitcoin's going closer to 70K again. If we get a popular win for Trump tonight, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. And that would change things, probably even change things for you, Dreaming Forest. Maybe not in California. That's a rough state. But I think it'll make it to where people are like, maybe we shouldn't alienate Trump voters. Maybe we should be nice to them. Hey, Jess, here in Canada, really hoping for a giant Trump win. Agreed, Pab. Me too, brother. Me too. Benedict Sebastian voted earlier, and there was a good number of young men lining up. I bet they all voted Trump. I'm feeling the same way, bro. Richard Salmore, BTC, I know, getting closer to that 70K number again. You know that's got to be a favorable sign, guys. Let me refresh here and make sure we're still on topic here for Fox News.
Bibles, kidnapping thousands of Ukrainian children and holding them hostage in Russia, brutally assaulting and raping women of all ages.
Fun.
Freedom and democracy are under attack.
All right, I'm just going to mute that for now. Martin Pillich, Trump 2024, Vance 2028, Vance 2032. Dude, Vance would be a great president. He's really great. He's a wonderful dude. I could see him doing really, really good things. Let's see how we're doing over here. Real America's Voice, author of The Unprotected Class on Charlie Kirk. I think I'm good there. Let's look over here on X and see if... do we still have the election discussion? Oh, it's just a recording. So it looks like Elon's done. Looks like Elon's done. If you guys see anything crazy happening on X, please let me know. Please let me know. How's Tesla doing, guys? You guys said I'm going to try and pull up Tesla probably on Robinhood here in a second. I just got to resend a notification. Make sure it comes up here. Let me just pull this up on my phone. So I'm going to probably try and pull up this and just keep an eye on how it's doing. Yes, that's me. Thank you very much. Horrible idea, Ryan. I missed Ryan's idea. All right, let me look here. I'm going to see what we got, see what Tesla's doing, see if I can find that easily. Tesla stock. Okay, there we go. Show me Tesla stock. Tesla stock is up 1.22% in after hours, guys. So we'll just keep an eye on this too. But we're seeing 1.24%. So Bitcoin going up, Tesla going up. All good stuff so far.
To 270, Pennsylvania obviously is among them. They will be the first to close.
My wife gave me some food. I'm going to grab it. 1 second here.
Team Fox coverage is in Wisconsin. Grady Trimble is in Michigan. But first, let's go to Alexandria Hoff, who we find in Morrisville, Pennsylvania. Hi, Alexandria.
Hi, good to be with you. We're here in Bucks County, and that is really the premier county to watch here in Pennsylvania. It is densely populated, 650,000 people. President Biden won it by 4 points in 2020. But now this year, for the first time in 15 years, registered Republicans outnumber Democrats. Now, looking statewide, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, former President Trump, he won the state narrowly in 2016, then lost it narrowly in 2020. So for Vice President Harris, her success here in the state potentially will depend on the collar counties, the suburbs of Philadelphia, Montgomery, Chester, Delaware counties, and here in Bucks County that pushed President Biden over the edge in 2020. So it's make or break. Now, polls close at 8 p.m., but that is not necessarily the case everywhere. In Luzerne County, there's one polling location in Laughlin that's getting extended till 9:30 p.m. after some issues this morning. Some issues this morning are also why Cambria County, that is extended to 10 p.m. tonight. Those ballots cast by after 8 p.m. will be provisional. Again, 2020, the count here was slow. It took 4 days, but there were 2.6 million mail-in ballots to count in 2020. So far, 1.9 million have been accepted here this year. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Alexandra, thanks.
Grady Trimble is in Michigan, just outside Detroit. Good evening, Grady.
Good evening, Brett. Michigan's top elections official says turnout here on Election Day has been off the charts. Some of the top issues driving voters to the polls in Michigan include the big ones like the economy, the border, and abortion. But there are also two niche issues more specific to Michigan. Those are the electric vehicle mandate and the Middle East. The Trump campaign has been trying to win over auto workers who disagree with their union's endorsement of Vice President Harris. The campaign has also been courting Arab Americans, many of them unhappy with the Biden-Harris administration's handling of the wars in Gaza and Lebanon. Former President Trump became the first major party candidate to visit Dearborn, Michigan last week. That city is home to the largest Arab American population in the country. And we talked to voters, Arab American voters, who say that resonated with them. So as we look for results to come in tonight here in the Wolverine state, those two issues could be critical, not only in the race for the White House, but also as Republicans try to flip the Senate seat vacated by Senator Debbie Stabenow. Brett?
All right, Grady, thank you.
Mike Tobin is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, with a look there. Hi, Mike.
All right. Sorry about that.
And there has been a problem, Martha, with the vote here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. According to Jeff Fleming, a city spokesman, and the Milwaukee Elections Commission, there were some 13 tabulated.
This guy has no neck.
Count, and a Republican observer noticed that the machines had been sealed but not properly locked, some of the machines. So the city officials said they didn't doubt that the integrity of the vote, but out of an abundance of caution have decided to rerun some 31,000 ballots, and that 31,000 out of 106,000 ballots. We did anticipate that we would get final numbers out of Milwaukee around 1 to 2 a.m. It looks like that will be delayed. And the ballots we're talking about are the mail-in ballots, the Dropbox ballots, and the in-person early votes, and we expect that we will get the numbers now just a little bit later than.
Yeah, David, you're right. This election isn't about money. I don't even care about my investments right now. I care about the future of America. I care about freedom of speech. I care about the success of Elon Musk and his companies and ventures. I care about not having political persecution when Democrats say that Trump will do that, and they're literally doing it and have been doing it for years. So I care about what's right for humanity and what's right for this country and our future. My bags mean the least amount of that.
Kelly Ayotte, Molly Lyon, is tracking that for us tonight. Hi, Molly.
Good evening. The Granite State's uber-tight governor's race is the best shot. The Democrats had to retake a governor's seat after the current Republican governor there decided not to seek a fifth term. Former Republican Senator Kelly Ayotte faces off against the former mayor of Manchester, the city's largest city, Democrat Joyce Craig. Abortion has been at the forefront of this race between two women, Craig attacking Ayotte's record as a senator, voting for a national ban after 20 weeks. In response, Ayotte has vowed to adhere to state law, which limits abortions after 24 weeks. The most expensive governor's race in state history has afforded plenty of negative ads, including Ayotte's targeting Craig's mayoral leadership, highlighting homelessness and crime in Manchester. Craig pushing back, saying opioid overdoses and violent crime are down, slamming Ayotte's approach in a recent debate.
I think it's really sad that someone for governor is actually attacking community, attacking Manchester. As governor, we should be lifting up every community in our state.
Ayotte logged perhaps the most scathing of insults at Craig, arguing that her approach to governing would model that of neighboring deep blue Massachusetts.
Mark my words, if Joyce Craig gets to the corner office, we can kiss our New Hampshire advantage goodbye.
And when it comes to casting and counting the votes, New Hampshire is old school. Voters fill out paper ballots. The majority of communities do use counting machines, but 122 towns still hand count their ballots. Back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you.
So the clock is ticking down to our first poll closings. They include Indiana, Virginia, and one of the big ones, Georgia.
Polls closing in 20 minutes, guys.
Fox News Democracy 24.
All right, let's just hop over here and see what we have for some of the numbers already, okay? So we got 3 Republican House seats getting picked up in preliminary polling data. Or I should say preliminary exit data. So it looks like we're going to have, and I can't tell if these are flips. It looks to me like they're flips based upon this coloring, but I can't really tell. We'll see when maybe we get some clear differentiation between color when we have more of these filled out. But we love this, guys. If we get the House, the Senate, and the presidency, we'll be able to enshrine voter integrity forever in this country. And force states like California to require IDs. We could see a transformational shift. It's going to be amazing. The ultimate 0-day call option tonight. Yes, I hate call options that are 0-day, but you're 100% right. This is the ultimate tonight. This is it. This is it. Let's see how we're still up 1.13% right now in after hours for Tesla, and we're up to 69.7 on Bitcoin. So still sitting very good there. Let's see what they're saying over on Charlie Kirkville here.
Culminating in that concert we saw last night. So is this good? Is this bad? I don't know. But it seems to be a strategic shift that we saw in Kamala's case.
Nomad Stott said, I'm a Muslim immigrant who voted for Trump, getting a lot of family heat for doing so, but this is the right choice. Let's go. Dude, I love that. Thank you so much. I know, especially with your religious beliefs, with, you know, who you're around, it can be tough. And it's awesome that you're standing up for what's right, even though it might not be easy. So much props to you, my friend. Many, many props. Henry D. Trades, Indiana has 2 time zones, so maybe Indiana goes to Eastern. It might be Eastern and Central, right? I think they pull in both. You're right. I used to live in Indiana. I used to live in Indianapolis and Chicago. Well, outside of Chicago, Des Plaines. Jeff L. is one of those red Kentucky seats Massey. That would not be a flip. He's already representative. Good question. Let's take a look here real quick. Rogers, Massey. Yeah. Okay. So this must be. So this is just a win. It looks like it's not a win. It looks like it's a flip. It looks darker, but it must not be. So thank you for that. So we'll keep watching that and see what's happening. I'm just going to refresh over here. I'm assuming it auto refreshes. We'll keep an eye on that to make sure it does. Let's see what NBC is doing right now.
Historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling leading up to tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris has a significant lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male voters. So we'll be watching.
And black voters and Hispanic voters. And it's going to be fun, guys. You got to remember, my wife voted for Joe Biden too, and she didn't do that this time, just to be clear. So things are changing. All right, let's see what they're doing over here on Fox.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What? I don't care about your advertisements. They're still rolling through a bunch. Let's see what Charlie's doing.
First time ever, go Trump, go MAGA. I've been listening to all your speeches, and I love it. 3 just voted in North Carolina. I live in North Carolina. My roommate, I was able to get my roommate and his girlfriend to support Donald J. Trump. Get out there and vote, people. Love that. New voters. Charlie just picked up my wife from the hospital today. She was there for 8 days, went straight to vote. So proud of what we're doing in Lee County.
Wow, these people aren't messing around. All right, I'm assuming this is a joke, but let's watch it.
In breiter Formation zu durchbrechen. Im Süden hat der Gegner Zossen genommen und stößt auf Stahnsdorf vor. Der Feind operiert jetzt am nördlichen Stadtrand zwischen Frohnau und Pankow und im Osten ist der Feind bis zur Linie Lichtenberg, Marsdorf, Karlshorst gelangt.
Mit dem Angriff Steiners wird das alles in Ordnung kommen.
Pull from the Diddy list.
Mein Führer.
There are no more.
Steiner konnte nicht genügend Kräfte für einen Angriff massieren. Der Angriff Steiner ist nicht erfolgt.
They want justice for me. Yes. Thank you for this, Florida. Thank you. All right, we got to repost this real quick. I'm sorry, this is too good.
Keitel, Jodl, Krebs und Burgdorf.
Fucking Peanut. I swear to God, we're in a simulation sometimes, man. I really think it's true.
Das war ein Befehl! Der Angriff Steiners war ein Befehl! Wer schickt Sie? Dass Sie es wagen, Sie meinen Befehl zu widersetzen! Das Militär hat mich belogen! Jeder hat mich belogen, sogar die SS! Die gesamte Generalität des Weltweit als ein Haufen niederträchtiger, treuloser Feiglinge!
Mein Führer, ich kann nicht zulassen, dass die Soldaten, die für Sie verbringen...
Ihr seid Feiglinge! Verreiter, Versager!
Mein Führer, was Sie da sagen, ist ungeheuerlich.
Oh mein Gott, das ist so gut!
Das Geschmeiß des deutschen Volkes! Sie ist ohne Ehre! Sie nennen sich Generale, weil Sie Jahre auf Militärakademien zugebracht haben, nur um zu lernen, wie man Messer und Gabel hält! Jahrelang hat das Militär meine Aktionen nur behindert. Es hat mir jeden nur als westlichen Widerstand in den Weg gelegt. Ich hätte gut daran getan, von Jahren alle höheren Offiziere liquidieren zu lassen, wie Stalin.
Oh, this is good.
I
haven't seen this movie. I've seen everything about it. Germany and Hitler.
Allein auf mich gestellt, ganz Europa erobert.
All right, we can watch a little more of that in a bit here. I want to see what's going on, so let's just keep an eye out here.
One of the races that could swing control of the U.S. Senate playing out in Montana. Yeah. Correspondent Dan Springer is in Bozeman tonight. Good evening, Dan.
Yeah, good evening, Brett. And I don't want to go on the record as saying I'm jealous of all my colleagues and their nice, warm watch parties already. We're in Bozeman. It was snowing sideways. I don't think it's going to have a lot of impact on voter turnout today because most people in Montana voted prior to today. The polls close at 8 o'clock, and that's when we can go inside to the GOP watch party in the hotel behind me. It's expected to be a good night for Republicans here. President Trump is expected to win by a landslide. The big question, of course, is what happens in the Tim Sheehy John Tester race. John Tester has been said to be the most vulnerable Democratic senator in the country this year. As he has in past years, he always seems to manage to slip away and win his elections. And he could do it again this time, but Republicans are confident that Tim Sheehy, a newcomer to politics, will end up winning this seat and taking the Senate for the Republicans. Brett?
Dan Springer in Montana. Dan, thanks.
Joining us now here on set, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, good to have you with us. I know you obviously are watching these House races very closely. You know them probably better than anyone. Tell us what we should be watching for and whether or not you think there's an opening here for your party to take over the House or to build on the House.
Can we hold it and can we extend it? A lot happens to do with the presidential race. A lot of our candidates are underperforming Trump. The next two states you're going to watch is Ohio and North Carolina. And that'll be a big play, not only just for the House, for the Senate. Marino has been closing stronger. We have 2 congressional seats there that could be a pickup. And if we pick up 4 to 5 seats from Democrats, we will keep the House. And you look at North Carolina 1, book out, it will tell you 2 different things. If we win that seat, the Republicans are going to have a big night. But it also tells you the percentage of the black vote, which could give a problem to the Democrats. If it stays where it is right now at 36%, that could be good for President Trump and also good for Republicans.
So as you look at the map, there are these canaries in the coal mine in different races. But how much does the presidential race and the coattails there affect those races?
I think it affects whether the House is able to keep Republican is going to be a lot on President Trump. If we keep the House, Trump has brought us over because before a lot of our candidates overperform Trump, they're all underperforming. I was just talking to one member in California that Trump had lost his district by 13. Trump was tied today in his district. Trump is performing
in California
better than he has before. Because you really got to look to California and New York is where we won our majorities. That's where a lot of money is being spent. We've always picked up seats in those states the last 2 cycles. we've got to pick up some more and hold them.
So when you look at the presidential race, in light of all that, because so much will depend on it, it has been tossed up all across the board for, these polls have been tied for weeks. What's your take?
My take is what I'm looking at early is suburban areas. I don't want to see a bleed from President Trump's vote in the suburban areas where he had...
You mean from 2020?
From 2020 to 2024. And the rural areas, I want those to turn out bigger. Now, Republicans have really improved with President Trump on early vote. Instead of being down 1 million votes in Pennsylvania, we're only down 400,000. You look at North Carolina, Arizona, we're actually ahead. That's like going into a football game in the fourth quarter and you're leading. Can you keep the lead? That's where we're at right now.
It's exciting. Totally America is voting in great numbers. You've been a candidate so many times. On these nights, what is the candidate? Is it nerve-wracking? Is it exciting? What is the deal?
You know what? These hours right here are the most nerve-wracking because everybody's calling you to ask what's going on. You have no idea.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
Know what's happening, and you've put all this effort for probably a year and a half. All your effort can be your family, and all you want are the returns. And you come to a state like California, you still got to wait a month.
That's right. We hope not. We hope not. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Great to see you.
Now let's take a look at another battleground. Arizona, the Sun Belt state, is also home to a high-stakes Senate race out there. Senior correspondent Alicia Acuna is live in Scottsdale. Alicia.
Hi, Brett. We are in the peak hours of voting here in Maricopa County. Polls close in little more than 2 hours, and we want to give you a vantage point from our Fox News drone team. And Brett, you mentioned that Senate race here. Actually, earlier today, GOP Senate candidate Kari Lake stopped by this location to thank voters and encourage them to stay in line. She is in a pitched battle to fill that seat being vacated by independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema against Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego. Gallego has managed to outpace Lake in both money and also the polls. However, Lake tells me she feels like she has the momentum. And that's in part because the GOP here has managed to sign up so many people in terms of voter registration since 2020.
What
they
the line
have
look
far
like, J. Mill?
outpaced the Democrats. Both Harris and Trump have been targeting independents and Latinos right while they've been here. And Harris is hoping women really help pull her across the line. Now, let's talk about the Maricopa County ballot. It's the longest it's been since 2006. 2 pages, double-sided. And, Brett, right now it is slowing down the lines, and it's expected to slow down the count. Brett.
Alicia, thank you. First poll closings coming up right around the corner. That includes our first glimpse at the battleground state of Georgia. Laura Ingraham, Jesse Waters, Sean Hannity as our election night coverage continues right here on Fox.
All right. Mute here. All right, so let's mute that. Let's see. We're not really seeing much else over here. Let me go over here. I'm just going to look and see what kind of stuff. What is Grok talking about here? Let's see what the headlines are. Milwaukee orders recount of 31,000 ballots. Google fixes search disparity in election queries. That doesn't sound like too big of a deal. Biden skips Harris election night. I think that's a telling sign, guys. Harris phone call at D.C. bank sparks debate. Again, it's fake. Voting extended in PA. Key issues highlighted. Trump narrowly leads in Wisconsin election odds. Trump alleges election fraud in Philadelphia. I mean, that could end up being true. Arizona election, strong voter turnout in early leads. Bomb threats target Georgia polling places. Yeah, so nothing really too crazy coming out that we don't already know about from the sounds of it. Let's look over here. So polls close in 7 minutes, guys. Jeff L., I got 3 Gen Z girls. 2 voted for Trump. 3rd didn't vote. She hates politics. Okay, cool. Well, hey, man, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. As long as she didn't vote for Kamala, we're good. Just tell her to stay home. J. Mill, yeah. So how was it, J. Mill? How was the line? NBC Decision Desk to make first projections. Let's see what they're projecting here, guys.
Incredible. But again, they want to make sure they're right before they get that information.
By the way, they're siloed off. They're not even here in New York. They're in Philadelphia. So they are doing their work, and they tell us when they're ready to make a call, not the other way around.
We are about to see some of their work in action.
Yeah, I did the same thing today, guys. I wore my Trump shirt everywhere. I had some magnets on the side of the Cybertruck. I tried to represent everywhere I went. I didn't go a lot of places, though. I was going to take pictures, but I totally forgot. I've just been so focused on this. 6 minutes right now. 6 minutes until we see this close for our first polls. This is going to be crazy. Very excited to see what all happens here, guys. Very excited. Let's go back over here. Indiana, 10% of the vote in. We're seeing Braun leading for governor. Oh, I feel a red wave, guys. I'm really hoping that's what we see. Florida Sloth, Dreamin' Forest said, my girlfriend voted in person today and they refused to check her ID in Los Angeles. I know, they won't. They don't like IDs. In my state, they use them. Breaking, Donald Trump is leading 69.42% in Kentucky. Love it. Boom. We're going to take it. We're going to take it. Thank you, Kentucky, for the 69-420. Hope you chilled that champagne. I have not taken it out yet. I actually should have the wife do that. That's actually, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, whatever. It's all good. I don't care. I don't care. All right, let's get back over. First poll's closing. Law enforcement for Trump. Heck yeah, I love that. I really love that. We're not going to celebrate too early. We're not doing any cowbell shit like Amit. We're not doing that. We're going to wait. Wow, recently revealed footage shows a U.S. Postal Service worker allegedly tossing 300 mailers in favor of Republican into a dumpster outside of a supermarket. There's no evidence of election fraud, says Democrats. All right, we'll just add this to our list. I'm not too worried about it, man. I think if things like this are happening, we're going to catch them. And they'll be prosecuted badly. So I wouldn't want to be somebody trying to steal an election this year. That is not the time to be fucking around. Election concerns. There you go. Red is a great color. I agree. I should have worn my red shirt. Why didn't I wear my red shirt? I might have to switch in a second. I hate it when a YouTuber not saying who they vote for and try to appeal to everyone. Love that you went full MAGA mode and show. Yeah, I voted for Biden last time. I'm voting for Trump right now, and I'm not going to hide. My bias is obviously towards Trump, but I also look for truth. So I'm going to try and let you guys know what's actually happening in this election tonight. I'm not going to feed you a line of bullshit. Okay? That's not what I do. All right, let's go over. We've got the polls closing. It looks like the next 2.5 minutes we're seeing the close, and we're seeing some first results here. All right, let's get back to Fox.
Welcome back. The first polls are about to close in a half dozen states. The White House is awaiting those early returns as well. This in a race that was obviously turned upside down just a few months ago. It's hard to believe, back to that debate June 27th, when President Biden ended his bid for re-election soon after that. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy has more live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett and Martha. The biggest Democratic party of the decade is here in Washington, D.C. tonight, and President Biden will not be there at Howard headquarters, and rather at Howard for Harris headquarters. And if you're keeping score at home, President Biden is the one who got Harris elected the first time and raised millions of dollars for the re-election effort. And tonight, White House officials are telling us he's going to be watching the returns on TV in the residence with longtime aides. He'll be getting regular updates. We did see them wheeling some big screens into the first floor a little while ago. Harris for president would still be Biden for president if he did not decide late summer that he thought it was time for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices, and for that he is going to have a quiet night in this house that she has spent $1 billion to try to move into. Brett?
It's past Joe Biden's bedtime. I don't think that's the problem. I think he's pissed because he had this all taken from him by some weird cabal administrative state that's running everything. So I think he's pissed. We don't even know how Kamala got appointed.
A sequence of events this has been, Peter, between that really disastrous debate and then the dropping out in the middle of July for
yeah,
this
I totally
president.
agree, Jay.
Give me a sense of what the security is like
He's
around
like,
there.
fuck these guys.
There are a lot more local police, but it's not like something where they have called in the National Guard. And there is extra fencing up tonight, but there has been for the last couple weeks. Also worth pointing out, they've been building the inaugural viewing stand right outside. That is why the fencing has been up, and that is something else that
Tesla's
during the
up
commercials,
1%.
President Biden can look out and see for the next president.
Yeah, he's
Back
pissed.
to you.
He's pissed with the master of puppets, whoever that is.
Lawn. Peter, thanks. You know, Britt, we should just take a moment and think about all that has transpired from that debate, from 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates, the former president, from a new candidate campaigning in about 100 days, and here we are essentially tied.
And it gives us an idea of the acceleration of the news cycle that all of that, which was really so very recent and so extraordinary, has sort of passed into
I'm going to mute this for a second, guys. I just want to show you something pretty cool. 1 sec. Let me just pop it over here. So look at this, guys. Oh, wait. No. Elon is plus felon. What does that mean? Are they anti-Trump? Let me see. One of the banners in a Tesla Cybertruck with an effigy of Trump in prisoner garb mounted atop. The truck also features a Godfather-inspired poster accusing Elon of being Trump's puppeteer. Wow. Who the fuck is this guy? No more Teslas for you. No more. Fuck this guy. All right, I'm taking that out. Sorry, I thought it was something positive. I should have read the caption all the way. Fuck those people. Fuck them. Hey, Jesse, love your honesty. That's the only speed I know. Sulis, Biden was selfish. He shouldn't have done this primary. Xander Sanders just got in here. How are you feeling about the election? I think it's going to go good. I like this, though. Look at this. Eric Finman. Same day results, same day results, same day results, same day results, same day results. 2000 eventually settled by court, but the official tally was still available within 24 hours. Same day results, same day results, same day results, 2020. Full week of results, 2024. It just says a lot about how pathetic we are right now as a country. Why we need to be fixed. Let's see if they have projections over here on NBC.
NBC News is ready to make our first projections of the night. Here we go. We start with the state of Kentucky. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Kentucky tonight. Let's move to Vermont. NBC News projects that Vermont will go in the Kamala Harris column this evening. This is where it brings us on the road to 270 right now, the early
all the standard stuff.
Soon. It's also too early to call Virginia, though Vice President Harris has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, waiting for the raw vote total to dump there. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Indiana.
Trump will also carry nearby Kentucky for a third time, and it is too early to call the state of South Carolina. But former President Trump has the lead there, according to our Fox News voter analysis.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will sail to victory in liberal Vermont. And as we look at the race for 270 electoral votes, that's what it takes to win. Throughout the night, we will be adding up as each state is called. Right now, you see 19 electoral votes for the former president, 3 for the vice president.
All right, no celebrating yet, guys. Long night.
All of this throughout the night. And also on the bottom of the screen, you can see these races as we get the raw vote total in.
Yeah, and that's going to start happening very soon. But let's turn to the Senate for a moment, because this is another big story. Control of the United States Senate. Democrats have almost no room for error. The Fox News decision desk can project that Indiana Republican Congressman Jim Banks will win his first Senate race.
In Virginia, it is too early to call the race between incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine and his Republican challenger, Hung Cao. We're going to be looking into Virginia.
Longtime independent Senator Bernie Sanders will win a 4th term in the Senate in Vermont.
I don't mind Bernie.
He caucuses, of course, with the Democrats.
As we look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, you can see we'll be ticking up. You need 51 for the majority. The Republicans need to pick up 2 to take the majority, and they're looking at states like West Virginia and Montana, but there could be others on this board.
To be clear,
now, you see 30.
To be clear, guys, Republicans already hold the House right now. They need to keep that, and then they need to pick up 2 seats to get control of the Senate. If they have control of the House and the Senate, and Kamala won, she's still kind of fucked and in limbo. And then in 2 years, we can overthrow her, or if they can keep this for another 2 years, where it's in control of the Republicans, she won't be able to do much of anything. I still don't think she's going to win, though, because she's got a 7.1 point deficit. And so, and on national polling against where she was, or against where Biden was in the last election. So I think this is going to be a sweep for everything.
39 Republicans to 29 Democrats.
A lot of toss-ups in that group as well. In the Senate races across the country, let's go to Bill Hemmer and get an update from the board.
Hey guys, we just seen a little of this.
1 sec, I'm just
spoke him in from Florida, so why don't we go ahead and start there? And I'm just going to punch around and see a little bit of what we're getting here. We know the turnout was big. We know Republicans, based on some of the early voting and the voting today, was pretty decent here. But 8% of the statewide vote. This is Duval County, Jacksonville. I haven't seen this yet. Just go ahead and so you got about 2/3 of the vote coming in Florida right now. Florida counts fast, by the way. The early votes, they rack it up. And so right here in Duval County, you got Kamala Harris leading. by I tell you what we do. Why don't we do this? It's very interesting because for one of the first times in a long time in anybody's memory, I guess going back to FDR, the late 1800s, we've got a candidate on the ballot where you can compare the number from 4 years ago and compare the number from 8 years ago. So we're going to do this a lot throughout the night. We'll get a measure about how Trump is performing versus Hillary Clinton and versus Joe Biden. So let's go back 8 years now. Just watch his number here with 2/3 of the vote reporting in Florida.
That's how they stole it
this is
last
one county
time,
in Jacksonville.
but it's not going to be easy.
All right, here we go. Trump was just shy
really
of
hard.
50 against Hillary Clinton in that county. And then 4 years ago, he was a little less than that, about 2.5 shy of the midway mark in overall Duval. So he's doing right about the same number he did with Joe Biden 4 years ago. So let's look at Volusia County. Okay, you got a little more of the vote in here. Trump easily at nearly 60% of the vote. 77% reporting. Flagler, 86% reporting as well. So we expect him to do quite well in Florida. Let me move away from this because what I wanted to show you in a moment here is we're just getting a flavor right now of perhaps what the suburban vote is doing for Trump versus Harris, and then what the rural vote's doing. And what I did was I want to pick out two places here because there's a county just north of Indianapolis. This is Hamilton County. Population about 350, 360,000. About 2/3 of the vote coming in right now. What I want to show you here is Trump's at 48.8 now. There's more vote out there. Indiana counts the mail-in ballots first. So let's do the same exercise, okay? This time, watch the slide come out here, and now it gives us a direct comparison for 8 years ago against Hillary Clinton. This is the weakness in the Trump campaign, right? 8 years ago, he was just shy of 57% in the same county. And then 4 years ago,
we'll
slightly
see.
weaker, okay? Down about 2 points. And then current day today, okay, so there's more vote out there. So we'll see how it goes. But right now, a little weaker there.
So he's literally looking at the bluest county in the state and trying to say that, I don't know, that seems dumb. Why would you even look at that?
That suburb just north of Indianapolis. Conversely, right, Trump's been working the rural.
No, that's not true, Black Hat. It's historically great if Republicans sweep the Senate, House, and presidency. That's just the narrative that's out there. Now, don't get me wrong. Democrats might sell some of their positions in fear of what he's doing, and it might temporarily drop the markets in some areas. But that's a buying opportunity, so you soak that shit up.
Right? Well, this is Kentucky. You got a lot of the votes still out there, even though we called the race, okay? This is Taylor County. It is rural. It is small. There's about 10 to 12,000 raw votes there. Trump's percentage of the vote is big at 77%. So let's do the same exercise again. Go back to 2016. The percentage of the vote, okay, it was lower. 4 years ago in 2020, same county now, right around 75%. And as of tonight, okay, by the way, raw vote, 93-76. Hold on to that number, okay? It's important because he's doing better on a percentage basis, but the raw vote doesn't help him a ton. That may suggest, as we pop around the map throughout the night, that the turnout for this vote could be lower than 2020. That's a COVID year, a pandemic year. A lot of people vote by mail, et cetera. And we'll see whether or not we're able to top that number from 2020, but it's questionable and debatable at the moment. If I've got time, I'll just show you Florida. Just one more time here, 30% in. Miami is missing. You know, we're waiting for the Hispanic vote down there in Miami, the Cuban vote as well. Broward County, 70% in. Heavily Democratic there, but about 60% of the vote right now going for Kamala Harris. The Trump team is saying that they're getting on the radio right now. They're cautiously optimistic. They're doing radio in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all the way at the top. That means the former president telling people there's still time and finish strong. That's the message from Mar-a-Lago right around down here in Palm Beach. Back to you, Brett and Martha.
You have time, Bill. We're going to have a lot of time.
A lot of time.
Okay, yeah.
We have a lot of waiting to do
You
still.
know, Georgia is really crucial
Yes.
as we look at this raw vote total. And they're also getting a lot that we expect to come in very fast. Madison Allworth is actually in Norcross, Georgia, with the view from the ground.
Here we go.
Hey, Brett. Hey, Martha. So, yeah, polls have closed at a majority of locations here in Georgia, including the location that I'm at. I can actually see from my vantage point that at least one person has tried to come in past 7 p.m.
Not much.
And they are turning them away because this poll location, like most, closed at 7. But there are a few, because of issues, that will be open past 7 p.m. So 5 locations in Fulton County, 1 here in Gwinnett County. Those 6 had issues with unsubstantiated threats. So they were closed for a certain amount of time during the day. They've been allowed to be open for that amount of time past 7. We also have 7 precincts in DeKalb. That's another area in the Atlanta metro area that had bomb threats. We're still waiting to see if those locations are going to be allowed to be extended past that 7 p.m. window. So majority results have coming in. We've talked to the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a number of times. He has reiterated he's really confident that majority results will be reported by 8 p.m. And now when it comes to how close it is here, recounts are not necessary. But if it's within 0.5%, a candidate can request it. We're going to start to get those results really any minute now. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Did you hear? Did she say that Georgia, we should have it tonight? The vast majority?
Some information about different voter groups out there. What are you learning, Sandra?
Which could be telling a big story right now. And this is the first time you'll see this, and the first time since the polls have now closed, begun to close there, that we can break this down by candidate. Okay, first up, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump.
Actually.
All right, let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge.
That's better
black
than
vote
last
was huge
time.
for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at how they are turning out in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down. Among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris, while strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago. This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's running about 8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020. All right, I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender, okay? So now you look at the black male voter in Georgia. We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that. Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%.
Whoa,
okay? So right now, she's
points.
running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020.
Count.
All right, another data point there, Brett, because I know you asked. Black women as well in Georgia. We have been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%, but let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden with black women in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support.
6 points.
She is also
this
running
is
behind
good.
with them
This is
by
good
about
for
6
Georgia,
points.
guys. This is
I'll
good.
leave you off with one other data point here. Again, this is the first time we
She's
were
losing the
able to
black
show you
vote.
this. Education and race. Whites with no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77, getting 77% of their support. So we have a lot more data coming in.
What about 2020?
Bring that to you.
Show us 2020.
Those are really interesting
Thank you.
numbers.
Absolutely.
Tell a story. They start to.
Yeah, so let's bring in our panel and see what they think about these numbers. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Karl Rove,
CNN
Laura
reporting
Ingraham,
huge independent
and
swing
Robert
to
Wolf.
Trump on
Laura,
Georgia
welcome.
against
Great
Harris.
to have you here.
We're seeing that here too.
She's underperforming Biden is the headline there.
Yeah, it looks like right now
Funny.
Harris isn't getting enough from women, at least in Georgia.
She's not getting.
She would need to overcome what Trump is getting.
All right,
from men.
I gotta say this. So A, she's not getting as many black women voters as she was before. B, she's down 14 points on black male voters. And I'm sure the white vote is turning out strong for Trump. This is good shit. This is what we want to see. Trust me.
On Virginia, and Karl knows this better than everyone else, but in 2020 in Virginia, Trump lost by 9.2, and in 2016 he lost by 4.9. Watch what happens in Virginia. Youngkin has been phenomenal on the ground for Trump, and even if that lead is cut by half, let's say it's 4 points,
then
that could be a bellwether of something to come. Also in New Hampshire, where I spent 4 long winters.
Yes.
See what happens in New Hampshire. It was very tight in 2016.
Robert, welcome to you as well. The state of Georgia,
seats in the
Biden flipped
House.
Georgia for the first time since 1992, largely because of the black electorate. Looking at those numbers right now, it doesn't seem like she's delivering that same kind of power.
Oh, I love that.
Those numbers seem soft, although I would tell you I was predicting North Carolina over Georgia for the vice president because I think Stein will be like plus 15 versus Robinson.
I'm going to leave this on. I'll be right back, guys.
And I think that may help the vice president. But these are soft numbers, and I thought with Warnock and Ossoff, 2 senators that are popular, we would have maybe seen, a better turnout. So I'm hoping this is just the early voting.
Yeah, not all the data obviously is in yet. Karl, what's your read on it?
Well, first of all, we're looking at half of the problem. The problem is that we're looking at is what's the division of the black vote by men and women, Trump versus Harris. The other thing we need to look at is turnout. A 1% decline in black turnout in Georgia over the last election would wipe out the 10,000 vote margin that Joe Biden had. So we're seeing part of the picture. Let's see if it's compensated or offset a little bit by how much the black turnout is. Is it bigger than last time or smaller than last time? I'd make one other point. The other part of the Georgia equation that we're going to have to watch. We have a little bit of evidence from, and I mean a little bit of evidence from Indiana that we ought to be worried about, if the Trump campaign ought to be worried about, and that is the suburban support. Hamilton County went Republican 4 years ago. Trump won up 52 to 45. Tonight, with about 2/3 of the vote in, he's losing it to Kamala Harris, 50 to 44. Or, excuse me, 50 to 48. So he's running behind his performance. If that happens in
Indiana,
in Georgia, with these suburban counties like Forsyth and Cherokee, Gwinnett, which was won by Biden, but it has a huge biggest number of Republican voters in the state are in Gwinnett. If you remember, Hamilton County, 34% of the Republican primary voters in May voted for Nikki Haley when she had no chance of winning. We're seeing that effect tonight with the county being blue, at least at this point.
Harold, it's just worth pointing out that the Fox News voter analysis is this rolling poll over several days. 120,000 voters asked a series of questions. When we look at that data that Sandra talked about, with the raw vote total coming in, we have a sense of how accurate or not accurate it is. So far, it's lining up. Your thoughts where you are?
So I think Carl's point is right. I think one of the things I would love to see in Georgia is not just racial breakdown, but just breakdown of women versus men. Because if indeed he's underperforming the suburban areas in Indiana, you could
show us the white men, show us the women
in Georgia. But I would agree, if these numbers hold up, if he's polling, he being President Trump, 25% amongst black men. That's a challenge. If you see that in the other big cities in the blue states, Detroit and Philadelphia, that could be an issue as you think about the tightness of this race.
Working on all of it, guys.
This campaign, the Harris campaign, has always said that it's women. They're going to be the key here. I agree with Robert. I think the North Carolina piece, the Stein-Robinson race, that gubernatorial race, will have an advantage for Harris. But this is early. She's still ahead in Georgia. And I think once we get some more of these numbers in, once you get to 10, 15, 20%.
The important thing about Georgia, ignore the number on the right, guys, because we just saw that she's doing worse with black men and worse with black women in Georgia. And this is the group she needs to win over, both of them. And we didn't see what they had for white men, educated and non, and we didn't see what they had for women. It'll be very interesting to see how some of those numbers come out too. So just remember, 3% is in. 3% is a very small number. It's going to go back and forth a lot. We're not going to have any kind of picture of what's going on for hours, probably. But so in PA, they're saying at 8 p.m. Eastern, which would be, 7 p.m. here, theoretically, in about 50 minutes, 45 minutes, we should understand or at least have things done in PA, and then hopefully have an idea of who won.
Operation there in Georgia, and he has been tireless out there for him. And I also think that we should thank Georgia for doing what it needed to do in order to help get us these results in as quickly as possible, to have integrity in the vote, for people to have confidence that the system worked for them, that they could get through those lines quickly, and that the rules are the rules. And that, I think, will help people feel confident about the results.
Britt, the economy is the #1 issue in Georgia by far.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere, but pretty much leads the way. In our Fox News voter analysis, they break Trump's way significantly on the issue of the economy.
Right, that's important. And the other thing we have to keep an eye on throughout the night, it seems to me, are what, to use a piece of newly minted jargon we have, there's just the low propensity voters.
You hate that word.
I think it's awful jargon, but can't think of a quickly better way to say it. But
people who don't vote very often.
The Trump campaign has really set a great deal of store by the fact that they believe that they have reached these people and will turn them out in significant numbers.
But explain who they are. There are people who didn't vote in 2020, or maybe even didn't vote in 2016 and 2020.
And they're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump.
I love this so much.
If you asked them, right? And that if they can turn them out, they think they could be the decisive factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think, to assess how that's going, but that's something to keep an eye on.
We might have an indication of it if you look at some of these Georgia rural counties. I've been watching Bill work on his wall. And if you take a look at some of these rural counties, small counties, there are 150 or 180, 159 counties in Georgia. You'll see that Trump is getting a bigger number of votes in these smaller counties and a bigger percentage. This is, again, goes back to the episodic or low propensity voter.
All right, we're going to dig into these numbers, and we'll head back to Bill momentarily. Election night just getting started.
Some of the first polls are about to close in hotly contested state of North Carolina. So we're going to have some data there to show you.
I'm going to mute for a second, guys. I want to show you something real quick here from X. Not Peanut, something else, okay? Let's listen to this.
Story of these exit polls in Georgia. This will be the story of these exit polls in Georgia. Independent voters. They make up 31% of the electorate. That is a slightly larger share than what they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
So
Wow.
That's for exit polling, and that's a great number, but it's not exactly a fair comparison, so we want more, right? But that is a great number. That's a really great number, so we're excited about that too. 20-point moves are good. All right, so and the House, it looks like we've got 11 Republicans, 4 Democrats. To answer somebody's question, the House, you get seats based upon your population. So larger populations like California get more representatives in the House. So wherever you have high population, you have a lot of people. But again, like Electoral College, there's a bunch of smaller states and smaller populations. They get minimums too as well, right? So right now, the Republicans control the House. We want to see them maintain that control, and then we also want to see them win 2 seats in the Senate in order to be able to take that. So that's what we're looking at right now. It looks like 11 Republican seats in the House, 4 Democrat. So it's still looking good so far. It looks like we don't have too much from NBC called right now as far as states. They just have Indiana. They're probably playing it safe. What's up, Jesse? Not much, man. Just watching Trump work for peanuts here. And a 20-point advantage for independents, it looks like, in the state of Georgia. That's a beautiful thing. But what's really important today, guys, is that we remember that this man has Peanut on his back, and that he's gonna help vindicate his death, which is beautiful. It's poetic. See what NBC's up to. Looks like they're talking.
Is the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight,
I believe it, Theo,
will have a direct impact on what Latinos come out to say tonight. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also in Georgia and in North Carolina.
Agreed. So, yeah, Paul said North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia close in 11 minutes. So we're getting a bunch more states. Bitcoin's nearing 69,830 right now, guys. So it looks like we're getting excited right now that things might be turning out all right.
North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this state.
Hurricane country.
In North Carolina, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
But this year,
North Carolina, we will win.
Kamala Harris is making a serious run for its 16 Electoral College votes.
North Carolina, it all comes down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimated
I hope
the
they
western
lose
part
seats.
of the state.
They should eventually.
And the
Population
Trump-supported
decline. We're almost at
candidate
70,000
for
on Bitcoin, guys.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina
70 grand on
and
Bitcoin.
could have national implications.
A possible drag on the Republican ticket.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information for the Tar Heel state. As our
Let's see what we're doing over here. 1 second. I'm just going to check.
Campaign seeking a 4th term, trying to make this about reproductive rights.
Nah, don't care. Going back over here. All right, we're going to listen to these guys.
You're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or 2 earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular location is that it wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, you had 116,000 people early voting and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence. And the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7%, in Buncombe, 58%. But then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on Election Day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water. You're staying at hotels where families are still displaced, and they are just wondering, when are they going to get their loans for their businesses? When will their employees be able to have stability? These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind as they're still voting. Now, we talked about North Carolina as a wild card, as it projects strength in terms of some of the turnout here in the rural communities. You also have a scenario where women, 52% versus 41% for men. There was a big gap so far in early voting of women who are voting. And the conversations I'm having, many of them tell me that they do think abortion is front and center for them. We'll see how that plays out here in the hours to come.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region that has just been through so much, and yet so many people came out to exercise their right to vote. I want to go over to Tom Yamas, because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won, and he wants to try to hold on to it.
That's a good sign,
It was
guys.
the only one that he won in 2020, but it was his closest
Tesla's
margin
up
of
almost
victory.
2%.
Let's take a look at North Carolina right now, and I'll take you back to elections past. So as we just mentioned, Trump wins here, but barely, right? He won it in 2016. He had a higher margin there. We go back to Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race. Obama won North Carolina, right? But since then, Republicans have been able to flip the state, but their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The three places they have to do it, the first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority-minority county, right? Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out those voters. The second place, this is the population center here, which is known as the Research Triangle. The capital, Raleigh, you have schools like NC State in Raleigh. Just next door in Durham, you have Duke. And then right next door to that in Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people, if you don't know North Carolina very well, this is sort of the forgotten metro area. You have places like Greensboro and High Point, Winston-Salem, along with those historically black universities. These are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well, look at the state. You see how red it is. And here's the issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So Trump has to run up that rural vote. And then you were just talking to Sam Brock about the issue of hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where you have Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those are Trump countries. Hopefully those people are going to go out and vote for him. That's what they need. Back to you guys over there.
All right, Tom, then the Democrats have put on quite the ground game there in North Carolina to try and flip that state in their direction, which would make their path considerably easier.
There's very few people there, though, and they'd already run out of stickers. So they must have had a really big surge. I didn't get there till like 10:30 maybe, though, or 11. But they must have had a lot of people already there. And I'm in the Midwest. We're a red state. Blue city, because we're in a city, but it's a red state. Bitcoin at 70,300 almost, guys. Good signs. Let's hop over here. We're going to kill this. We're going to jump over and see how things are going over here on Fox.
Campaign has spent more than former President Trump.
Oh,
and do you think right now, looking at the numbers, that they're getting the money worth?
It's early. We'll find out. One of the reasons we spend so much in campaigns today is that the campaign process is a business. They start 4 years out. They begin raising money and hiring pollsters and all those kinds of things. Hopefully, we get some reform to that going forward. But I have to tell you, just looking at the early numbers, you got to be a little concerned if you're Democrats on this. Now, the numbers, it's way early, so we're going to get a lot more things here. But to see those numbers that Bill put up in Florida and Miami-Dade with the breakdown between the two candidates, that's a little concerning. The concern that you raise, Carl, about suburban voters in Indiana, Democrats have to be a little concerned about this as we head in here. I'm curious to know also about that Florida abortion thing that was on the ballot there in Florida and how that's faring and if that's had really an impact. The Kemp relationship with Trump it seems like it might have been repaired a bit as you look at some of these numbers early on. We'll have to see what suburban voters.
70,400 coming close.
Black voters in Georgia. It was not necessarily black voters in Georgia. It was suburban and rural voters in Georgia that put Biden over, and he even gave the seats to the Democratic senators there. So as we get more and more numbers here over the next few minutes,
what?
It'll be very,
CNN said Trump wins.
Georgia and North Carolina stay with Trump.
One second.
Trump needs that in his math. He can't do it without those states in reality. Kamala Harris was hoping for a flip there. You get a surprise there, and then the night takes on a little bit of a different pace and a different tone. So those are the numbers I'm looking most closely at, Brett, here in the next few minutes.
We've got about 30 seconds before we start our TikTok to the next
question the impact of the pandemic on the American economy, and that inflation was bound to happen.
Florida is so interesting because Governor Ron DeSantis is such an effective governor and a great campaigner. And I think also that there are changes in Latino voters and generational changes.
It's up 3.3% tonight, guys. Oh, we're going to make so much money if he wins.
75% of the country says you're on the wrong direction. You're going in the wrong direction. And their number one issue is the economy. You should listen to them, because that's what it is.
Well, Miami-Dade was flipped by DeSantis.
I love
he
you
lost
guys.
it in his
What's up,
first governor's race, and then he won Miami-Dade in the second. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of that play out in Miami-Dade right now. We'll see.
Britt, do you want to do the TikTok sound for us?
Here, I'm going to take the.
I'm not sure I remember.
I'm going to take the ticker thing out real quick.
We are coming up on the next poll
I'll let you know
closing, and it's a big one
Bitcoin starts taking
North
off.
Carolina, we should start getting raw vote totals right away.
10
North Carolina is
seconds.
one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene. They're doing a really great job. The Secretary of State's office there, as we wait for the poll closing right now. It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral college votes. And it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call.
Also too early to call Ohio, but former President Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. As we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Bernie Moreno is the GOP candidate running against Sherrod Brown. And we can say that Fox News does project that Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for the Senate as well. So
we expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the Electoral College
Bitcoin's up
votes needed to win the
70,500.
presidency, now ticking up with that last
You can
call.
see who they
want to
have
at
win,
23
guys.
and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night. That will go up as we make calls. The biggest story in West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race, where longtime Senator Joe Manchin is retiring. Democrat, now independent. Fox News can project that Jim Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans.
We got a Republican.
That win puts the GOP
in the Senate. We got one seat, guys.
From an outright majority in the U.S. Senate.
We flipped one seat.
They don't lose any seats.
70,650
that they already hold.
Yes, exactly. So the Fox News decision desk says that it is too early to call another Republican target. Ohio, where the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his 4th term against Republican businessman Bernie Moreno. And we're watching that one very closely as well. That could potentially be another flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment.
Please hit the likes, guys. Share out the feed to people.
Looks like this
Let's celebrate
in terms of
together.
what we have fed in so far into the data at this point. You've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat flipped. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 29 right now. You can see a lot of spaces still to be filled in over on the Senate side.
We are following a number of gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. A lot of controversy in that race. It's not close now. We're making that call.
And in West Virginia, Republican Attorney General Patrick Morrisey will succeed Jim Justice as the state's 37th governor. He has wanted that spot for a long time. He's run before, and now Patrick Morrisey
Chris owes me
will be the
$500.
governor
Oh, yeah,
in
you're
West
right.
Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hemmer and get a sense of how all of this stacks up
That Florida story is really interesting, Bill.
Yeah, it is. Why don't we start there this time? And good evening again. Just past 7:30 here on the East Coast. I was looking at Miami right now.
700,000 lead in Florida, guys.
They'd voted for a Republican president was 1988, George Bush, 41. And right now, you got 71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here. And Trump's got easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Another thing we're going to look at right now is Georgia. And, you know, Georgia is one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment, kind of like North Carolina, kind of like Arizona and some others that we've looked at.
60% lead,
and,
guys.
You know, in the blue wall a little bit right now. You know, Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys.
TJ was
we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia.
Oh, hey,
they
thank you for sharing,
they're going to count quickly, but right now 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County.
70,800 on Bitcoin,
was
guys.
Trump's best performing
Did Elizabeth Warren
rural
lose
county in 2020.
Wait, was that?
And he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2020, 4 years ago, and watch this.
What?
You know, the percentage there was, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here, 6,200 4 years ago. Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about, you know, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But
what just happened?
when you look at Georgia, I mean, let's look at the
it's
vote
hard for
difference
Warren to
Georgia,
lose. That's
and
why I
we
was
can show
curious.
you.
It's really hard.
We can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and have been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration. But slowly, Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. But things seem to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden went in there
Tesla's up
and took
what?
the state by 0.2 percentage points.
5.5%. 5.5% tonight for Tesla.
And 79, all right? Now, so this is where we are now. And I'll just, you know, with a lot of that vote out there, Trump's got
70,850 for Bitcoin.
That's going to change throughout the night, but we just want to let you know what's happening there.
Oh, God,
Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina.
It might be happening.
Similar story, maybe less of an advantage for the Republicans, but this is all, you know, this is all red. You look at what Bush and Kerry did in 2004.
71,000, pushing 71.
That wasn't a battleground at all. This is where Barack Obama performed so well.
We're over 71.
Took the Tar Heel State just by so much there, okay, in North Carolina, but was able to pull it off. Let's come back to 2020 right now, and I can show you what I'm seeing there. Let's go ahead and clear this, all right?
Oh, guys.
Yeah. So as you can see,
religious, but
like these states, they change. And it's a real part of this national conversation about where people move, where people choose to live, where people choose to work, go to school, et cetera. So we'll might tag onto that throughout the night.
You know, North Carolina, you look at the counties.
I told you Bitcoin and Tesla would
Wake
soar
County, Raleigh.
if Elon or
There's
if
just
Trump wins,
such a population shift. You know, more than 1 million people have shifted down there, and it's a different crowd. So that's why maybe you have a different electorate in North Carolina. That Democrats.
I know, MA. We're getting some weirdness here. I might have to drop the quality down on this feed, guys. I think.
I look at Wake County and show you on the board in a second here.
Let me do this. I'm going to set it to
that's Greensboro. A lot of folks campaigning there. Kamala Harris was there. Donald Trump was there. You know, young folks go there to go to school and to find a job
30%
as well.
tonight,
and we'll see about Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. You know, Mecklenburg, Carl, that's a county that Democrats have tried to really capture.
It's not over yet. We still got a long night, guys.
They're able to win the county,
Don't get too
but
excited.
not by big enough of a margin to capture the entire state. So that's been somewhat elusive.
Carl perked up when you said Bush Kerry. He really felt the old days.
It's a good moment. Yeah,
Just
that's a
butchered
good
your name.
moment.
I'm sorry.
But
That's
you're
awesome.
right. The
Thank
change in it, like Mecklenburg, black turnout in Mecklenburg is below any other place I've seen in the South. Major county. You know, the 5 major counties around Atlanta, Wake, Henrico, Richmond, Chesterfield, and Virginia. It's amazing, and I don't understand exactly why, but black turnout in Mecklenburg has kept the Democrats from winning the state.
Well, I just wanted, you had spoken earlier about North Carolina and Hurricane Helene
Here, let's go
and
over
the
here, guys. I
impact
wanna see.
on, I believe, 25 counties
We've
were
got
affected
23
by Hurricane
House
Helene.
seats
And one of
versus
the early
6
discussions
Democratic.
was, a lot of those
I
counties
can't
are
see
red.
if we flipped
Are they
it.
going to be able to
The colors
vote?
are so bad.
And then everyone felt like it was going to be
over here.
okay.
Yeah,
It looked
I
like
can't
it was
tell
in good
what
shape
flipped.
for
Yeah, I'll
that
show
no,
you
wait, these are
to
flips.
Martha here, and I don't know how much of that vote we've got in, but we're looking at this with virgin eyes here, okay? You're only 2%
23 to 6.
statewide. But what you're talking about, Martha, let me go ahead and draw this up here. All those 25 counties are west of Mecklenburg that we're talking about. They're west of Charlotte, okay? This is the blue dot in the western part of North Carolina. That's Buncombe County. That's Asheville. And that helped Joe Biden erase about a 43,000 net gain on behalf of Donald Trump.
Congrats, Daniel.
All the other 25 counties, Trump was up about 270,000. So he came out of these 25 counties that were so wrecked by this hurricane with a net of 43, he lost 43 in Buncombe, a net of 220,000 votes.
Sure, Lim, that's true.
So let's go and clear this off.
But the prices let us know what the market thinks
from 4
of the
years
election.
Ago. Here are the results, right?
And it lets us know who
Trump
they're leaning
won the state
for.
several days later, but a little less than 75,000 votes. So all this out here, it's going to matter. And what the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, said is that he was going to put these mobile voting vans in western North Carolina to make sure that nobody gets ripped off from casting a vote on behalf of Helene.
You know, Laura, the Harris campaign is pointing to schools like Appalachian State, the polling place in Boone County. They're saying schools in Pennsylvania and Nevada are huge lines. They're mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia have had to have extended hours because of that bomb threat that you guys were reporting on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett, other key population centers. Will that affect the ultimate result in a place like Georgia?
I got something else to show, guys. I got something else to show. Give me 1 second here. This is a good one. All right, take a look at this, guys. Take a look at this. It's not our buddy Peanut. This is awesome. So, wait, Duval County, Florida is almost 30% black, and Trump is currently winning by with 70% of the votes counted. Black men are destroying Kamala. 54% to 45.2. 30% black population in this county, and Trump is winning. The black vote is shifting. We're seeing it in multiple states towards Trump, especially black men. They're hurting her. She cannot have that. She has to do better than Biden. She can't do worse than Biden. This is really, really good stuff. This is really good stuff.
One, on the economy, yes, it's number one, but it went from Trump plus 15 to Trump plus 8. And so that was a big difference.
And some polls had it even tighter.
And some, I think Fox ended up at 6. And then the second thing was the money. Harris campaign raised $1 to $2 billion. All of a sudden, it wasn't just the blue wall.
They do.
Arizona,
it seems like
Nevada,
they do. Tesla
Georgia,
hardware.
North Carolina.
I love that, man. I've been watching tons of them.
And Martha and I have spoken about it. Not to make this a gender issue, but Arizona and Nevada do have reproductive rights on the line. So that makes a big difference on the gender vote. So
not if they win PA and Georgia.
I'm not going to say I went from optimistic to nauseously optimistic. I'm going to stay at optimistic, but we're going to have to see what happens in Atlanta and Charlotte and some of the big cities that, we're depending huge votes for Harris. But it doesn't feel as good yet.
Upon us. I hope so.
But we have a lot of votes that is still outstanding, right, Carl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, some of these smaller counties in Georgia and North Carolina will come in quickly, but the bigger counties where this will be settled will take a little while to get compiled.
But you'll be looking not only at how she's doing versus Biden, but how he's doing against himself, 2020 and 2016.
Right. And my suspicion is that we will see a pattern of he's doing better in rural areas, and he's doing slightly worse in urban and suburban areas. And the key will end up being, the decider will be, if he continues to get 25% of the black male vote, this will be the best Republican performance in that group since at least 1960. And it will be powerful.
Probably John Overmars.
That's one to watch. Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to a slew of poll closings across the country, including the Big Kahuna. Pennsylvania. One of the biggest battleground prizes of the night. Our special coverage continues here on Fox next.
Pennsylvania's up next. Let's mute. Oh, guys, it's getting real. It's getting real. BTC's at 71K. That's true. Joshua Code. We know when the all-in watch party goes live. They're supposed to go live at 9 or something. Let me check real quick though, and see. We still got Charlie Kirk hanging out. Let me jump over here real quick. I do want to see the all-in for sure. I want to see those guys. I love those guys. They're the best. Let's see if they're on right now. Live in 2 hours. They're not going on for 2 hours, guys. So they are coming on at 9 o'clock Central Time. So the election might be decided by then, but we will be watching it right away when it happens. I've got notifications on, and it will start just playing. So I'll let you guys know right away when it comes up. But we've got 2 hours until the All In podcast is coming up. All right. This is getting exciting.
It's like, because we know the rurals and we know the urban, but the suburbs, it's like this. Tyler and I were chatting about earlier. It's like this mystery box of whose suburbanites are coming out. Mm-hmm. Is it the abortion voters? Is it the people who are voting for democracy, like NBC was saying? Or are we getting this Maha bleed, this leakage, and is it going to be enough to overcome? But with these independent numbers now that we're seeing in the Sun Belt, is that
71,100.
We're seeing a lot of narratives potentially emerge.
All right, we're going to mute that. We're going to hop over here. Advertisements. We got NBC here.
The ballot tabulators were sealed. The door wasn't properly closed on them. And after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Chef Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote.
Me too,
She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves, as they're called, from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right, well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further on.
I want to leave that alone for now. Let's go back over here.
Hold the key to the presidential race. Garrett Tenney is live in Omaha, Nebraska.
Good to hear 30
with their very unique story. Hi there, Garrett.
Hey, Martha and Brett. Polls close here in just over an hour, and pretty quickly we should get a sense of where things are heading here in the 2nd Congressional District. Remember, Nebraska is not a winner-take-all state, and here in Omaha, it's known as the blue dot in this deep red state because Democrats won this district's single electoral vote in both 2008 and 2020. This time around, they have spent millions of dollars to try and make that happen again, given how close this race is going to be. That single electoral vote could be a difference maker for Kamala Harris's campaign. Here in Douglas County is where to watch. Election officials will release the first results at 8 p.m. These will be early ballots that have already been counted, and election officials say those votes will make up about half of the entire vote here in Douglas County. What Democrats are going to be looking for as these results start coming in is the areas north and south of Omaha where there are a lot of Black and Latino voters who haven't turned out in recent elections elections. Democrats have spent a lot of time and effort this time around to change that. We'll have to see here in the next hour if it pays off. Brett and Martha.
All right.
Thank you, Garrett.
Throughout the night, Harris Faulkner is getting real-time reaction from real voters as results unfold. With voters' voices, they'll be talking about the issues that drove them to the polls. Harris, great to see you. Good evening.
Great to see you too, Brett. It is so exciting to finally be here this night. Welcome to Voters' Voices. We have a live audience of Americans making their voices heard throughout the night. And I'm your host, Harris Faulkner. We are witnessing a race for the White House like no other. We know that. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris put 7 particular states in focus. And in those battleground states, if you live there, you know it has been intense. Voters are telling me all about the tidal wave of campaign ads and polling experts trying to dig in and learn how they voted and why. Well, that's because in recent years, those states have been key in determining the next president. But voters all across America know their power. And with me for the evening, the linchpin of our great republic, the Voters' Voices. You guys, it's good to see you. Welcome. They fall all along the full political spectrum. And over the next several hours, we will...
I don't care. Real quick, I'm just hopping over. I'm pulling up CNN. I'm trying to get as many sources as I can get.
After that comedian took the stage and made that joke, there was a lot of finger pointing as to who was to blame, who brought him on stage, who did not vet him. Now, internally, I am told that they have been circulating polls about Puerto Rican voters, even showing them to the former president, who was asked at multiple times, did this hurt my campaign? Is this going to hurt me with Puerto Rican voters?
Worried about it.
He was worried about it. He was worried. He was watching the news, as he often does, and seeing the reports that Puerto Ricans were saying that they were offended by it, that they weren't going to vote for him.
71,500.
This is particularly important in Pennsylvania, given the fact that there are so many Puerto Rican voters. And one thing, Caitlin, it's not just Pennsylvania. Across all of these swing states, there are large swaths of Puerto Rican.
Polls close in 16 states in 10 minutes, guys. In 10 minutes, it's going to get real, okay? It's going to get real. It's going to get very fast and furious. I'm going to get some more coffee real quick. Yeah, me too, George. I'd love to see that. Matt said voted for Trump 3 times, so I know not to get too excited too early.
Key moments from the Trump and Harris campaigns.
I'm gonna get some more coffee.
Is showing some of those comments to American voters along the way, and they use their computers to respond to those in real time. The lines on the screen that will show you their reaction: red representing Republicans, blue for Democrats, and gray for independents. And our first topic, we heard a lot of this: fiery rhetoric. This from Vice President Harris.
So listen, so much is on the line in this election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D, while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, the more negative independent voters got towards her. And I think we saw that happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined once she sort of turned very negative.
All right, here's one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat, and I understand you voted for Trump. And you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel.
I don't care so much about this. Let's just see what else we got here. Let me see what this is saying. Here, I'm going to eat real quick here. Let me see what CNN's doing. We're going to let them speak for a little bit here.
And when the margins matter, something like that certainly can. Kristen Holmes, thank you for that. Jake, obviously something the Trump campaign is watching very closely from down here in South Florida behind the scenes.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some new exit polling. David, what are you learning about voters in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, democracy is the #1 issue for voters. Take a look. 33% of Pennsylvania voters say democracy is the most important issue. The economy's right up there, Jake, with 30%. Then abortion at 15%, immigration at 12%. Speaking of...
Sorry. So, democracy, the #1, along with economy. Abortion, only 15%. Immigration, foreign policy. I think that plays really good to Trump, guys. Democracy and economy.
Abortion, we asked, do you think it should be mostly legal or illegal? 64% of Pennsylvania voters, nearly two-thirds, say it should be legal. 30% say illegal. We also asked for a view on fracking in Pennsylvania. You want to understand
what? Sorry.
64% of Pennsylvania voters, nearly two-thirds, say it should be legal. 30% say illegal. We also asked for a view on fracking in Pennsylvania.
Not loud enough.
Understand why Kamala Harris changed her position on this. 55% favor fracking, according to the exit polls in Pennsylvania. 36%
Here, let me change
oppose
one
it.
thing.
And Biden's handling of his job, a tick higher than we saw nationally. 43% of Pennsylvania voters in this election tell us they approve of Biden's job performance. 56%
that should be better.
Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And Chris, at least just based on this exit poll, a slightly better terrain in Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, with democracy as the #1 issue, 33% as opposed to economy at 30%, a strong majority supporting legal abortion. And Joe Biden's approval rating is bad, but not as bad.
I think it's night and day. I mean, as compared to Georgia and North Carolina, 48% of people in Pennsylvania said either abortion or democracy was the most important issue. Seems like a very different climate than North Carolina and Georgia. And that's the point. She doesn't have to win all of the states that Joe Biden won. She just needs to win enough to get to 270, and the blue wall and the blue dot and Nebraska is enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Pennsylvania, these numbers would, if you ostensibly be pretty good for Kamala Harris if democracy is the top issue, but the economy is right underneath that.
Yeah.
That, as we know, has been a big headwind for Kamala Harris. What we don't know yet, and what I'm really interested
Michigan
to see,
for Kamala?
is what
Nothing's been called,
Caitlin
though,
and
right?
Kristen were just reporting on, and that is whether or not that very large, not only Latino population, but the Puerto Rican population.
Yeah. Families with young children, please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting T2T.org.
Until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those mail-in ballots will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days, Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night, so perhaps it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tom Llamas over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances She's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way because I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in.
I don't like
you
that.
can see she's overperforming
That's in one
there.
county,
We
though.
come to this
That's
other
one
county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her, so she's holding that high water mark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this, 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers tonight, and again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight, and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night.
I'm sorry, that's just, you can't just look at a couple of counties and then be like, oh, this is looking good, the turnout's so good.
We can show you guys where the vote is.
Not when we're seeing higher black percentages for Trump.
Other rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania. And remember this, 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016. The difference, about 40,000 votes. In 2020, he wins by about 80,000 votes. Biden does. The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot about Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery County. Those people in the know call it Munco.
Yeah,
Talk to
totally
Hallie about that, as well as Crystal Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens, and we are so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about Eagles fans. They know about steaks. Come on. How good is Wawa?
Phillies.
Always the best.
Always.
All right, whatever. Let's go back over here.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus Washington, D.C.
Here we go, guys.
New Hampshire.
Thank you to the 700-plus people.
Tennessee. Florida.
Oh, it's getting real. It's getting closer and closer.
If we win Pennsylvania,
we'll be hanging out with the All-In podcast here in 2 hours.
It all comes down to this.
Hopefully with the victory.
177 electoral votes on the line. We have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America.
Here we go, guys.
Watching.
Hey, Marty.
It is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
That's how this works, Jody.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold.
Do you have a link to that, Amit?
There. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
If she didn't win Illinois,
New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland.
What do you mean?
That state
They haven't
with
even counted
10
anything
electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270,
Dude, don't worry about it.
It obviously changes with all of these numbers.
Calm down, guys.
It is
when you
in
have
the
like
corner of
2%
your screen,
of things,
105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey? Oh, man, I voted next to a guy this morning wearing a garbage bag, so I thought the state was a lock. I guess I was wrong about that. I also just heard from a person who was not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up. So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse, but I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And
all right, see, George.
Bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it. They are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlov, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Your thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
Okay. I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge, and I think Philadelphia was a big story this day, already in the first hour of Election Day polling, that they were smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing, once all the exits are out, you know, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as number 1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? You know, it wasn't close. We just called it for the former president's a big electoral
we
vote
really
call.
need Georgia.
But if you think about it, you know, in elections past, Florida was a swing state.
Yep.
2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republican is taking home a vote, including Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there, those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at that the issue around LGBTQ+ and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this, and maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County out there?
Yeah, that's Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah. What was 2020?
Yeah, let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? so we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago.
Good. That's what we want to see.
We'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer.
We want to see him winning in states all across
that's a slip
that region.
about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple of interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump, and I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville.
This isn't up to date. They're calling things that aren't
This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here, and in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south. Now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay, that's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War.
Yeah,
now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay?
Whoa, look at that, guys.
2 colleges in this county.
Look at that. Look at that. 7.5 for Trump in that county versus 2020.
African-American population is about 44% countywide.
44% blacks.
Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020.
The youth are voting Republican.
The Trump team's going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta. Let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. Okay. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there, the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020.
Trying it again. Refreshing. Refreshing to go live. NBC exit polls, Pennsylvania, independent voters. Trump 50% to 46. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good for the exit polling.
County, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000.
She's behind. She's behind, guys.
Have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you know, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County.
52%
right into the night here.
Is that in that one counter, or is that for Georgia?
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020? Because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well.
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters say the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. I mean, that's a lot of people worried about that.
Yes, it's a huge number.
Now, Trump gets some of those voters.
A lot
60% of them are more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy,
that's bullshit.
is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. It's the
no, that's completely wrong.
Factor we keep coming back to
completely
time
wrong.
You know, the Trump factor in this race is
that's not surprising.
Overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles, and that's what that vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include the most important, economy, immigration,
right.
You wouldn't see.
They should have had polls that spoke of freedom of speech and censorship so that they aren't so fucking confused by this.
Wouldn't see that, but you got half of people thinking that's important.
And
that's a Trump. That's a Trump
issue. Huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate selection in 2022 that he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive for him tonight?
And if you work your way back to what that's about January 6th.
Can I clarify
and the price
something?
he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. You know, the threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
Vice President Harris didn't take that role for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways, it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it. Go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this. Our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021, to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's go check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there? A long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me still hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line. Apparently, a lot of folks are at the Hilton partying right next door.
This is what the map
still haven't
actually
made
looks
their
like
way
for the
over,
president.
and that's
Just
because
to be
there's
clear.
a really long security line. They got to go through the mags before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces that you see behind me, and why that hasn't filled up just yet. I want to just talk about you guys were on the big screen when you called Florida in here, and everybody erupted into a cheer. I was just talking to Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, of the great state of Florida, and he was telling me how it was a record early vote turnout, and that's why. And he thinks that's going to resonate across the country today. People are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Aisha, thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jackie.
Hey there, guys. It's quite a different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris headquarters, we don't actually have Harris campaign officials because they're all in Wilmington tonight. So we're trying to get a sense from campaign officials about who was invited to this event, how many thousands will be here, and who's in the crowd. But I am hearing from people close to the vice president, sort of watching these reports come in. They started tonight very anxious about Georgia, and the first batch of data that they're getting is leaving them feeling pretty buoyed about it. A source close to the VP says that they're seeing really high turnout in the metro Atlanta area, and as of a short while ago, they had a 10-plus point lead among women showing up. And also, they noted that black turnout was slow to start, but it is finishing strong, and they attribute that to their get out the vote effort. One thing they've been wrestling with is whether or not they underestimated Trump's get out the vote effort. So far, they're not seeing signs of that, but they're definitely feeling happy about that first report coming out of Georgia, guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. Before we make some race calls, Harold, you wanted to clarify something you said?
The 58% 42, the Florida abortion initiative, that it didn't pass, though, because you had to have 60%. So I misspoke, but it got 58%, but fell by 2. And matter of fact, they had a marijuana initiative, which I would have voted against, I might add, but it didn't reach the number either to get to 60.
Yeah, and
so both failed.
Governor DeSantis is touting both of those things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
We begin in Pennsylvania, home to a razor-thin Senate race between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision desk says this is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be
it's incumbent
big
anyway.
cheer.
We don't
Fox
care.
News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term.
Incumbent,
We'll pause
doesn't
for
matter.
applause down
Not
there with
flipping
Aisha. In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for the raw vote total
Jody,
to come
you're
in.
probably right.
And too early to call Missouri's Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Kunce. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, we can tell you, will win once again in the state of Tennessee, another reliably conservative state.
In Mississippi, longtime GOP Senator Roger Wicker will take home another victory. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren will win her third term.
Connecticut's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will also win a third term. Not enough data to project the main Senate race quite yet.
And in New Jersey, current Democratic House Rep Andy Kim will win his Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic House Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester will win her first Senate race.
So we got one flipped
in Rhode
Senate
Island,
seat
Democratic
so far.
Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term.
I'm seeing you.
And let's take a look at the balance of power and how it shapes up. At this
It might
point
be
in the
what you're
evening,
writing.
8:18 on the
They get
East
weird.
Coast, you have 43 Republicans securing their seat. One seat was flipped. That is West Virginia. The former governor will now be Senator Jim Justice in West Virginia. 34 Democrats have secured their seats in the Senate, and a long way to go in the upper chamber as well.
We have a lot of raw vote totals starting to dump in from those early states. More Democracy 24.
Links don't work.
ahead as
Yeah,
we await the
YouTube
next
doesn't allow
round
links. That only
of poll
works on
closings.
X.
While you watch.
This is the super stressful part of all this. This is like the void.
The discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving.
But Trump's
Henry
outperforming
County,
too.
1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. You know,
Wow,
1%
she's doing
in.
way
I don't
better
know
in
how much
here.
we're going to be able to say there.
Oh, there's no
Rockdale
percentage
County,
in.
again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming.
Trump's doing worse in Rockdale. 24% versus 29 in 2020.
5% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks. Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County. Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties. In those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats are hitting those
50%
marks.
in Georgia,
It's going to be
guys.
very close. It's one of the reasons why when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot ahead
He's
here.
up by
We're going to take a
11%,
break,
but
and
we're
then
only 50%
another state
vote.
closing its polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to those crucial 270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
Yeah, saw that one. We posted that a few times. All right, I'm going to mute this guy. So far, Trump winning by 11% in Georgia, but it's only like 48, 50%.
We have a noble purpose. Our purpose is not just closing a loan. We want to do whatever's best for the individual
Whoa, I just got some weird
service
spam.
person. We want to
We
be
gained a
known
seat in the House?
as America's mortgage company for veterans and active duty service people, and they and their families. We're the ones.
Plus
that are
one
there to
seat in
help
the
them.
House. Beautiful.
People
Thank
are
you,
doing
sir.
Hard, arduous, difficult, dangerous things. Some of them are
Plus
giving
one
their
seat in the
lives
House.
right now today.
One seat in the
for
Senate.
the freedoms that we have here in this country. They're willing to do that.
That's good.
For
These are
you,
both good, guys.
For me and for our family.
So far.
So for us at New Day to have the opportunity to turn around and help those people at this point in time, it's a labor of love, it's a noble service, and that's what we're all about.
Oh, I'm getting stressed out. Who's stressed out? Who's stressed out? Anybody? I am.
So economy, obviously the biggest issue in this election. Let's go to Sandra Smith with a look at how that is playing out in our Fox News voter analysis. Sandra.
Hey, Martha. Hey, Brett. Yeah, just
Yeah, I'm
taking a look.
stressed.
This is
Yeah.
the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they
if
decided
two-thirds
who
of
they
the
were
voters
vote for.
think
But
are
this
negative
is
about the
their
economy
view
and they
on the
vote for
nation's
Kamala
economy.
Harris, they're idiots.
And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative.
Literally in
But
office.
The thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just
I'll get in there way
years
before
ago.
you, Amit.
I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there, okay? When it comes to those that are looking for change,
I'll be your
we know
canary
this is
in
a
the coal mine.
big part of the story of this election day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA, 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in
28% for total
Pennsylvania.
upheaval
We'll
is
have
huge.
that for you in a bit, Brett and Martha.
Sandra, thank you.
Thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria,
see if Elon's
it's not
tweeting
just
anything.
the betting markets on the election, it's the markets.
Let me know if you guys get any other cool links.
Prior to this election day. What are we to divine from all of that tonight?
Well, I think when you're talking about investors and businesses, Brett, Martha, I think you really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular. The one issue that is bothering investors and corporations out there is the plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. We haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, this is all noise.
The
This is a
word
rough
on
part.
that is that cuts into wages. Something's got to give. When a corporation is looking at a 28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that means less money for employees and wages. So that's one of the issues that business and investors are worried about. Her economic policy, of course, Trump has talked about a 15% corporate tax rate if you're doing business in America. Also, you want to expect issues and differences on energy policy, and probably the sleeper of them all is regulation. Kamala Harris is likely to come out with a whole host of new regulations around the climate change agenda, which has been a real issue for the Biden-Harris administration already. Things like a company has to evaluate and assess the impact from emissions from their companies and that company's customers. Very expensive, creates the need to hire lots of consultants, and that's what business is worried about when it comes to economic policy.
Maria, thank you. Larry Kudlow joined the party here. Tell us what you're watching as we start to get more of these numbers loading in here on the Electoral College map.
Well, I think right now, I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers, need more data.
Yeah, it is. We need more.
Some good news.
This is the hangout.
I just don't think there are enough numbers. I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front. But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be. It's watching like a hawk, but I don't think it knows yet.
He's right.
I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. It started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is. He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before.
Oh, thank
He's
you.
going to
That's
peel
much
off a lot
better.
of black
Thank you.
votes for it, young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think
This
it's
is
a
the
good
man.
strategy. It's not your
At least for
father's
presidential.
Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but the business roundtable CEOs are not the center of the new party. The question is, could he expand
Trump is winning by 11% in Georgia.
Working class coalition
With
enough
50% of
to
the
win
votes
this
in.
election?
We need a lot more.
Give me another hour or two, and I'll
But it's
try to
something.
answer that question.
We'll try to
another
get you some
hour,
more data
yeah.
there, Larry. Charles, the Republican Party has changed, but the issue of the economy, the vice president has closed that according to the
I'm nervous
latest
too, man.
polls. I mean, he was up big when you asked that question early, but as she closed, it got to within 2, 4, it was 6 points for us in the closing days.
Yeah, Vice
Steve
President Harris
Kornacki.
benefited from a couple of things, I think.
remember
First,
him.
the media.
Every time economic data comes out, it's great, phenomenal. Of course, Friday we learned that last month we lost 28,000 private sector jobs. And by the way,
he's brilliant.
You can talk about all the storms you want. All the experts who they put together to come up with these consensus numbers.
Do you guys have a
also
live
factor
stream
that
for
in.
Steve?
I think
I found
our jobs numbers have been going down steadily since 2021, and now wages are really beginning to drop big time. Last week we had what they call an employment cost index. Wages are.
Yeah, okay. I want to see something real quick. You're right. Steve is the man. I forgot about him since the last one. Yeah, you can look at my fucking cookies. I don't care. Just get off my screen. Let me see this here real quick.
And she came to us. Roe had a compounded.
So this is Steve. Yeah, I love Steve. I think he's brilliant. I agree with you. So I might follow Steve because I think he's a great commentator on all of this. And then also, I really like. Where did that map go? Which one was it? New York Times. Yeah, New York Times. Steve. So we might. This ad will end in not 5 seconds. Okay, whatever. Just get off my screen. So we might watch this. We might watch Steve for a little bit to see what he's saying. Let me see if I can get this in at least 720p. 1 sec. There we go. There we go. Because he's brilliant. Steve's brilliant. And then let's look at this here. Look at this interactive map. 51% of the vote is in now in Georgia. Still an 11% lead for Donald Trump in Georgia with 51% in. Still too early to get too excited, but good. Yeah, I love Steve. You're right. Thank you for reminding me what he was on. Thank you. Virginia's red now. Oh, is that true? All right, let's go over Virginia. Let me see here. Virginia's 40% in, and we're 49.2% for Trump. It's crazy that Trump is actually leading in Virginia, but it's only 40%. It's not a huge amount, so we gotta wait. This interactive map is great. Can you dial in? Oh my God, you can. That is cool. That's cool. Okay, thank you for this, guys. How do I get back out? Can I just gotta hit the back button. Oh no, let's see. All right, so maybe don't dial in. All right, who won Virginia last year? Or last election? I think it was Biden, right? Biden won. Let's go back here. We can take a look. I think we can look over here. Let's see if we can look at the map. 2020. Here, let me see. Let's see. Where's the map? Map. RNC Senate map. RCP electoral. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Yeah. So that is 2024 right now. Do you have 2020 in here? Ooh, this is nice, guys. Okay. All right, so here we go. So Virginia last time was is that the percent ahead, or is that the electoral votes? That's probably the electoral votes. How did we do? We see Democrats won it, but I can't see by how much. There's probably a way for me to do this. I don't know how, but I will see if I can find it. Democrats did win it, though. So Democrats won Virginia, they won Georgia, and they won Pennsylvania. So if we see Trump winning any of these three, it's a good thing, okay? It's a good thing. Let's jump back over here. We'll look at New York Times. We have Georgia with 54% in. Trump is still leading by 11 points, guys. 54%. If we can get that to like 70% or 75, and he's got an 11% lead, then we're going to be sitting in a real good place. Hate to say it, but 9 p.m. will be time to look at PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia should be in the bag by then. VA is looking sweet. Virginia's looking good, but what did they have last time, guys? Let's look here. Let me see if I can find... I don't know how to find Virginia. Virginia 2020. Let me just try this. 2020 electoral results. All right, there's CNN. Okay, let me go over here, guys. We're gonna keep building here, okay? So in Virginia last time, Biden won by 10%, guys. He won by 10%, 10.1%. Right now, Trump is winning that state. It's only 41% of the vote, but he's winning by almost 1%. That's pretty awesome. That's a good sign, guys. That's a good sign. It's the vote. Here's what we care about, guys. We care about Pennsylvania, we care about Virginia, and we care about Georgia, okay? If you look over here, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Georgia, these are the three we care about right now, okay? These are a big deal. Michigan, Wisconsin will come in later on. Arizona will be another big one later on. But if we got like a win in PA, that would be insane. If we got a win in Georgia, that would be helpful. If we come close in Virginia, when Biden won it by 10.1%, that's going to be a phenomenal number. But again, we're only 41%. We're not there yet. This is getting exciting, though, guys, and I feel like we got some good stuff. Thank you guys for all the recommendations. I feel like we're getting on track with what we're looking for here. We got our 2020 odds and electoral results, and now we've got our 2024 with breakdowns, and now we got the smartest guy in the election business. I'm going to hit live here. I mean, it looks like he's doing stuff. I'm just going to refresh. It should be live.
Hey,
still on
Sarah.
ads, okay.
Hi.
All right, so we're back to 71K. So this is, I'm loving Virginia right now, guys. I'm loving Virginia. Value Maxi says, Jesse, you're awesome. Thank you, man. You too, brother. 42% of votes. I want to see this at like 60%, and I want to see Trump winning. He's only winning by 0.3% right now. So again, it's still light, but there is an over 10% lead that Biden had. If this thing drops to even 4 or 5, I don't think Trump's going to win Virginia. But if it was even within 4 percentage points, it's a great omen for what's going to happen in the rest of the nation. Okay, so let's pray to God we see that. North Carolina is 49.5, so this is a dead heat in North Carolina. But there is 14% of the votes, so we can't even pay attention. Whoa, you mean House? What? Guys, we're not losing House seats. We're gaining them. Now, that's probably we're going to lose some, I think, on the West because California has no voter ID, so they can cheat the fuck out of their state and get a bunch of House seats. But still, that's exciting. So we got 1 Senate, 3 House so far. So we're cleaning up on the east side of the country so far, guys. It's looking good so far. It's early, but it's looking good. Oh, sorry. I need to refresh. I don't know. I thought that wasn't muted, but this site is weird. But I do want to hear his analysis, so we're trying to deal with it. Let me see what else we got going on. All right, let's see what they're saying over here in Fox.
Is in all of those places. So, and she did the same thing in places as well.
Hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers.
Wow. All the power goes out in Republican counties.
Coming up, we'll get our first look at Arizona.
Guys, North Carolina has 14% of the vote. Don't look at it.
This is Fox
if
News
it's not 40 or 50, it's not even worth
your
your time. It just doesn't matter, okay? I mean, look over here again, guys. North Carolina is, 14% of the vote is in. 14%. That tells us absolutely nothing about what's happening in that state. So just ignore it. Now, last time, Trump won by 1.3 percentage points. There's 15 electoral votes there. There's 13 in Virginia. We would like to see Trump win North Carolina and Virginia. He probably won't get Virginia. I don't even care if he gets Virginia. I want to see either PA or Georgia flip, because if either of those flip, then we're doing a lot better. And if it's Pennsylvania, that increases Trump's odds because of the 20 electoral votes to 93% probability of winning the election. It's a mathematically huge number. So 14% in North Carolina, it's still a dead heat. So really boring right now. Oh, this keeps pausing. Fucking, I don't know if they try to get you to sign up for MSNBC or what. It's just ad. Everybody's bored right now because there's nothing, so they're just pushing ads. Yeah, Yeah, Prop Hot. It's insane. You probably could have. Yeah, no, it's only 14, so it's not even close. But again, so North Carolina was close last election. Trump only won by 1.3%. Virginia should be way in Harris's favor. He won by 10.1% in Virginia, guys. So if Virginia is truly Trump winning by 0.3%, that would just be insane. Again, only 43% of the votes early. North Carolina, only 16%. Trump is winning by 3%. Georgia, 55% of the votes are in. Trump is still winning by 11%. Oh, guys. Every time you refresh, you got to watch an ad. Oh, is that what happens? So every time I go back here. That's just insane. Jeez. Yeah, I'm not really worried about that. They're close enough. Time direction. It doesn't really matter. What we care about is, can Trump flip Virginia or Virginia? Can he flip Pennsylvania? Can he flip Georgia? That's our tunnel vision right now. So look for that. That's what we're hoping for, right? Pennsylvania is still really early. Kamala Harris winning by 71%, but it's 11% of the vote, and it's probably all on the eastern side. Yeah, it's literally Pittsburgh and Philly. So we're not even getting any rural voting here. So this literally does not count. Does not count. North Carolina's up to 16%. Trump is winning by 3. Georgia's still sitting at 55. Lean Republican. Trump is winning by 3.1 million votes. Or I'm sorry, 310,000 votes in Georgia right now. We're doing well, guys, but still a lot left. Oh, still a lot left, guys. North Virginia is basically D.C. It got too woke, and they elected a Republican governor strongly 2 years ago. Yep, that's true. Frank, has Fulton DeKalb reported yet in Georgia, Jesse? Let's check. I don't know what the percentage. Where is it in here? Can you tell me? I don't know these zones very well, guys, so tell me where. Oh, there's Fulton. Fulton is winning 71% to 28. I don't know what that looked like in the previous one, though. I think that from what we saw before, that is a lower percentage. I think it was in the 80s for Biden, if I remember correctly. This Fulton County was in the 80%, but I don't know. This should be a clean sweep. Who the hell is voting for the demon seat? Yeah, right. I know. It's just the way it works, guys. There's plenty of liberal areas vote more Democratic. It's why we have the Electoral College, okay? So that we can get representation in other parts of the country. So anyway, North Carolina, 21% in now. Virginia, 43%. Trump is still winning by 0.3% in Virginia, which is insane because he should be losing by 10.1%. Pennsylvania is just Pittsburgh and Philly, which are left-leaning, so we'll have to wait on that. Yeah, this is pretty interesting, though. Let's see how we're doing on this NBC one. Oh, my God, dude. It's just ad.
So we're going to be watching there.
Oh, here we go.
South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County. This is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020. A potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania. You see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets
using Chrome. I don't even know if I have my ad block on.
75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of, something else, changing attitudes towards Trump perhaps? Big question here, and there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin.
Do it for me, too.
Big question here is,
can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. And that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. You know, Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic, largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here that have substantial
closing is in 17 minutes.
His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this
in an hour and 17 minutes. All in podcasts will come online. We'll probably take a look at them too.
The counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again,
Florida
Democrats
legalized?
just need
I thought
to
they
get
didn't win.
massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see.
I don't care about
when you
Ohio.
have all the vote in a county, and you compare it to the last election.
He should win
and you
that.
say,
He
is
was
there
up
a
by 8
trend?
points last
So
time.
one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We
Tell
now
me about
have
that one. Who's
15,
Brown again?
Maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running.
Trump is winning by 12.2% with 55% of the vote in,
and that was
guys.
one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of
12.2% in
points
Georgia.
in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there.
Senator,
But
okay.
there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
Trump up to 52% North Carolina, according. Yeah, I don't care. I care most, guys. Here's the states I care about. Let me just reiterate. I care about Virginia. I care about Georgia. I care about PA. He's probably going to get North Carolina. I don't think he's at 5% right now with 22% of the vote. I think he's going to get that easy. I want to see, can you flip Pennsylvania? Can you flip Virginia? Can you flip Georgia? If you could flip these, if you could flip one of them, it's better. North Carolina, he's up by 5%, guys. 52% to 47%, only 22% of the vote. Still very low numbers. Pennsylvania is slow as molasses. Might as well call them, what is that, Mississippi? I don't know. Where do they, whatever. All right, Rocky A, just care about the swing states. Yes, exactly. I care about the ones that can benefit us. The ones where it doesn't look like they're going to, like nothing's going to change, I don't care about. I care about the ones that where it looks like we're going to see a flip. My brother will complain if Trump wins, saying people don't know what's good for them, but I'll point out that at least his stocks will soar, not drop 20%. Yeah, and I don't know, freedom of speech, not strangling Elon Musk companies and destroying them or separating them from them. That seems like a good thing for the country, too. Soros, Gates, Fauci, Obama, Clinton, you better run and hide in a deep hole forever. Let's get them out. ZA, can all these states learn from how quick Florida count their votes? Well, if they want to legitimately do it. 58% of votes are in Georgia now. No taxes on unrealized gains. I mean, one would hope. Let's see. TNEC, we got some stuff coming in here. What do we got? Virginia presidential election results. 49%. Yeah. Trump just pulled ahead in Virginia. Yeah, I know. We've got better data than this, guys. Like, again, over here, this map is great. It shows 45% in, and Trump is winning by 0.5%. That's pretty amazing. If he can flip Virginia, I think that's a really good sign. Now, we still only had 12% in Pennsylvania. No, it's 12%, guys. You can't say Trump is not doing good when 88% of the vote is not counted. Those numbers are silly. And look over here. Who's counted votes yet? Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, the most liberal parts of the state, we only have 12% of the votes in, and the most liberal parts of the state are reflected. This in no way is indicative of how Trump is doing in Pennsylvania. You gotta hold off. You gotta hold off. You gotta hold off. Give it time. There's so much, there's 88% of the state left, and the majority of the state that's reported is liberal. Of course she's gonna be winning 3-1. This is a great map. Yes, whoever pointed out New York Times, it was one of the Georgias, I think. This is perfect. So remember, guys, next time, New York Times. This is the one we're going to lose. All right, 46% of the vote in for Virginia. We're at 49.5. So again, up 0.7% for Trump right now in Virginia. He's currently leading that state 11% more than Biden, than his race against Biden in 2020. Okay? 11% better in Virginia. If that's a sign of how some of the rest of this is going to go, that would be beautiful. Pennsylvania went from 12 to 13%, and Kamala just lost 1%. Okay? So we could see more of this, guys. Georgia is almost up to 60%. We're at 58%. Trump is still winning by 11% in Georgia. We're getting closer to 2/3 of the vote in for Georgia, and Trump is up 11%. Yeah, they count mail-in votes. Bain said they count in Pennsylvania, they count mail-in votes first, which usually leans a lot more Democrat, and it makes it look like they're doing better too. So just remember that. There's a lot to remember. We're still very early. 65% in Georgia, is that right? Okay, 65% in Georgia, and we have a 5% lead. So the lead has dropped for Trump. Let's see how much we have out of Atlanta, though. How much is reported? 78% of the vote is in for Atlanta. For surrounding areas, 79% of the vote, 81% of the vote, and 91% of the vote. 18% in Gwinnett County. I don't know that county well. 87% in Rockdale. So the majority of the liberal parts of Georgia have already finished their vote. Let's see how some of these other counties are doing. 75%, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95. Yeah, so we got to see. Oh, God, I hope they get Georgia. I hope they get Georgia, guys. Still up by 5%. We'll see if they can close it. No DeKalb yet? Is that one that was really low? No DeKalb. Which one is DeKalb, guys? Where is that in Georgia? Directly above Rockdale. Okay, okay. Fulton, Cobb. Where was Rockdale? Where was Rockdale? Help me out. I don't know Georgia at all. Can somebody tell me where Rockdale is? I don't know any of this shit. Here, let me zoom in. Maybe it'll show me if I get real close. Up by Atlanta. Okay. Fulton. Cobb, Paulding. Which part of Atlanta? Oh, there we go. Rockdale's 87%. It's got Kamala Harris winning by 3 to 4. Or 3, yeah. I'm sorry. 75%. But it's 87% in. DeKalb is 73% in. So these votes... I'm just trying to do the math here. Oh, I don't know how good this is for Trump if he's only winning by 5% here. Let's see how the rest of these are doing. We got 47% in Virginia. Trump is still winning by 0.8% with 47% of the votes. North Carolina is still only 24%. Trump is winning by 7%. Pennsylvania still has 68% for Kamala, but it's only 13%. This time it's micro to macro. Hey, awesome, man. Oh, Michael Krause up and to your right into Calp. Okay. Ohio still has Trump winning by 4%. What did they have Trump winning in the last election? By 7%. Who's reported here? Yeah, God, I hope. Oh, God, I hope Kamala doesn't win. I don't care about the $500 bet with Chris. I just care about the future of this country. Nothing major for rural. No, they've went up 1% in their voting count. It's so odd to me. How is it that Florida can literally be done? How can Florida be done? Trump wins by 9%. Trump won by 9% in Florida. What did he win in 2020? Oh, dude, look at that, guys. In Florida, he's up by 5.7% in Florida. That's huge. What about Alabama? 62% versus 36.6. What does that look like? So he's doing better in Alabama. But it's less than 1% of the votes. You can't count it. Let's see. How are we doing in others? I wish we had more completed. It would help a lot. 66% in Georgia. Trump's still winning by 5. We need more. We need to get like to 75 or something and see Trump winning by 5. That would make me feel better. Try the Apple News coverage. Their election map is cool. You guys have given me like 20 maps, but I'll try it. Apple election results. Do you guys have a link? Send me a link on that one. I don't know where to look. I'm going to jump over here. This guy is really good, but I'm just going to pause this. Well, how do I just mute it? There we go. I just want to do that. I'm going to jump over here and see what others we have. Let's see what's going on with Fox. Yeah, New York Times is
voter
a great
there is
map.
they really were turned off when they heard her talk about the middle class. And I also heard from voters there they wanted more specifics on the economy, and they said that you can find experts to reinforce whatever you want to believe. I'd rather hear what you're going to do for me.
Yeah, all right. I want to go to Alexandria now, Republican registered voter. Still not sure all the way up until the time you voted. What did you do and why?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, Harris. And I think that for me, both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk about everything relative to the economy, but what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And for me, I can say personally that I am concerned with the direction that the country is headed in. And I would say for a vast population of the electorate that the same sentiment is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and ask ourselves the actual questions of how we feel in the circumstances.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right, this is the second time, you're 22, that you voted in a presidential election.
Good job,
was your
lady.
vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
Sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All right.
Virginia has not went to
This
Harris.
is fun. Getting to know all of you as we watch in real
Guys.
time. We've got some races that are
Virginia has not went to Harris. Last election, Biden won Virginia by 10.1%, okay? Right now in Virginia with how much counted? 48% of the state, Trump is winning by 0.9%. He is doing 11 percentage points better than the last election. Virginia has not went to Kamala Harris. Okay? It is not. Mm, 2016, Clinton won Virginia too. Yeah, and in 2020, Biden won by over 10%. And right now we're seeing Trump up by 0.9 with half the vote in. So let's just let it play out and see how it goes. I don't think we should project any of that yet. Let's see. We got 14% in Pennsylvania. She lost another percent. So she went from 69 to 68 to 67. So that's good. My Bree Capital, stupid question from a non-citizen here. Is the goal of winning states 50+% or the actual figure in each state matters to win the nation? You want to get the majority over 50%. Then you get the total electoral count from that. Okay, so you could look at some of these states over here. I don't know if this shows, maybe it was another image. Oh yeah, right here. This shows how much each state counted for electoral votes. They add up all the votes for each state, but you need to get over 50%, okay? You need to get over 50% to get that. I believe a lot of Virginians work in Washington, D.C. Well, I mean, so far they're voting pretty good for Trump. So it'll be interesting to see. Now, I don't have this ability to like do what these guys are doing where they're like, hey, we just looked and we see that we're doing better at this time.
That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally. Who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight.
2.5%.
It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men, and these podcasts are the podcasts that college
Trump is
boys
still winning Virginia
are
at
watching
50%.
and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these
Georgia,
guys. So
Trump is
just
still
because they're in
up by
college
5.
doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kayleigh, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. You know, we've already called that state for the former president,
Dylan,
but
what are you telling
inside
me?
those
Checking
numbers,
back in right when
there's a
they're
massive
talking about
Puerto Rican
PA.
turnout.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It hasn't
in
went
Osceola
anywhere. It's
County
only
and other places.
15%.
Yes.
You know, in other places, the media would tell you that MSG
She's down to
rally
65%. She
really
dropped another
upset the
2.
Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons
that's
can we take
crazy.
from Florida?
Even the Puerto Rican
Miami-Dade
numbers,
County,
Trump did
a
great.
huge Latino population. No presidential
Wow.
candidate has won that since 1988.
Even with the Puerto Rico
Ron
idiot
DeSantis, of course, won
comedian.
Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is plus 11.
Yeah. Thank you. The electoral vote
I support
count
Trump?
about to go up.
I'm wearing red.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Seconds away from 15 states, including
15
New
more
York,
states, guys.
Colorado,
Jeez.
Texas.
I want to go over here real quick.
We
Sorry.
going to win the state of Michigan.
Kill this lecture.
And we'll move right here as we.
I like
we get some
Steve.
more
He's
poll
really
closings
interesting.
Here. We can give a few more
He's really good at
characterizations.
knowing the details.
In just 3 seconds, all of these states will see their polls
Look
closed.
at all these states getting ready to
And
roll
we'll
over,
begin
guys.
counting the votes. Here is state of Texas, which we were just talking about. Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win
I hope so,
in
no
North
matter.
Dakota tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will also go into the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of Wyoming.
No
and 3
brainer on any
electoral
of
votes
these.
at stake. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map.
37% in North Carolina, still winning by 5% for Trump.
Donald Trump, 30 for
Trump still
Kamala
winning by
Harris.
1.3% in Virginia.
All right, let's go to the uncalled
68%
races
in
just from
Georgia.
those 9 o'clock
Trump is still
poll
winning,
closings,
68%.
including New York, Colorado,
Oh.
Minnesota. So we still await results there. But let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. Polls closing in Michigan, and it is. Wait for it. Too early to call. We
Of
will
course.
be waiting for it perhaps into the wee
Oh,
hours
guys.
tonight. Arizona also too
So
early
much
to
going
call.
on.
7 o'clock in the Mountain West, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin, the other of the blue wall states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more
NBC
votes
audio?
come in, but we could be waiting a bit
yeah, I can
for
try.
that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more
Is that
quickly,
better?
but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just too close. We are starting to see
Ohio?
the vote come in.
Ohio is
66%
7% for Trump with 49% in. He's going to win
We
Ohio.
project not only what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity, and then
We
you
need
see
to
us
see
say
Virginia
it's too close
close
to
as
call,
a
there's
win.
a method to that madness, Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote
you don't know how tight it
is.
Right, you don't know because the votes aren't in. That's the hard part.
In the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is.
Doing
a huge
worse.
county for Democrats here.
She's doing
about
worse
where
in
Biden
Fulton.
Was 72% of the
Trump's
vote.
up by 1.5.
Bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped
She's
in
doing a
2016,
little better than Biden.
and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County, we'll kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%,
I don't really care about
95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here, 8180, and then in Union, 8180. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these.
Better there.
Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012.
A low number.
Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties. Not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around.
40% North Carolina. Trump winning by
5.
This is 72%. This is the
Trump
winning by
Trump could make
1.3%.
inroads with black voters here.
Pennsylvania, 16%. Harris has dropped to 63% lead. She should be in the 50s here soon.
So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah.
Go
North Carolina, I'd love to see
which map were you talking about?
I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
This one?
Let's hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the states.
Which map?
I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. 6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in over here in Orange County. This is UNC Chapel Hill, the research triangle.
That's fascinating.
You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly
dude, that's very
overperforming
interesting.
Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference.
That's
when you're
really
talking about a
interesting.
10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about
that's
41,000
really
in that
interesting.
county.
Thank you.
Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote
Trump
in
wins
here.
by almost double
one of the
digits
great researchers,
Texas.
Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods.
I don't care about that number
yet. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house, but if you no longer have a house, trying to get your
Trump's
vote,
still up by 6% with
is
69% in Georgia.
They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties.
Trump winning by 1.5% in Virginia in a state that Biden won by over 10%.
Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina.
That's only 52% of the vote, though. It's
Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59.
Yeah, it's awesome down here. Thank you for telling me about that, guys. That's good.
In the counties where Biden was doing
this shows that how much. This shows how votes have shifted since 2020. Look at how much red there is there, guys. That's a good sign.
Like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on votes.
It's a real good sign. Thank you for showing me that.
Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state.
PA is way
41%
too
of the
early. There's
vote
only
is in.
17%
Look at this
of the vote.
giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic, and they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside
That
of Raleigh.
shift, the New York
connected to that. I'm actually
Times
kinda
has the
curious, even though
best
only
map.
8% is in here. This was a county
That's
that they were looking at to see
fascinating.
if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. Polls have closed now of 6 of 7 battleground states, still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of
through the exit polls, which are coming in. And I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan, and I will also tell you it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania.
Look at that, guys. Look at the youth vote for Trump in Michigan. 2020, 37%. 2024, 51%.
And Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters than she was relative to 2020. So there's a
But look at this shift from 2020, guys. This is looking good. This is really
in
red.
Arizona, on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate at the University of Arizona. But
70% in Georgia. Trump's still winning by 6%.
That exit poll is showing, which is
40% in North Carolina. Trump winning by 5%.
Which the Trump campaign worked
53% in Virginia. Trump winning by 2%.
Some of them talking about this.
Biden won that one by over
podcast.
10%.
Can't say I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election. And that was extremely
That's probably true, Kyle.
Very influential.
Older voters watch MSNBC and CNN, and they can get confused by what's real.
Of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats
Younger voters are looking
were
at
very,
this and other
optimistic
things
about some of their chances in some of the
Oh, this is exciting, guys.
in the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and
Yeah,
the
he won
presidency,
Ohio.
because unlike 2020.
But he won that
the Ann
last
Arbor
time. We don't
kids
care
are gonna
about
vote in
that, right?
Michigan this time. In
If you look over
2020,
here,
they voted
guys,
in their home state.
we want
The Iowa
PA,
City kids in Iowa,
Virginia,
the
or
Madison kids,
Georgia. We want
and
one of these
this
three to
time,
flip.
They were all going to actually be in the
Okay.
battleground
Pandemic,
states.
they were home.
The pandemic,
Virginia
they were
looks
home
the
and more
closest right
dispersed.
now.
Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan, University of
I'm
Michigan.
not
folks from
surprised
Michigan,
by us
but there's
getting
quite a few that
Ohio.
aren't. And
We're winning by
Democrats thought
1.3% in
that could be a
Virginia with
secret weapon for
53%
them.
of the vote in.
If the young
Biden
men
won by
are pulling for Trump,
10%,
then it's not as much of an
10.1%
impact. Still,
last time.
There's a massive gender gap among
This
young
is a big
folks.
difference.
Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young voters
Young
than
men
any
v. young
other
women.
age group.
And then we've seen as Laura
Donald
Jarrett
won
joins the
North
table
Carolina
here, and I
by
know you're looking into
1%
some
or
of the
something,
legal issues,
1.3%
but also
last
following
time.
these ballot referenda, including the abortion measure.
Yeah,
that
I really
needed
don't care about the
60%
votes.
approval,
The
didn't
ones
quite
where
get
we
there,
already know we're going to
57%,
win,
so
I
it
just
went
don't
down
care.
to defeat in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
Women of all ages motivated, young
Yeah,
and
we need
old. And
Ohio.
obviously, it didn't
Yeah,
work
Ohio's a
in
winner.
Florida,
We
but
need
the threshold
Virginia and
was higher
Georgia
there,
and
we're
PA.
still
These are the
looking
ones
at
we
a
care
number
about.
of states,
71% in
including places
Georgia.
like
We're still up by
Arizona,
6%.
Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, all of which would change the right to an abortion to be enshrined in the Constitution, not something that you could take away easily. Once it's there, it can't just be wiped away when the change of legislature happens. And in those
Georgia,
cases,
he's up by
it's a much different
6%. I can't
situation
believe
where you
he's
have to
still
just get
holding
over
that
a
lead
50% threshold. And so it'll
with
be interesting
71% of the
to
votes
see
in.
whether they
I'll
can
feel better at
carry the
85,
ballot
90.
initiatives in those states, even if
I want
the
to
former
see
president is
if he's up by
going to win some of those
5% with 90% in. I'm going to be stoked.
Ballot measures,
I mean, if
even
he's
in
up,
very red states,
if he's up by
pass and sometimes
2%
pass
with 90% in, I'm going to be stoked.
57% of the vote, which, by the way, is what they got in
33.
Florida.
There has been a significant shift in the electorate, if these exit
remove
polls
the
bear
chat?
out to what we see right now, into how people feel about abortion rights and abortion
On the East
access
Coast.
since 4 years ago.
What?
I would suspect it is entirely probably because of the overturning of Roe
Remove the
versus
chat on the
Wade.
East
In
Coast. I don't know what you
2020,
mean, sorry.
51% of people felt that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. You know what it is now? 66%. That is a significant.
I'm going to pause or mute this here. Let me check over here with these guys.
Watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College.
And PA cannot be a disappointment yet, okay? It can't be a disappointment. There's 19% of the vote in. It was like 69% Kamala Harris has dropped to 60. The majority of the cities, the really thick ones, are reporting in here. We got 47%. It looks like this Philadelphia one right here. Oh, no, that's 16. Yeah, well, we're so early. We're so early. We're not even at 20% of the vote here, guys. 42% in Pittsburgh. So we've gotten a lot of the liberal vote from Pittsburgh, and Philly's still trying to figure out their shit. But we also have tons of these other counties all over the state that, like, this one has 3% of its vote in. There's still so much time left for that, so don't worry about it. Ooh, let's see. This is my guy right here. This is the one I want to listen to.
Blue Ridge Mountains. It was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are
Chat
rural
is showing
and heavily,
twice. Oh, no.
heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican.
So I do that for the replay. So just simply don't look at, like, turn off the other chat in YouTube.
Getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it. And you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes. In 2016, it was 37.
This is not my biggest stream.
Above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout.
That's great, guys. Trump is looking good here.
I don't think there's an indication there. That's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere.
Let's look more.
Of a big turnout issue. There are two blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We
guys, Jesus Christ. Pennsylvania is 20% in. Can we give it some time?
Very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that
not
election
even
day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county. It's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8
Trump's doing better in that one too.
About 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this.
Texas is easy.
There's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees. A lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places.
I'm shocked by
Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here.
I'm shocked.
This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here. This is Carabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress.
The polls should be closed in Pennsylvania. There might still be some areas that had issues.
Down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early.
Let me look here real quick. So 2020, 53.4% Trump. Oh, this is only 24% in.
Populations not getting what they hoped for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro.
Yeah, okay.
We don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth
Bitcoin
County,
hitting a new
Winston-Salem
local high,
so
71,600.
And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's
Tesla
about
up 4% in after hours.
Votes, and we are getting a lot more clarity in the Metro Atlanta area. A couple of things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14
almost 72,000 on Bitcoin.
78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote. A little bit more Republican.
You got to remember, mailing comes in first. Those lean Democrats.
For Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? down. If it falls below that 2020
71,800
that's
Bitcoin.
very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020,
I'm not going to crack the champagne.
that's a trouble
I got
sign
work
for
to
Democrats.
do.
We flagged Fayette County
definitely
early
waiting.
in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was
This
going to
guy's great.
expand,
Steve's
this
great.
is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress
love
for
that.
Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a
Steve's
little
great.
bit in Gwinnett
Steve's
County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, oh, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You could see almost the same, as about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another.
We tapped 72.
Very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one.
I'm going to let him talk. I want to see what the map looks like.
Slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here.
Still up by
major,
6%.
but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020.
1%
So any
North
shift
Carolina.
is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020.
Still winning in Virginia.
More slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look
it's
down
hard
here.
to know.
Walton
There's no way to
County,
say
again,
definitely.
This is the early vote in Walton County. Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote.
We cracked 72,000 on Bitcoin.
Just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like in Douglas have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here, and I'll show you. This is, we were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations, and the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020.
Baldwin's
it's flipped
red.
over to Trump. All the vote is in right now.
Okay.
Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same-day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties, too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at
73% in Georgia,
we're seeing so
6% lead for
in
Trump.
North Carolina. Here's another one, very small. But again, this is a large black population, 19 points
73% Georgia, and Trump's winning by 6.
16 and a half with just about
He's winning North Carolina by 1.
Slight differences in a state like Georgia.
He's winning Virginia by almost 1.
All these millions of votes.
56%.
We expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia. 72.6, 72.6.
Let's look at that
if this
shift.
Number starts dropping with the remaining vote.
Look at that shift. Look how much red there is here,
even
guys.
Though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
What do we got here? Projected winner. Okay. I hate it when they project wins for shit we already know. So annoying. Look at all the red on this, though. This is what's getting me excited right now, guys. Also, let's see how the House seat and the Senate seats are doing. We have 3-point lead still for the House. But again, we're all on the east side here. It's a good start, but I'm afraid where you have no voter ID laws that you could pick up more House seats on the western part of the country. If we look at the Senate seat, we still have our 1 seat picked up in West Virginia for the Republicans. That is a good thing. So Democrats are down 1. If we can get one more, then we have an easy majority for the Republicans. And if they win the presidency, they'll also be good. So, lots of stuff going on here, guys. Lots of stuff going on. Let's see. Honey whiskey while listening to our boy Jesse. Appreciate you. Honey whiskey. That sounds yummy. Chin posted something. Let's just see what this is. Projected winner in Ukraine. Come on, here it is. I love you, man. Thank you for that, Chin. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's go back over here. So let's look at the live. So again, just the amount of red we're seeing. Ted Cruz, 52% with 64% reporting. Cool. I want him to hold that seat. Plus, he's pro-Bitcoin. I kind of looked up with the no ID policy in Cali. It seems somewhat okay. Not like you can vote 100. Dude, I've literally watched somebody who said that they were that person, but they weren't that person, and the people had to let them vote. So you literally don't have to provide an ID, and you could just know the address and other information about somebody and go and vote on their behalf. I think that's pretty fucked up. Okay? I think that's pretty fucked up. Clean Spark to 50. What's your time frame? Next week. No, I'm kidding. Don't quote me on that. I think it can get to 32 in 3 months, maybe 4, which is good. I might be that person, I might not be. Exactly, Frank. You saw the video. It's bullshit. He literally didn't even claim. He's like, no, that's me, but it might not be. BGZ, $20. Thank you, man. You're very welcome. I'm happy to. I was going to be doing this anyways. I might as well hang out with you guys, right? I might as well. I don't even... Do they care about the signature? Is there an actual signature that gets counted across all of them? Is there? Or can they just put any signature and then nobody really checks it? Look at all this red, guys. Look at all this red. This is shift from 2020 so far at this % of votes calculated. This is beautiful, guys. This is beautiful. Let's see if we can hold it. Did North Carolina just get called for Trump? I doubt it. He's up by 3% and 52% of the votes in. That's good. Some people might call things early, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. Again, guys, Virginia is almost 60% in, and Trump is winning that state by 0.9% when Biden won it by over 10.1%. A signed affidavit. But what if you're not that person? You didn't even show an ID. That'd be like me going, hey, my name's Dick. and then them being like, oh, okay, thanks, Dick. Can you sign this? Oh, yeah, totally. Dick says this is Dick. And then what are they going to do? Sue me later on? They don't even know who the fuck I am. You know what I mean? That means nothing. Renegade Investor, thank you for the $10. Loving this channel. Thanks for all your content. You are very welcome, man. I try to do my part. You guys treat me really good, so I try to treat you good too. Let's refresh here and look and see how things are going still. In Georgia, we got 76% of the vote, guys. 72,200 on Bitcoin right now, up 4%. 76% of the vote. Trump is still leading by 5%. It's a good number. Good number. Invest Answers just said North Carolina's in the bag. I believe that. We're up 3%, and there's 55% of the vote, and that we won by over 1%. Cruz won Texas. Love it. Awesome. Yeah, it's like when somebody asks you for your credit card and you don't even sign the back of it. It's like that. Nobody gives a shit. It's not real. It's not any kind of actual validation. Clean Spark to 50. Thank you for the $10. Jesse is the 2024 election headquarters. I try to be, man. Thank you to the 750, almost 800 people that are here. Appreciate you. Let's look. Pennsylvania is now at 25%. Kamala's down to a 56% lead. That's looking a lot better from the 69 we saw earlier, is it not? Okay, Virginia, 58% in, and we're still Trump winning by 1.3%. This is a 12% difference almost in this state from 2020. With 58% in. And again, there could be counties in here that are bluer that need to report. Richmond is at 15%. Some of these things, Alexandria's at 67%, so that one's pretty liberal, and that's reported in. But Richmond probably is that's gonna be a lot much bigger. So this will tighten up in Virginia, most likely. But we'll keep an eye on it. Let's go PA. Yeah, dude. Let's see them close that gap. 56%. Let's get that into the low 50s. Let's drop that bitch into the 40s and show Kamala losing. That's what I want to see. Burnt Chang, how has that happened? Vote without showing any ID. It's insanity. Don't ask me, man. It's how our country works right now. And if Trump wins the presidency, we're not going to let it stay that way. Bitcoin is at 72,200. Looking to run, guys. Looking to run. If Trump wins this one with a mandate, that includes the House and the Senate. Right now, Republicans have gained 3 seats in the House. They already controlled the House. If we can pull that off and maintain that, even going to the western part of the country, hitting California especially, if we can maintain that lead and have controlling share of the House, that is wonderful. And if we can get controlling share of the Senate, and also 72,500 on Bitcoin, guys, and also win the presidency, then we have a mandate. We will have a national holiday for voting. We will have signatures required for everybody. We'll have IDs required for everybody across the country. We'll have paper ballots going forward. Our elections will be 100%, like 99.99%. Election integrity validated, and we will be very happy about that. Okay?
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania, as we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now,
Virginia is not 2% to Trump.
So I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania.
It's 2%.
About
you say you got
80% of the vote is in right here, and this is
following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every...
Yeah, they should take your picture. They should take your picture, and you should be doing a paper ballot and then showing ID.
Chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county. I think once we...
The guy on the TV talking is Steve. He's brilliant. He actually knows these counties really, really, really well. Switch to Fox PA explanation. All right, I can check it. Give me a second.
Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points.
But this guy's good. All right, let's look over here.
Okay. One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. excuse me, one is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is
she's
one
only
of these counties
winning.
that flipped
She's only
last time
55
around,
now,
right?
guys.
Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch
he's closing
for that.
the gap. 72,700
We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5%
Tesla
of
up
the votes now being
5.5%.
tabulated. That's why we can't get to 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be
You can tell
all
who
red.
Bitcoin wants to
We're
win.
going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it
Sorry,
seems like
Jared,
there's a pretty
finish your
good race
thought. I'm
going
not
on
quite
right
understanding.
now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Possible Senate seat pickup in Ohio.
40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go
almost
back
73,000 on Bitcoin, guys.
This is 2020.
We're getting ready to break
This
out
is Joe
to a new
Biden,
all-time
70%.
high. I mean, it's
Okay,
75
so
to do that.
Kamala
We're getting
Harris,
close.
she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, but 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly.
I think it's looking pretty good right now, but I want more data.
And for our knowledge, too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So.
But the difference would be that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote, and that was not the same early vote for Republicans.
I don't know if this analysis is very
I would
good.
argue you're right about that.
I don't think this guy's very good. I think Steve's probably better. He doesn't seem to know what the fuck he's talking
more. That's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar
77% in Georgia with Trump still winning by 5%.
So the Democrats are increasingly
Hang in there,
dependent
guys.
on just running up the score. This is a massive county. Madison State
3%
Capital,
lead in North
University of
Carolina.
Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here.
62% in for Virginia, and we got a 2% lead for Trump.
Century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin
PA
out of here.
is
This where it
28% in,
landed
55%
2020.
Kamala.
It's not just the margin, Biden winning
Let's see
this
how much of
by
that-
more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly...
Ooh, look at that. Wisconsin, guys. 70 with 30% in, she's got 70% versus 28.5. That is a 6% roughly difference between 2020 results.
80,000 votes. Every 04.
PA has the Amish. PA has the Amish voting, so that's the good part. The vote counting, who the fuck knows what they're going to try and do. Philadelphia and PA or Pittsburgh are pretty rough. Thank you to almost 800 people who were here, by the way.
Votes. Every time you think
I'm gonna refresh
they've
this
gotten
real
the
quick.
most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more.
I'm going to refresh this real quick. I want to get them very current. It's going to load an ad. It'll take a second.
Smart bed? I need it.
We'll go back to it when it's done. Oh, do I have to sit on it? I got to sit on it and wait.
A little cool.
I got to watch it.
I need it a lot of cool.
We're both cool like that. Sleep Number does that. Sleep up to 15 degrees
Me being the
cooler
press
on each
secretary,
side.
I would
9
take
out of 10
Megyn Kelly
couples
over
sleep
me.
better.
I think she's way
The
cuter.
Queen Sleep Number C2 Smart Bed is
very
only
smart.
$10.99. Shop now.
Oh, sorry, Christopher. Sorry if you lost your friend. All right, let's go over here. Let's dial out. So we got a lot of... How are we doing on Pittsburgh? Is Pittsburgh fully in? Pittsburgh's at 50% of the vote in, so, yeah. Kamala Harris, we got 23% in Montgomery. We got 25% in Philly, 18% in Delaware County. So we got a lot of these others counting slow. So Pittsburgh is just going to be a while. I'm not... Yeah, that's not going to be an easy, quick answer. Let's go back. Almost 80% in, and Trump is still up by 5% in Georgia. We'll see if this holds. Chad Ventures, where can I see overnight trading on TradingView? Overnight isn't easy right now, guys. It's better to do off of Robinhood. Right now on Robinhood, Tesla's up 6.5% in after hours. That's a pretty good number, honestly. Look at that. Look at the last week. So Tesla's definitely making up for lost time right now in the last month. This looks good. It looks like it's getting ready to sail. We just gotta... Oh, I should go back to daily because you don't see the after hours. Let me go here. 6.7%. Almost. Yeah, they're both doing good, guys. We're up 72.8 right now on Bitcoin. Overnight Tesla price link. Oh, thank you for sharing that for anybody who wants to look at it themselves. 62% of the vote is in for Virginia, and Trump is winning by 2%. That is 12.1% better than for Trump this time around than for Joe Biden. We'll see what the reporting is. We probably still have a lot of Democratic areas that are going to creep in the votes. Maybe they're creeping in votes to see how many they need. Let's look at our shift again. Oh, look at the red. So we got a little bit of blue over here in Ohio. Or no, where is that? What state is that? I can't even tell. I can't read. Oklahoma. My bad. God, of course, Oklahoma. Ohio's over here. Oklahoma, we're seeing a little bit of blue shifting, but we still see a lot of red. Texas is red. Look at all these states in here. It looks to me like Rust Belt area, like Ohio, part of Michigan over here. It looks to me in a little bit of PA, at least with these red sweeps, seems to be leaning more and more towards the red, which is very, very bullish for Republicans. We'll see if it ends up that way, but Mara open up $20 tomorrow. I bet if Trump went, we could see some really crazy numbers. Fox News has called it for Ted Cruz. That's great. How are we doing on the House and Senate, guys? Let's just look over here. So the House, we're still up by 3 seats. That's good. Maybe we can pick up some more. We just wanted to hold it. We're already winning in the House, guys. In the Senate, we picked up 1 seat, and then we held the one with Ted Cruz, which is a great sign. Again, it's just another person winning that we want to see win. Chance for the president to win is currently at 64.7%, so it's 2-1 for Trump right now. So that's not a bad number. We don't hate it. See if anything's updating here. If you guys get any articles or anything coming up, please throw it out. 62% in Virginia, and Trump's still winning by 2. Trump's winning by 6%, or I'm sorry, Kamala Harris is winning by 6%. She's only up by 53% now with 31% of the votes in. So that number's starting to drop, guys. It's getting a lot closer in Pennsylvania. If we can get, guys, if we win Virginia, North Carolina, and then Georgia, like let's say those 3, it's over. Even if we didn't get Pennsylvania, it's just fucking over. Because you've already picked up 2 states with what? 13 electoral votes and 16. That would be 29 electoral votes, roughly, 29 or 30. I don't know what they're at now. Well, hey, they actually got them this time. Maybe if they could turn that camera. Maybe they could turn it around. All right. Oh, guys, it's just a nail biter right now. This is the painful part. I'm gonna leave it on here real quick. I'm gonna probably turn it over. I don't want to mute it on here. Oh no, I don't want to stop it. I'm just gonna mute it. I'm gonna hop over here. I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. But I want to give you guys something. So give me 1 second here. We'll go to Fox News.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan! I speak in the name of the one true God!
Good Ranchers is delivering American-sourced proteins the way it used to be, from farm to family.
Over 30% of the food sold in grocery stores goes to waste, and many of us don't give it a second thought.
Our meat and seafood is individually portioned and vacuum sealed, locking in freshness and flavor.
Allowing you to feed your family with what you need while reducing waste.
Visit GoodRanchers.com and discover American meat delivered.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day.
Leader report on
a
access
special
Trump won
Fox
North
and
Carolina
Friends
and
tomorrow.
Kamala, Virginia, but Google says neither. Yeah, there's no way to confirm that. That's wrong. Don't listen to those people.
For delicious.
Again, guys, don't listen to some of these crazy projections right now. Just hold off a little bit. Let's see, right here. Nope, not here. We want this one. This is the one we want. 17 minutes, guys, until the next polls close. I'm going to refresh over here, see how we're sitting. Virginia is at 63% with 50%, so 2% lead for Trump right now. Pennsylvania is a 5% lead. It's down to 52 for Kamala, so that gap is closing now that we're getting close to a third of the votes in for Pennsylvania. So it's tightening up significantly. And let's just look at the map and how it was last time, guys. We got, in Pennsylvania, we had Biden winning by 1.2%. In Virginia, we had Biden winning by 10.1%. In North Carolina, we had Trump winning by 1.3%. In Georgia, we had 0.3% difference. At that point, we had Trump winning 2.461 million votes. Let's see how things are doing right now. So, again, 5% lead, 77% of the vote. Not moving too much, slowing down a little bit in some of these. I'm waiting to see for one of them to update here. Kind of boring. Boring. Got more places closing. Let's see how the shift from 2020 is doing. BTC is 72,780 right now, or 72,800 a second ago. Why is every site showing likely Democratic win in Virginia, even though Trump leads by 2%? It just depends. It depends on how they're looking at it. But here's what I'm looking at in Virginia, guys. I'm looking at the shift in Virginia, and it's red. It's not blue, okay? So this is what I'm focusing on here. I'm focusing on reality. I don't care about people's fucking projections. Let me move this real quick. Or maybe even just kill it. Let's see, can I kill Speechify? I'm just gonna do that. So look over here in Virginia. Everything is shifting, showing that Trump is gaining. Look at this, 4.4 points, 7.8 points, 6.9 points, 10-point lead. 6.9 points for Trump versus last time. 6 points, 6 points, 3 points. I'm seeing no blue in Virginia, so I'm not going to call it for Kamala Harris yet. I want to see the shifts. Yeah, I agree. 72,900 on Bitcoin, guys. Let's look at Robinhood here. Robinhood is up. We got Tesla up 6% in after hours, so still doing all right. I don't see much change in here. Hopefully we'll get another big chunk of data. Kind of boring right now. Oh, how's everybody feeling, guys? New York Times is saying Trump will be the new president. I'm not ready for that yet. We got a long way to go. I'm not getting overly excited, guys. I'm just not. Don't give up yet. Don't assume it's won yet. Remember what happened last time. 73,000 on Bitcoin, guys. We're hitting 73K. If Trump wins tonight, we're all going to make a lot of money. I still haven't had $1 million day. I want $1 million day. Call me greedy, whatever. I just want to know I can do it. I already had what, a $600,000 day or something? I don't remember what it was. It was high. Yeah, they just need to call George already. Yeah, Mike, I feel you, bro. Not any major shifts here. This all still looks the same. Let me refresh and see if we get any percentage changes. Luckily, numbers kind of stick in my head with some degree. Yeah, no, it's still the same stuff. We're still waiting. I'm nervous as fuck. Don't trust it yet. Yes, Shin. That is the right answer. That's the right answer. Don't trust any of it. Frank, James from Invest Answers is formally call it due to his model. Says Harris has no path. I 100% agree. And then I'm more worried about the ability to steal the election than her actual path to win. Okay. Sethritha, a lot of money and a better future. I like that. Me too, brother. Henry D. Trades, ironic that Michigan, Georgia, and PA can get their votes counted. Elizabeth Workman, there's going to be a Trump wave. I hope so, Elizabeth. The country needs it. The world needs it right now. Funky Money, or Monkey. Adding music is funny. You got a new job, Jesse. You know what? We need a little intermission since we're waiting on fucking everything anyway. So we're going to take one, okay? Just real quick here. We're going to go back in the way back. And we're going to... did I have it on here? I might have to go back. Give me a second. We're not going to watch this. Let me just find something real quick, guys. 1 second. We're just going to switch things up a little bit. And... oh, that wasn't over here. Duh. I remember where that was. That was over here. Just 1 second here, guys. We're just going to listen. For anybody who's coming in late, I got a song for you. We're just going to play it real quick. I mean, I think we're going to play it. Where did I find it? No, I did find it over there. I swear to God, I played it on YouTube. All right, I'll just go back to here and I'll try and find it. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right, here we go. Pennsylvania. All right, these yahoos are talking about Pennsylvania. Let's see what they have to say.
Vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have
All in
six
podcast starts in 10, 11 minutes.
At.
We might jump to that in a second.
For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the...
This guy just bores the shit out of me. All right, guys, we're going to listen to one thing real quick as intermission, okay? Here we go, intermission. Just to get us psyched up.
I got love for all races. I got love for all religions. Got love for so many places. No love for a politician, a congressman, or a senator. If the country that they put in first ain't the United States of America. No love for these politicians with corporate interests in other countries. Only one that I serve is God. I don't serve man, I don't serve money. No love for the people living in the USA, but always hating it. Got a lot I probably shouldn't say to yo. Matter of fact, I'll just pray on it. I'm pro-life, pro-God, pro-gun, not ashamed of it. Yo, worshiping military, killing babies, mutilating children, yelling Satanists. Supporting the troops in their tour doesn't mean that you're supporting the war. Supporting the freedoms that they fighting for doesn't mean that you're supporting the gore. Supporting the country I live in and loving it doesn't mean blindly supporting the government. The world that we live in is trouble. They turn off the media. We should defund it. Supporting America for other nations does not make me a racist. If you like communism so much, I'll pay for your vacation. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars
Thanks, Jose.
overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first. This country's protect their borders. It's not a controversial subject. I say cause the southern border, it seems to get people upset. I don't care what names you call me. We in $40 trillion of debt. Uncle Sam takes half your money, then you get a little refund check. I am America first. Kamala cares a better purse. I never sell out to people to raise my net worth. The Second Amendment is there to always protect my first. I'm a better rapper than Meg Thee Stallion, and I don't even have to curse. Let's keep the American dream alive and put an end to all the lies. BLM raised billions.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, my friend.
Politicians promise you the whole world.
Thank Mike,
then
guys.
they backslide. What happened to Hunter's laptop? You know I'm most strapped up. Gun rights are human rights. Feminists been sold a lie. You can mess around and find out. Play stupid games with a stupid prize. God bless the whole USA. Even the ones who hate me. Still fighting for you today. And no globalist paid me. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first.
Oh, I love that song so much. I'm actually going to take this and I'm going to dump this into X because I want people to see it. All right, guys, let's get back over here. So we do have, we have 77% in Georgia, but hey, let's look. Virginia's 64 now. Oh, let me go back. We still have, let me go back a little bit further. We still have a 2% lead for Trump. We got a 3% lead in North Carolina. Pennsylvania's up to 36%. Only 51% now, guys. It's tightening up. I don't know. My wife hasn't sent me the link for the merch. I will ask her if she will. Let me. All right, she's gonna send it to me. It's not set up on YouTube, I guess, but you can go to the merch store and buy stuff. I put it as low as I can for the cost. We are over 73,000 now, guys. So again, and Kamala's only at 51%. She's only got a 2-point lead now in Pennsylvania. Remember when it was 69%, guys? 2 points now with 38% in. So it's getting real close now, guys. Real close. All right, we're going to save this Trump song. That's definitely what we're going out with today if he ends up winning this, yo. We're going Trump hard. All right, let's get this going over here. We're going to stick around with Steve. I don't count anything for granted yet, guys. I just don't. I don't trust anything. But I'm with you. I'm with you. I want this to be right, okay? We're just not going to call it. Christopher Capuno. Yes, where can we buy some merch, please? My wife's supposed to send it to me. Let me see. She might have sent it. Let me check. 1 second.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90%.
I'm going to pause that real quick. All right, guys, if you're interested, here is my merch store right now, and I've got like one product. Well, I mean, one style, but here you go. There it is.
Ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020,
50 to 49
Democrats
now?
with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number.
Look at this number, guys. Look at this number. Look at this number in this county. So 2016, Clinton won by 50%. 2020, Biden won by 53.7%. 2024, 52.2%. So behind Biden by 1.7% right now. So it's looking okay for this county.
Back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton
Hamilton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day as what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here.
51%.
If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area.
Thanks,
Something
Parker.
interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in.
1.5% with
Biden won it
40%
by
in,
20.
guys.
Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris.
Look at that
so
shift.
the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations. You start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats.
Tom Lee's on CNBC.
Counties I just showed you. So see what happens there.
All right, you got me interested. We'll look at Tom Lee for a second. AP calls Trump win in Missouri. Okay.
Stocks. I think that's something where people associate Trump with oil, but also if you see retaliatory tariffs coming from China, that actually does affect our exports of oil.
We're going to let this grind.
So you could actually play
Tesla's
that either way.
270 almost.
Looking at stocks related to China. If we're in a position where we're talking about tariffs once again, and perhaps even steeper than the ones that remain in place today, names that are very familiar
Pennsylvania,
to portfolios,
0.3% lead, 0.3% lead for Kamala, 0.3
who are investing in
with
stocks,
42% in.
Freeport, Estee Lauder,
It's getting better.
Las Vegas Sands, MicroStrategy, Zscaler, Wynn Resorts, names that are very, very familiar to people that could be impacted.
I think so. I mean, look, if we had a couple of CEOs text us like,
you grabbed a hoodie? Thank you.
They have,
real quick here.
A lot of employees or a lot of.
I'm going to pause. So for people, she did just have it and I fucking lost it. Oh, I put it in chat. Let me find it. So guys, if you are interested in the store, I have one product. My wife designed it. I will show you what it is real quick here, okay? I love the Fibonacci sequence. So that's what it is. So if you look over here, it's the Fibonacci sequence represented on a hoodie and that. And then there's a mug here too that comes in different colors. And it's got it on it too, okay? There you go. There's my thing. Thank you. Thank you, wifey.
Revenue in Mexico or China. They're just worried what maybe more volatile regime could mean for their relationships there and their profits and their costs. So I think it's
New York Times has Pennsylvania for Trump at 1.6
just because of regulation.
I can't
and maybe
project
taxes,
that yet, but I
there are
want to
some
believe that.
puts and takes when it comes to relationships with China and Mexico. All right, well, you're seeing the Mexico currency move a lot.
I'm sorry, what?
We will leave it there for now. Back a little bit later on, Carl. I will send it back to you.
Whatever. Let's get back over here. Let's get back over to our boy Steve. So All In Podcast is happening, guys. I want to wait a little bit, okay? I want to wait a little bit. We can check that in a second. I really want to see some of this data. I want to focus more on the data and less on listening to those guys right now, if that's okay. Trump is winning by 0.1% in Pennsylvania. 0.1% with 43% of the vote in. Virginia, Trump is still winning by 2% with 66%. Two-thirds of the votes in, and he's winning by 2%. North Carolina, Trump's winning by 3% with 55%. Virginia's still at 77 with a 5-point lead on Trump. Oh, link to merch? Yeah. Sorry, it's up. It was right up here. Let me click on it. Okay. Let me close it again here. All right, I've dropping it in chat, guys. This is the link to my merch. For anybody who's interested, there you go. It's basically, I can't say it's at cost. It's as low as they'll let you go. So it's literally the lowest. I think I made $3 on each thing or something like that. They have some kind of minimum threshold. So it is what it is. Sorry. All right, let's go over here. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, guys, I'm getting excited here. Oh, I just don't want to get too excited. So used to being disappointed with this political stuff. Proven B, Ohio Senate race looking good. To flip seat, red 51.1 to 45.7, 70% reported. Oh my God, we might get a majority in the Senate, guys. It looks like a majority in the Senate. Jesse, I think you can pin the link at the top of YouTube. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, thank you. You guys are awesome. Let me figure that out. One sec. Let me put it in YouTube, and then I will pin. You can tell what an expert I am on this stuff. There you go. I did it. Thank you. Oh, Trump up 0.8% in Wisconsin. Oh my God, guys. It can happen. It can happen. Look at this. 194 to 99 right now. Oh God, guys. Oh. Micro to macro game. What's up, buddy? Oh, on X. Yeah, I should do that too. Sorry. Here, let me. All right. So I posted it on X. I'll probably retweet it just there you go. All right, guys. Oh, love you guys, man. Getting really stressed out right now, guys, but I really love you. I hope to God for America we get this. 67% in North Carolina. Trump is up by 5%. He only won by 1% last time. We're at 73.5 on Bitcoin, guys. I just realized my wife is upstairs probably putting the kid to sleep. I was trying to get her to get the champagne. I'm going to wait anyway, but I definitely want to get it ready. Oh, 1 second, guys. Yes, pray, guys. I'm not even religious, but I'm going to pray right now. Okay? Pray to everybody. Everybody. 83% Georgia right now, guys. Almost 74,000 on Bitcoin, guys. We're seeing a high we haven't seen in a very long time. We're getting ready to break a new all-time high in Bitcoin. Oh my God. We're getting ready to hit a new all-time high in Bitcoin. Anyway, 83% in Georgia. Trump is still winning by 5%. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I love you guys, man. Let's do this. 68% in North Carolina, 5% for Trump. That's a 4% lead versus last time. There's a 12.1% lead for Trump versus 2020 in Virginia right now. Half of the state of Pennsylvania has reported, and Trump is losing by 0.1% in Pennsylvania. Oh, this is so close, guys. Yeah, All In's live. I'll get to All In, guys. I just really want to focus on this right now. I love those guys. We'll go and celebrate with them in a second. We're about to have a new all-time high on Bitcoin right now. Oh my God, I think we hit it. I think we're cracking 74,000, guys. Oh, thank you, Ruben. You guys are awesome. Oh, yeah. 74,000. 74,100 on Bitcoin. $74,200. Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. Hey, share the link, guys. Let people 74,300 on Bitcoin. Oh. 84% in Georgia. Trump is winning by 5%. Trump is winning by 5% in North Carolina with almost 70% of the vote. Virginia is at 66%. Trump is winning by 2%. Pennsylvania, Trump is winning by 0.7% with almost half the vote. Oh, God. I love you too, Brandon. 74.5, guys. Oh, my God. We're going to make so much money. Almost 75,000 on Bitcoin. I'm going to add Bitcoin to the bottom real quick. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, guys. Oh, my God. I'm just going to drink it out of the bottle. We're almost at 75. Oh, God, we're going to make so much money. 84% in Georgia. Trump is winning by 5%. 69% in North Carolina. Trump is winning by 5%. 68% in Virginia. Trump is winning by 0.5%. Pennsylvania. Trump is winning by 1.2% with 48% of the vote in. Bitcoin is nearing 75,000. We're going to make so much money, guys. And I don't even care about that part. Trump is up by 1.2 in Pennsylvania. Bitcoin's up by almost 8% on the day. Don Jr.? All right, we'll come back to this. I want to see it. I want to see it. Let's do that, guys. Let's do that. We're going to mute here. We are going to go to the All In podcast. We're going to listen to some of our boys here. So let me get over to that real quick here, guys. 1 second. Oh, I love you guys. Here we go.
In Pennsylvania, Lackawanna County is like tied. That's unheard of. A lot of places there. I think we got in Wisconsin, 51% of the 18 to 29 vote. Yeah. That's not been, I don't think that's ever been done by Republicans. I think we're pushing 20% of the African-American vote there.
Love you, man.
That doesn't surprise me. For me, as I've gone around the country for the last few months, per capita, I think I've taken more selfies with African American men than anyone. So, I felt a lot of these kind of cultural shifts on the ground, not at a Trump rally, but like just in places where, if I'm at the random airport going through Detroit or
That's
whatever
okay.
it may be.
We've already hit a new all-time high.
It feels pretty good. There's still, still a lot of unknowns. Who knows? Maybe they have some anomalies, but I think they really need like massive overperformance on same day voting.
I just want a free country.
They've been voting for weeks on end for years.
I just
People
don't want
do
to turn
that.
into a communist
So it feels like a
regime.
lot of their vote is already baked. In some of these places where it's close to tied, our election day vote is still going to come in, and that's still going to be heavily towards us. So a lot of unknowns. It seems like we covered the East Coast pretty well. We broke some records.
Don, if you had to separate the party and the ideology for a second, if this holds,
I'm just gonna sit here for a
what
second.
is 75, 80 odd million
Thank you, Nick.
Americans
Appreciate you, man.
telling the rest of America in terms of the ideology?
Free speech, free country, BTC.
Yeah, this isn't
That's
like
a
if we
good
pull
night.
this off, this isn't like the Republican
Yes,
Party
George.
won.
Right.
I think it's really it's America first, and it's very different.
It'll be 80,000 by tomorrow.
It's just different, and so a big
Trust
part
me.
of my push towards JD for the VP slot and all of that was to perpetuate that, because I feels like that's where real Americans are on the ground. It's certainly on the conservative side of things. That's where they are, and the traditional party still thinks that Mitch McConnell has said it for the last few years. The number one issue for Republicans across the country is Ukraine, and I'm like, what? Like, what? I've spoken to more Republicans in the last week across the country than Mitch McConnell has in his entire 273-year career in the Senate.
Trump is
And
winning Arizona and New
since
Mexico.
the Ukraine war broke out, I've surveyed Republicans when I speak. If it's 500 people here, 5,000 people
He's
there.
winning all of them.
I've surveyed over 100,000 people live in real time where I'll give them the mic. And so far, of about 100,000, maybe a little bit more than that, 4 people have said that Ukraine is a top 10 issue for them. None of them have been top 3. And I'll ask him, is it top 3? Is it top 10? 4 people. One guy I asked, what's the deal? He was from Kiev, Ukraine. So I was like, I'm going to give you a pass.
Yeah.
Another guy had worked there for like 15 years. So,
Thank you, Mabry Capital.
he said it was 10.5. So it wasn't really a big one for him, but it was close. One guy misunderstood the question. It was a double negative. He thought it was a double negative. And so he was actually for us and didn't. And the other guy worked at Raytheon. So you understand why he wanted to keep selling missiles. And so, there's just a big divergence between swamp Republicans and sort of that establishment Republican Party, and where conservatives around the country are.
1%
I think my
lead
father
in.
tapped into that in 2016. I think 2020 sort of an anomaly year because you sort of weaponize.
I'm gonna just kill it on these guys for a second, guys. So Arizona, we've got 40% of the vote in. Trump's winning by 1%. New Mexico, we have 23% of the vote in very early. Trump's up by 5. Georgia, we're at 85% now. Trump is winning by 5%. North Carolina, Trump's winning by 5% with 70% in. Virginia, Trump is winning by 1% with 70% in. Pennsylvania, Trump is winning by 2% with 51% in. It's not over. It's not over, guys. But it's looking pretty good. It's looking better than last time. If we look here at the shift from 2020, you see a lot of red, guys. There's a lot of fucking red on this screen, okay? There's a lot of red. It's going to be hard not to win. I think it's over. This is the New York Times. This is the New York Times. Who knew that they'd have one of the best tracking sites for this? Thank you very much, George. My buddy, George. My buddy that I go eat Chinese with every couple of weeks. He's a professor. He's a cool guy. Oh, sorry. I just got to soak all this up.
You know what? I'll roll the dice with that. You saw Ron Paul jump into the conversation.
I think we're winning, Heinz.
A couple days ago. People are just super excited about that.
Yeah, I hear you, Bookend.
When the interest on our debt right now is $1 trillion a year by itself. I mean, I'm
going to watch The View tomorrow.
Of most countries.
Hey, guys.
Most successful countries.
I don't know what time The View comes on because I never watch it, but I'm going to probably do a special tomorrow, and I'm going to watch The View. So if anybody wants to watch The View with me, I'll be sharing that out, and we can go on YouTube and see how they melt down. It should be a great time. So if you guys want to be there, let me know. I also have a market open for anybody who doesn't come here normally out of the 750 people here. We talk about stocks and hopefully make a lot of money. I've been pretty good at that. And I'm hoping, anyway, we can talk about that some other time. I can show you my history. I'm pretty transparent on everything. I show everything.
He's been very honest about what went right and wrong. And part of what went wrong was, I guess, team selection.
Yeah,
and,
no, I haven't.
You've really
We're
led the
still
charge
holding
to
on,
make
bro.
sure that the team selection in this second iteration, if it comes to pass, is going to be markedly different. Have you guys spent time thinking about what the deep state tries to do to stop
Jason
you
doesn't
this
look
time
good.
around? And are
That
you
makes me so happy.
planning around
This
that?
makes
Like,
me so.
are
I
you
love
spending any
Jason,
time
but fuck
thinking
him
about
tonight.
what that looks like?
Fuck him tonight.
Yeah, we are. I mean, listen, when it comes to transition,
Look at all that red,
I'm going to be
guys.
very involved. That's the only thing I wanted it to do, and it wasn't about actually placing someone in a position.
Look at on the East
It was really
Coast.
just
Look at
blocking the
this.
guys that were going to be the guys that were going to slow roll you. The guys that pretend they're on your side, but they know better, even if though they're. They know everything, even though they're unelected bureaucrats that are going to stymie what the duly elected president of the United States wants to do. So that playbook is long and vicious of what they will do. But when my father took office, and I'm glad he's honest about that, because I think it was his biggest miss last time. And though it's sort of hard to
Congrats on
fault him, he came
Palantir
to
too,
D.C.
guys.
The
That's
first
nuts.
time he
Very
ever
happy for
spent
you.
a night in Washington, D.C. was the first night he moved
Jason
into
is
the
a
White House.
Democrat.
Someone has an R next to your name, and some politician who was maybe great to you. No, this is the guy.
Yeah, so to be clear, guys, right up here. Oh, Rokohana is on here. Great. There's a lot of good people on here. But to be clear, this guy, Dave Friedberg, these are all billionaires, right? All of them. David Sachs, all these guys. But David Friedberg is more about science-based liberals. Chamath was liberal too. David Sachs, very conservative. I think Rokohana is conservative. Jason... all these guys, like at least Chamath, David Sachs, definitely leaning towards Trump. I think even Friedberg might have gotten there. Jason, though, he will just be as stupid as he can be. He's very much like, he moved to Texas, but he's still a Democrat kind of guy. But I don't know. It's very interesting. We'll listen more to these guys in a bit. I want to see how this election is doing. This is what I really need to know tonight. Okay? 51% of the vote in Arizona, Trump's winning by 0.8%. Let's start looking at other states, guys. Wisconsin, we've got Trump up by 0.3% with 46% in. Michigan, Harris is winning, but there's only 21%, so there's no point in looking at that. Trump is winning by 3% in Pennsylvania now, guys, with over half the vote in, 52%. 71% in Virginia, Trump is winning by 0.8%. 73% in North Carolina, Trump is winning by 5%. 85% in Georgia, still Trump is winning by 5%. Iowa called for Trump. Not a surprise. Remember those bullshit polls that made it sound like that was a swing state and it was going to flip? Bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, guys. Look at this shift from 2020. Look at all the red. Look at all the red. There's so much. Yeah, legacy media was lying. I told you guys that. See, the reason I knew that we were going to do this well is I look at the data. I look at the actual data. I don't look at polls and go, oh, well, you can't trust the polls. I look at the polls and then I look at what they did before and the time before that and the time before that and the time before that to figure out which ones are accurate, which ones try, which ones are incredibly biased. And then you can look at all that, you can add up all the math, and you can figure out the probability of a potential win. So that's how we figure shit out, okay? That's how we do it in the investing world. Why the hell wouldn't you do it here? And when Elon Musk, who owns one of the most powerful news and social media sites on the planet, that knows who lives in the United States and who doesn't and what state they're living in, they have all these analytics, okay? They've got paying members. They have so much in the way of analytics that even Facebook and YouTube don't have. And he told you he knew who was going to win tonight. Listen to him. It ain't over, but it sure looks good.
And so instead, it was sort of an ideology that was put on referendum.
Legacy media is dead after tonight.
And if you had to answer the
lose.
question, what do you think the Democratic ideology was that they put up for vote? What was that?
Well, I think we obviously ran on abortion rights. I think we ran.
Oh, Ro Khanna's. Oh, no, wait. He's actually a politician. Never mind. My bad. He's a liberal, too. So, whatever. We can look at that. I just don't give a shit about that right now, guys. I so don't care about that. I really want to know what's happening with the election. It's all I care about right now. I want to know that Trump wins. I want to know that Robert F. Kennedy wins. I want to know that Elon Musk wins, J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, Shanahan, Tulsi Gabbard, all these wonderful people, Balaji, all these wonderful people that are going to tear this fucking government up and rebuild it from the ground up, okay? And don't be worried about your investments. The markets are telling you they're sending the signal to you, okay? Bat signal up. They want Trump to win. So don't worry about that. You're going to see one of the biggest Santa Claus rallies in fucking history if he wins this. All right. Doja's rocking. Good to hear, bro. All right, let's just look here. I want to hang out with Steve. I love the All In guys. I love them. I can listen to their commentary later. I don't care. JP says 7-point lead in North Carolina. You got to be shitting me. We're at 74% now, and we have a 7% lead in North Carolina. Trump won this by 1%. Arizona doesn't even matter. If we get Virginia and Georgia or Virginia and Pennsylvania, none of it matters. It's over. It's over. It's just fucking over. It's probably over right now. If they win Pennsylvania, guys, there's a 93% probability that it's over. And honestly, the way these numbers are coming, it's probably over. Because again, look at this. Look at the red. Look at the red. Look at it. Yeah, North Carolina would go red. Of course it would, right? These people still haven't gotten help. Your wife loves my commentary. Awesome. Thanks, Corey. Ariel, 80% chance of Trump win, according to New York Times. That's pretty high. Book and tackles. Might as well put the cherry on top with PA. Yes, let's just lock this fucking shit in tonight, guys. I'm not going anywhere until this is done. That bottle of that champagne bottle is gonna fucking sit there corked until 6 in the morning if it has to. All right, good luck. I hope it works out, Alfredo. Dems really fucked up in North Carolina. They fucked up everywhere. That Georgia win is so huge. If it happens, Frank, landslide, I think it might be, dude. Almost 4% lead in Georgia. See, I don't like that. That means it dropped by 1%. But it's 91% in. No, it's only 3% now, guys. It's only 3%. Virginia turned blue. You're right, it did. But this is also, look at this though, guys. Virginia, last time, guys, Biden won by 10%. Okay? Biden won Virginia by 10%. It's 72% in, and she's winning by 0.5. So if nothing else, it looks like signal. 91% in Georgia, still winning by 3%. Oh, let's keep holding it, guys. Hold the line. 6% in North Carolina. If we get, guys, here's the ones that we didn't get last time. We didn't get Virginia. We didn't get Pennsylvania. We didn't get Georgia. If we pick up one of these, it's a huge win. Yeah, he hasn't saved it yet. We're not done. West Coast is all blue. It always is. We don't even care about that. Let's see what we're looking at here, guys. Let's see. How are we doing on the House and Senate? So the House, we have still plus 3 seats. So only 3 seats gained. That's good, though. Again, I worry about that later. How are we doing on the Senate? I worry about that later when we get to the West Coast. Still 1 in the Senate, not 2. Wish we had 2 in the Senate, but hey, we got 1. Maybe we'll get the second one locked in. If we can maintain the House, win the Senate, and win the presidency, it's fucking game over. The markets are going to explode. The markets will explode higher. Ohio Senate, 5% lead. Red, 80%. Oh, that's good to hear, man. 91% in Georgia. I'll be happy when this is like 95 and he's showing by multiple percent. That Georgia one worries me. I don't like to see it close that much. I like that 5% better. Dylan Van Dyke, VA is going to go blue hard, but North Carolina, Georgia look good, and PA is super interesting. I'm most interested about Virginia. You know why? Because she's not even winning by 0.5%, which means she's down 9.6 points with 73% of the vote in. That's just a huge discrepancy, unless everything that hasn't counted is blue. And look, Richmond, 26% of the votes are in. That's suspicious. Henrico is less. It's not a strong Democrat, 36% in. But then we have rural counties that are only 50%, so that might be a benefit too. A lot of them are 95 though. No, there's 58. I don't know. Again, I just here's what I want. I want to see that it's closer. If I see that it's closer, then it's a really good sign. Let's jump out here and look at how our red's doing from changes. Look at all the red, guys. I can't help but notice the massive amount of red when compared to 2020. Market open tomorrow? Yeah, I might, just for shits and giggles. Leon Ho, hey Jesse, just joined. Thank you very much, my friend. Dylan Van Dyke, spot on. It's a great sign. Chad Ventures, North Carolina, 6% lead. Really? Let's go back here. Yep, that's good. With 76% in, that's good. That's a nice, healthy lead. 6% with 76 is a good lead. Still waiting on a bunch more. 52% in Arizona. Kamala winning by 0.2. New Mexico, Kamala winning by 5%. That's not even a surprise. She should win that state. It would be weird if she didn't. Let's look over here, actually. Yeah, see, look, New Mexico, they won by 11, almost 11% last time. Colorado, they won by over 13%, 13.5%. Arizona was the close one. They won by 0.4. Nevada, they won by 2.4%. So this entire area over here is just blue as fuck, right? So if we even get Arizona, that would be a good sign. We're still waiting on everything up here in the Rust Belt. I feel like the Rust Belt is going to be very interesting. I don't know why it's taking so long. Why aren't we getting any votes counted? It's so weird to me how... Is Fox News fake news? I mean, I don't know. Everything's fake news, man. There's so much fake news, it's hard to know anymore. Everything's about clickbait. Your best news is on X because we have community notes. Thank you to the almost 800 people that are here too, guys. Love you guys. Thank you to everybody that joined. Nevada in play, though. It could be in play, which is insane. It could be, which is insane. And Arizona's in play. Nevada and Arizona are both in play, which is wild. But if Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Georgia fall, I think it's game over. Newsmax projects Georgia for Trump. I mean, they're Newsmax. So, I'm assuming they would. Joanne, you trying to give me a heart attack? What did Joanne say? Joanne might be smoking the ganj. We flipped 4 Senate seats. No, we didn't flip 4 Senate seats. I mean, we might. We haven't. They haven't been called yet. We've only got 3 House and then 1 Senate right now, but you're right. We could. We very well could. You have 18,000 viewers on X. That's awesome. Mike Yacko, Decision Desk, just called Georgia. Ooh, Decision Desk. We got another one. Okay, cool, man. God, if this ends up being real, guys. Oh, my God. If we get a sweep. Oh, I'm probably going to cry. I'm probably going to cry. I'm so emotional right now. Alfredo, thank you for the $10. Everybody show some love to Jesse. Let's take this country back. Let's go. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Let's do that. Leon Ho says, thank you for doing this, Jesse. I've followed you for a while. Appreciate your guidance. You're very welcome, man. If I can guide anybody, I definitely needed enough guidance in my life. If I can give any of that back, I'm grateful. Nathaniel, love you, brother. I've learned so much in the last 3 months. That's great, dude. He won Georgia. They're calling it. They're calling it, but I'm not calling it. Susan, I'm shaking too. So much, buddy. Book and tackle, smash that like. Thank you, guys. Anthony, it's emotional because this is it. This is how we know if America and the world is saved. Vamos, Jesse. Wisconsin and Michigan Senate race are tight. D have small lead. Chad Ventures, just give us Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia would be over. Yeah, would totally. Easily. Let's celebrate in Panama. Yeah, hell yeah. I want to go back to Panama. I've been there like 3 times now. I want to go back again.
Yeah, let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina.
Right,
look
we got
again,
data, guys.
83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Yeah, again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened.
Nathaniel.
You take a look at some of these big,
tell other people to come here.
Still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020 when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. The Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really
Trump
does
is winning
start
New
to add
Mexico.
up. Even in a place here,
37%
in Guilford County, where Greensboro
Trump is winning
is.
Arizona.
1.2%,
53% in.
Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here, and now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there, and with more
guys, hit the likes if you could to the 800 people that are here.
Right there, you could take a look. Douglas County, we have.
Do you support Trump? Please hit the like.
We still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level. The potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even
North Carolina,
better in
7% lead for Trump.
So look, just zoom out here.
77% and 7% lead.
Potentially, if this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina. I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa.
3% lead in Georgia, 91% in, 84% North Carolina, 3%
Trump would
lead.
Move probably to 251
0.6% lead for Harris
votes.
in Virginia,
and how
but
many
that doesn't
electoral
matter.
votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing
20 of you
there's
guys just
real
got a
reason
membership.
for
Thank
hope
you,
for
Mark.
the Trump folks
Thank you, guys.
that could happen. If Trump wins those 2 states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here, so keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. It's really gonna fucking happen. Trump is at 1.1% in Wisconsin with 54% of the votes in. I actually think Michigan, he stands much better odds. New Mexico is a state we should not win remotely. Kamala Harris is out by 10%. That is not a surprise. Yeah, that's not a surprise. That should, again, so let's just look at the history here, guys. New Mexico, they won by roughly 10%. So it's not a surprise at all that this is happening. And it's 64% of the vote. It could still swing more towards Trump. I hope that's what's happening, Renegade. I hope that's what's happening, man. If we can win here, then Canada can win. And then we have conservative patriots who believe in sustainable spending and less war and freedom of speech and in Argentina and El Salvador and the United States and in Canada. Can you imagine how powerful that would be if Poilievre works? Poilievre wins too. It's like, can you just imagine? It's a tie in Arizona so far. Minnesota has 4% of the votes in. What a pathetic state. Just tell you what, David? Sorry. What's the question here? When we win, I'll tell you. David Wannenberg, Jesse, my man, been watching you since you had 3,000 followers. I'm living in Canada, but we need this win. Backing you 100%. Let's go. Thanks, brother. We're all in this together, man. Susan Yu is a hero. She's a sweetie. She's very supportive. Dylan Van Dyke, if we get North Carolina, Georgia, we still have to get one. Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, or... Yeah. Virginia's... Yeah, the fact that Virginia's even close is insane to me. I don't think we're going to get Virginia. Again, Biden won by 10.1%. That's insane. Jeff L., if we win, I believe conservatism would spread to Europe. I agree. I agree. Let's just let it keep going here. Again, Steve, I like our guy over here, Steve, because he's really honest with his polling, and he's a nerd about understanding how all these states are doing. We got the West Coast coming in 21 minutes, guys. Oh. I'm so stressed out right now. I feel like there's so much weight that I just want to sleep good. Elon just posted game set match. He probably has better data than Steve. Well, let's take a look and second that, okay? Oh my God, guys. Do you realize this X is the signal? Oh, House, we only have 2 now, guys. We only have 2 seats in the House that we gained. Senate, still 1. 85% in North Carolina, Trump's winning by 3%. Almost 60% in Pennsylvania, Trump's winning by 3%. 69% in New Mexico, Kamala's only winning by 8, where she was up by over almost 10 last time. Arizona is running a tie. Wisconsin is 55% in, Trump is winning by 2%. Trump is winning by 0.6% in Michigan. I think he takes Michigan. I think Michigan is the easy one out of the Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania Rust Belt. I actually think Michigan's the easiest one because they have the unions and all the bullshit that they've been dealing with and trying to be competitive with Chinese manufacturers. And Trump took a really hard stance, saying that he would put 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs, and that ends the competition there. So, I don't know. It's just going to be really wild to see, guys. Tesla 272 after hours. Trump won Iowa. Yep, not surprised. Arizona super tight. Minnesota DEI hires struggling with counting. That's probably true. That's probably true. They got 5% in now, guys. Trump is winning by 14%. Or I'm sorry, 24% in, no wait, I'm tripping. Yeah, 14 in Minnesota. Wisconsin, Trump is up by 1.5% with 56. Trump is still winning in Michigan. Pennsylvania winning by 3% for Trump. Virginia, Kamala Harris is winning by less than 1%. North Carolina, Trump by 3. Trump by 3% in Georgia. It's amazing how when Trump's winning by a lot, the votes slow down. Isn't that fascinating? Very interesting. Now, let's see. Does Steve have something to say? Looks like he does.
Yeah,
Jake,
Michigan,
thank you for joining.
It's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties.
Michigan.
We have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County.
Yeah,
this
Howard
is a
Lutnick
big,
is
giant
great.
suburban county just outside
I don't
Detroit.
even know
and
if
this
I
is
have.
of the 2 big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, with a lot of college-educated, higher income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show
I think
you
Trump wins
what this
Michigan.
does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016,
there's a 2.5% difference
this was an 8-point win
between
for
the
Hillary
last
Clinton.
election.
And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare.
So it looks like Trump and Clinton in 2016.
So yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from. This is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that if the Democrats looked at, they would have said, We want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan. A big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania.
Ross is going to get out of prison.
They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just
tomorrow might be my $1 million day. It could be.
4 years ago, he won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County.
I don't even think he knows what the camera is.
We've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get to Erie County.
They shouldn't have
this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia. We're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia
Trump's
than he did in
3.5
2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
All right, he's on break again. We're going to hop over here and take a look, guys. Georgia with 93% of the vote. That's a huge number. We still have a 3% lead. That is amazing. We have a 3% lead in North Carolina with 86% of the vote. With 79% in Virginia, we got a 2% lead for Kamala. That is perfectly normal. With 64 or 2/3 of the vote in Pennsylvania, Trump is winning by 3%. Michigan with only 27%, Trump is winning by 2%. Wisconsin with only 57%, Trump is winning by 1.5%. In New Mexico, Kamala Harris is winning by 8 points. They won this by over 10 last time, so that's actually worse. But there's only 69%, so there's still a ways to go. Arizona, we see Trump winning by 0.2% right now. So it is, yeah, I heard that with Georgia. I'm not counting shit. I'm not counting shit. We have not gotten the micro to macro approval on Georgia yet. Mark Cuban's probably banned from the Democratic Party for the mess he made. Yeah, he didn't help. And then Biden didn't even show up to this thing. You know why he didn't. He's like, I'm getting some fucking sleep. I know who's winning. His wife wore a red dress today. Why do you think that was? I don't know. Marco, thanks, Jesse, for all of your work. There is no better options to see this kind of event. Thank you, man. Oh, I happen to be, my name's Micro to Macro on my channel for a reason, guys. I've loved the concept of politics and analyzing it. I love data. I love macro stuff. I love geopolitics. These are all in my wheelhouse, so this is like my Super Bowl. Biden probably voted Trump and blaming it on dementia. Can somebody tag Chris Patel on X and ask him when he's going to Venmo that $500? No, I shouldn't do that yet. Let's wait. I don't want to get too cocky. Senate's 2 again? Let's go back. Are we back to 2? Yeah, +2. Yeah. We were up. Well, House is +2. Did you say Senate's +2? Oh my God, it is? It is. Oh my God. What the fuck? We gained 2 seats. Oh my God. Oh my God. If we win the presidency, then we have the majority, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. We could have a blowout. It's really becoming close to real. Yeah, he put that Trump hat on. I know, that was funny. That was in New York, right? That was after like they did the commemoration thing or whatever for September 11th. Oh my God, I can make so much money tomorrow. I just can't even. Oh. All right, let's look at some of these numbers. Sorry, I'm just kind of staring off into La La Land. My brain's on break. Sherrod Brown is defeated. She's a Democrat,
just happened,
right?
We can tell you about one. We've been following North Carolina, where statewide you could see 85% of the vote now in. Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats
need
the big margins. We've been waiting all night on
Tesla's up
Mecklenburg
8.5%.
This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 100,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that, drive that over 200,000. With 90% in, there is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development.
So they're
Democrats
doing worse
looking
in
at
North Carolina
all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable,
really hard
we
for
don't
funny
quite have all
business,
of
man.
it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote-producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County and Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century,
Elon's live with
have
Tucker?
added to their margin in Dane County.
All right,
They've
guys,
squeezed
we're
more
probably gonna
and
jump to
more
that.
and
One
more
sec.
out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of
one sec.
Wisconsin is here by 53 points, and that is a margin of about get that
I know,
marker
I saw
working. That's
that.
a
I
margin of about
reposted that.
182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight
One
was
sec,
to hit
Kavita.
that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW
just one sec,
counties, the
Jesus.
question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee.
I just want to hear this part.
coming in.
Oh.
The big suburban bedroom.
I'm actually going to mute it. We'll jump over to Elon real quick here.
Out of like, there's anyway, call it 80%, 90% of celebrity endorsements on the Dem side. So you basically you have what appears to be a deck that is very much stacked in favor of the Dem. Like you said, like how can a Republican win at all?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, one of the things that we did do to kind of even the odds was we massively improved the Republican ground game, My America PAC. Massively improved the Republican ground game in the swing states. So
leave it to
the Democrats
Elon.
only have the best ground game. Just in terms of knocking on doors, talking to people, sounds simple. Just having a good sort of word of mouth virality campaign, having good messaging that appeals to people's specific interests. And then making sure people get to the polls.
See, I don't care about any of this. I want to actually know how the polls. I love Elon Musk and I love listening to him. I need to know how the fucking election's going right now. If he's not providing extra information, this will be one of the few times you hear this from me. I do not give a fuck what Elon Musk has to say right now. We can watch that later. 0.2% lead in Arizona with 53%. Wisconsin's up to 60%. Trump's winning by 2. Michigan's still only at 28. Trump's winning by 4. Pennsylvania's at 67%. We're over 68%. We're over 2/3 of the way there. Trump is winning by 3. 3%. Virginia, Kamala Harris is winning by 2%. Not surprised. They won that by over 10% last time. North Carolina, 87% in. Trump is winning by 3. That is a great number. Trump is winning by 3% in Georgia with 93%. So these are still looking good. All right, we'll hop back over to Elon now. Sorry, I just got to get those moments in.
Just make sure that people have transport. The Democrats
Gotta
are extremely
know
good
we're doing good.
with
I'm gonna
getting
turn this
just,
on.
making it convenient.
I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit.
Transport. They're allowed to ride in vans as long as they're not driving the van. So we're just making sure we bring them to the polls and they vote how they want to vote.
It could be another hour.
Which is going to be like 99.
It could be another hour, guys.
Actually, call it 100.
Call it 100 at least.
Call it 100.
So these are raw milk producers.
Yeah.
So you endorsed Trump within minutes of him being shot. I mean, how many? I mean, it was literally minutes, I think, as I remember.
Yeah.
And then you just went.
Look at
more
that picture of
all-in than
Trump
I've
on the
ever
back
seen
wall.
anybody ever.
Yeah.
He's got like his leg up.
Did you ever doubt, or did you just decide to go all in and you just did it?
He's like the $1 Million Man, or what's his name? That one guy.
You don't play it by
Yeah,
half
slipping to Dems. Yeah, that was going to happen. I just like to see that it's not by much.
Yeah, I mean, I was with the team every day, 7 days a week, just working the early votes in Pennsylvania and other swing states.
Elon is in Mar-a-Lago right now, so he's hanging out with Trump. That's why he's dressed so dapper. To the 800 plus people that are here, thank you guys very much for being a part of this event. This is history, guys. So this is history. All right, let's just go through the list. So 60% in Wisconsin, Trump's winning by 2. Michigan, Trump is winning by 4% with 29%, almost a third of the vote. Still a lot to go there. Trump is winning by 3% in Michigan. Haven't hit the 70% mark yet, but man, we're doing pretty good, guys. Virginia, we're down by 2. That doesn't even matter. We were down by over 10 last time. Just the fact that we're even this close is brilliant. Michael Krause, so Trump will leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, continue to help Senate candidates because that's 3 flips. Yeah, if we keep flipping like we are, that's going to be nuts. Again, we flipped 2 House seats, guys. So we have that. We fucking you, Jesse. What, excuse me? Thanks, John. Not quite sure what that means, but thank you. 2 House seats. Yeah, we got 2 House seats. We got 2 Senate seats. This essentially means we have control of the House and the Senate and potentially the presidency of the United States of America. She should be working on a concession speech. That's what needs to be happening. Benny Johnson channel. What's going on with Benny? Was one of the last few voters in Michigan. You were, Susan? One of the last few there? That's awesome. Oh, guys. I just struggle to believe it's real. Yeah, what the word salad concession speech will be. I mean, they should just already call it for Harris. Yeah, they did, I guess. With 0% of the votes in. Washington State, 0% of the votes called for Harris. We literally don't even count the votes in these states. If you're new to America, we don't even count the votes in these states. We just project the winners because we already know. Not a surprise. Do you think it's done? I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. I can't say that yet. I want to believe it is, but I can't yet. I just can't. I gotta know. Chin, Trump War Room. All right, let me take a look. I just can't call it until I absolutely know, guys. CNN, the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said at Harris's team. Oh, really? Let's hear it. That's great. I love that. Let's listen, guys.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here.
Hey, guys, the dancing stopped. Fuck you.
Reporting from the Harris headquarters, and I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright
because we just assume they've won. We don't even need to count votes in those states.
Spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate.
Yeah, Jake, let me...
I love that. God, I love that so much. America, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That reminds me, what was that cartoon called? That was Trump in Michigan now. Up 4. Jeff L., you're awesome. Jesse, love you. Love your humor. Thanks, man. I've met plenty of people in my life that do not like my humor, so I appreciate that. All right, let's refresh here. Not the South Park toy commercial. There's another one. It was like Team America. Yeah. Okay, Ryan. Yeah. Thank you guys. They know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. Team America. Do you guys know what Team America is? You know, we should find. We should do an intermission, guys. We're gonna do Team America. Let me see here. Let me just find it. Oh yeah. Let's see with the intro. I need the intro. Here we go. All right, here you go, guys. This is a good one. Here we go. Get ready for it.
America,
Oh, geez. God, I forgot how bad this was. I'm going back. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot how bad this thing was. That is something. That is something. Let me see. Donald Trump. Rap. We're going to be playing this later. Got a lot of good ones up in here. All right. Sorry about that. That got a little weird. That's how we roll in America, though, guys. We're okay at laughing at ourselves. We try to, I mean, a lot of us try to have a sense of humor. Not all of us do. Trump is winning by 3% with 70% of the vote in, guys, in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is at 20 electoral votes. It is a huge number. Law, you didn't show that. Yes, I did. Tesla pushing 10%. Amazing. Oh, so we got North Carolina. I think that's in the bag, right? I don't think we have anything to worry about there. Georgia not moving a bit. It probably will in a second here. And we'll just watch that one real close. That's the one that worries me. If there's any funny business that would happen, I think that it would be there. Maybe Pennsylvania. I mean, definitely Arizona. Arizona, there's a lot of funny business that can happen there. I'm not sure about Michigan and Wisconsin, honestly. I literally had to turn the AC on right now. I'm sweating bullets. Are you? Yeah, just from stress. Or that video. I don't know. 62% in Wisconsin. At least Wisconsin can count some votes, it looks like. Polymarket has a 93% for Trump. Again, I'm not counting it yet, guys, because last time people went to sleep, they woke up, and it was a different person winning. Matthew Smith, Tesla's going back to $1 trillion company. As it, dude, I'm gonna make so much money. I have over $1 million in options in Tesla. Oh, make so much money. Jesse, you're streaming on my living room TV. Quote from my wife. Who is this guy? He's hilarious. Tell her thank you. My name's Jesse. Me too, man. I don't know if you can see the sweat. It's there. It's there. Look at the shift again. The shift. Which shift? Sorry. What shift? Oh, yeah. Sorry, the shift. So here's the shift from 2020, guys. So if you look here, you can see the amounts of red are just dominating. We do see some blue. We see some blue over here down in Georgia, like a little bit in Georgia, right? A little bit in North Carolina. Not a lot in Virginia, actually. It's mostly going red. Pennsylvania looks really red right now. You see a little bit in the Midwest, a shift to blue, but again, these are incredibly conservative states for the most part, outside of Colorado. So that's kind of normal, right? Colorado's turning more blue. I mean, I guess that's possible. Seems pretty stupid to me. 5% lead in Michigan. Are you shipping me? That's only 30% in, though. Yeah, we're still waiting. Will Bitcoin stay around 74K? Dude, it will launch past 80. We'll go to 92 really quickly. But we won't be done there. I know people are probably getting tired. It's 10 at night. But I ain't going anywhere. All right, hey, I do got to grab something. One sec. I've got some cheap champagne and a drink. I'm going to be enjoying that, but not anytime soon. Not until we're good. 4 a.m. in Portugal, 4 a.m. in the UK. You guys are insane, but I love you for being here. It just shows that a lot of people care about what's happening tonight, guys. Not just here. It's not just us, guys. No sleep for me. Me neither, Susan. We're here all night. Jason just said he didn't vote for Harris. What? Are you shitting me? who did he vote for? Did he say if he voted for Trump or he just didn't vote?
Okay. Oh, I understand.
Whoa.
Did you just throw to me? Oh, somebody was talking to me.
You're on the mic, bro.
I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. I gather my train of thought here. I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county. And Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet.
Trump's doing 1.4% better.
Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states.
Look at that, guys. Look at that.
Keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here, too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, we're monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back. I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points.
Oh, that's so
good. From 71 in 2012 down to 56.
Pennsylvania is turning more red.
Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56.
It's just how
the margin
it works.
for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote-by-mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number
11
in
o'clock,
Philadelphia.
guys. That's when we're going to be a lot
boost
closer.
The margin
maybe
there.
11:30.
But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up.
What's Alfredo
I'm just going to
doing?
take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three.
An eight-figure bet on Trump?
63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59-8 for Harris right now, but the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect?
That should help Trump.
That should help Trump. Harris right now, and move up to Montgomery County. You know, this is you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land.
This is much
better. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail.
76% in Pennsylvania,
to hold in these
and
counties.
we're at
also going to need
a
that. We'll just
3-point
check
lead for
quickly in
Trump.
Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs. We're getting close to 90% of the vote here.
88% in North Carolina, 3%
number here
lead
right
for
now
Trump.
Is under
94% in
small,
Georgia,
but is slightly
3%
under
lead
the
for
Biden
Trump.
number. The Trump number 0.4 of a point better than 4 years
It's getting
ago.
close,
If this
guys.
is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Kamala's only up on 6 in New Mexico. That's 4 points lower than 2020, with 73% of the vote in. Wisconsin, Trump is winning by 3% with 2/3 of the vote in. Trump is winning by 6% in Michigan right now with 32% of the vote in. Oh, guys. I want to drink this tonight. Just a little bit. Let's please win. Georgia's 95% now with 3%. Oh my God. It's almost statistically Trump's. I don't want to say it. Yeah, if there wasn't a 90% bias from traditional legacy media, imagine how much better this would be. Imagine how much better it'll be in the next election when people start using X going, what the fuck am I missing? How did we lose? And then they jump on X. Think about that. Yeah, we're not jinxing anything. I'm not saying he won yet. But look at this, guys. Shift from 2020. RJ, thank you for the 20 memberships, man. You guys are amazing. Guys, look at this here. Look at this. Look at how much red is on this map. Look at how much red is on this map. Senate, what's going on? Is more good Senate stuff happening? Oh my God, you guys. Tester down big early in Montaigne for Senate. Another flipped possible? You're shitting me. Oh my God, if that happens. So we got 2 still, so we could get 3 Senate seats. Oh, we'd have a majority even without the VP. Because if we win the presidency, the VP is like the deciding factor. Oh my God, guys, this is crazy. This is just nuts. That much red is beautiful. This is beautiful. Look at all this red. Look at it. This is a red wave. This is a red wave. Oh, hey, Philip. Thank you, man. Hey, all the international people on here, I love you guys. I love you guys, and I love your support of our country. And I hope we can do everything we can to support you too, and to get the West back on the right track. In the world, hopefully. I'd like America to be a beacon of prosperity and freedom and everything else. Yeah, I know he did. I'm just not doing that. I just can't do that yet. I get that we probably have won. I get it, right? I'm just not going to celebrate prematurely. JD, Jesse, I'm forever indebted to you. I will never stop watching your stream. Thanks, bro. North Carolina called for Trump. Bruno Mir from Mexico, please invade us. I hope things get better, man. I love Central America. My wife's from Panama. My mother-in-law was born there. I love the Hispanic population. I love everybody, man. I just want a better world. Is this over? I think it is, but I'm not gonna say it. Finance. When I pop this cork, this shit is over. Okay. Data input. Thank you for joining, my friend. Thank you guys for all the support. If you guys could hit the like, it is appreciated. I have been running for 12 hours today on live streams, so I actually started this at 3. Right? Yeah, I've been doing live streams for 11 hours today, and I'm an old man, so it's much appreciated, your support. Why take so long? You know, why? I want to be confident that we've won, if you're talking to me, David. There you go, Eddie. You can finally comment. DC 2023, thank you, Jesse. You can go to sleep early tonight. No, I'm not. Not until it's over. I gotta know, man. I gotta know. But this is looking good. This is a lot of red, guys. A lot of red. Yeah, North Carolina, I'm not surprised. Yep, 3%. That was, what was that in? 89% of the votes. Trump is only down 2 points. Got to remember, that's an 8.1% better turnout in Virginia for Trump. Pennsylvania is up 3% for Trump right now, with 77% of the votes in. That's looking pretty good. Georgia's still 94% with a 3% lead. We're going to know tonight. We're going to know tonight. We just will. It's happening. The fact that Kamala Harris is only winning 60% in Washington and California is astonishing to me. Only 55% in Oregon. That blows my fucking mind. What did she get last time? Oregon, she won by 16.1%. 16.1%. Tonight, with 56% of the vote in, she's winning by 13. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. They lying and in denial. Who is? Sorry, DC. Internal memo leaked from Harris team pulling a Podesta move. What do you mean? What's the internal memo? Seth Rithra, America's the greatest country in the world, and we'll never let that change. I hope not, man. Thanks much for Peanut. Yeah, guys, don't forget Peanut tonight, guys. This is for Peanut. This is for Peanut. And then tomorrow I got to tell Chris Patel he owes me $500. All right, Invest Answers, my boy. Let's see what he said. This is when he called it. Read this for some sadness. Razor thin my ass. Subject, we're seeing so far, team, as polls close across the country, I wanted to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. This is the Harris camp. As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race. Bullshit. Thanks to this amazing team, we have seen incredible turnout across the battleground states, and the closeness of the race is exactly what we were prepared for, to steal votes. So, fuck them. Chris with a K, but close enough. He put another 1,000 on Kamala earlier. With who? Somebody else? That's funny. We're almost at 75,000, guys. We're hitting new all-time highs on Bitcoin. Daisy says, let's go, Jesse. Can I get lucky with Tesla, Palantir, Bitcoin, and Solana? You probably will, Daisy. If you're in all those, that's great. I am too. Well, I mean, technically, I only have one share in Palantir, so I can't take too much credit on that one. But Oh, I know Patel will. I know. I probably won't even bother him with it. I'm sure he'll reach out. I honestly, if he doesn't reach out, I'm not even going to bother him. GameStop? I don't really care about GameStop, but yeah, I mean, Risk On could do well. I don't care about GME though. It's like I'm an investor who really likes. Peter Zehan even called Kamala an empty suit. Yeah, and Peter's like, he's okay. He has really interesting like demographic and geopolitical data points for different things around the world. We're getting close to 75,000, guys. Bitcoin is calling the election here soon. Still kind of holding on, just waiting. Wife said she'd give me, yeah. Wow, that's 2 of you guys. Congratulations. Gonna be a happy night tonight, or morning. I think my wife went to bed. Them trying to bow out gracefully. We'll see. I doubt they are. I don't think there's anything graceful about them trying to bow out. I really don't. I have 69,000 Doge, and I have that amount by accident. Cool. Faisal Khan says MAGA. DMR from Mexico. God bless Donald J. Trump. Jack Connor, Decision Desk calls North Carolina and Georgia for Trump. Yeah, I heard that. Deborah, thank you for the $25. So happy you're on Team Red. I'm happy to be here, too. Thank God for Elon Musk. He's probably the only reason Trump is winning tonight. Or, I mean, that, Robert F. Kennedy, and a few others. Without this team, Trump would not be winning. He just wouldn't. Greater than 95% in Georgia. Georgia's done, guys. Georgia's done. Fuck yeah. 77% in PA, guys. We have a 3% lead. Oh my God. Virginia got called for... Yeah, that's normal, though. I actually expect that. They won this state by 10.1% last time, guys. They're only winning by 2% right now. That is telling. Oh my God, we're going to win. Oh, I just can't believe it yet. It's getting close, though. BD, thank you for the 20. You guys are so awesome. I don't even know how many memberships have been gifted. Thank you, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think I'm going to have an emotional breakdown tonight. Might just have like a crying game thing in the shower after this from the sweating. Oh. Oh. I love you guys. Thank you. Left Coast Huddle agreed. Without Vivek, RFK, and Elon there wouldn't have been enough. There would have been a ton of sheep voting for Kamala. I agree. Trump is winning Pennsylvania, Skip, here. There's 77% of the vote in, and Trump is winning by 3%. Trump won Georgia. He's up by 3%. Wisconsin, Trump is up by 3% with almost 70% of the vote in. Arizona, Trump is up by 0.2%. That hasn't even moved. New Mexico, Trump is only losing by 6%. They won this state by 10.1% last time, so this is actually not a good look either for Kamala Harris. Evidently, Maine cannot count votes worth of shit.
Look at a few more things we're getting in.
Steve's back.
First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for.
I already told you all this. I'm just going to mute him for a little bit. Fuck Keir Starmer. We need to get him out. 1 second. 1 second, guys. All right, sorry guys, I was just updating my wife on it. She was just getting ready to go to bed. I just wanted to tell her that it's over. And it's close. Polio Bear is just a talking head. What do you mean by that, Dugrest? I think I made 5 posts saying it would be over tonight. Yeah, I've been saying that too, but writing posts and then waiting are different. Ito, are you from Japan? You're from Japan? That's awesome, man. Chin, I just posted something. Jesse, all I can say is thank you. You're very welcome. Ohio Senate won. Yep. I think it might be over. Let's see what Shin has here. Have we won? I'm not calling it yet. I will in a second. Nicole Walsh's brain simply cannot comprehend how young men think that Trump would be better for the economy. All right, let's just watch, guys.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in 2 totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young
You have to get a new job, bitch.
men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was. You go to the polls.
Yeah, that's not surprising. What an idiot. You need a new job. If you get a new, go and work for X, and then you'll know what's happening. 69.9% on Polymarket. The prophecy has been fulfilled, guys. I want to call it. I will in a little bit, guys. Just give me a minute. I'm just not going to do it prematurely. I'm just not going to. We got a very likely in Georgia. We got a very likely Democrat in Virginia. We got a leaning right in Pennsylvania. I want to see that say right. It's up. If we get to like 85, 90% in Pennsylvania and we're up by 3%, I'm happy. I'll call it. Because there's no way, because you will, it'll be too good. It'll be too good. This shift from 2020, guys, is too good not to win. It's too good not to win. So if we get to that point, I'll know that even if we wake up and something weird happens tomorrow, it'll be contested. And the worst thing that happens is we have to do a real election where everybody has to really count their ballots. And I know who wins in that case. I know who wins that. Let's go over here and see if there's anything new coming up for Steve.
Big states, that is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. OK, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County.
Same here, Scarlett.
163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000.
Thanks, the time
182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, they usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This
to
is
hear
where
this,
they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where
We're about to
Democrats
crack
have
75K,
improved
guys.
tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will. Not much to come in Waukesha. Big county,
Yeah, Trump should declare a
400,000
win.
people live here. One of those wow
He should.
counties right outside
Lock it in.
Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point
Minnesota's
over Biden. So
always
that is
clear.
progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple
you guys need
points
to
better.
reduce the size of
See
the
what
government.
happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties
not ready to
and
call
the
it yet.
bow counties here.
David,
Brown
I'm not.
County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along
Hopefully.
sort of the Fox
By
River, Lake
11,
Winnebago.
25
These are
minutes.
all counties. Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city
here's
of
the thing,
Appleton
he's doing way
is.
better.
In
He's doing
2016,
way better.
when Trump won Wisconsin, he
It's gonna
won this
be-
county by about 13 points.
I don't think it's possible
in
for him to
2020,
lose.
when he lost Wisconsin, it was a 10-point
Steve
margin.
Bannon,
And tonight, as you
interesting.
can see, 67%. It's
Gained another
back
Senate
at
seat?
that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come.
Let's look at the House,
in
too, guys.
Outagamie County.
Is
But
the
I
House only one
flag
now?
this because we are
We're
seeing
only
it
up
in an
one
awful
now
lot
in
of
the
places
House,
tonight where
guys.
Trump
We
is
still have
returning
control.
to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When
Sorry,
Trump won it,
Dan.
it was by
Doesn't work that way.
20,000
You
votes.
can go to bed.
When Biden won it, it
Get
was
some
by
rest, bro.
20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there.
what
But
was
that's
I just
something we've
doing?
been seeing
My brain is
in
tired.
other places in this northern tier of the battleground
Don't know
all
what I
through
was
the
doing.
night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where
92,000.
Democrats wanted to be there.
92,000 is the next move, guys. Right up here at the .618 fib extension level. We already back-tested the daily and weekly resistance and turned them into support. We're launching off of that. We've set a new all-time high in Bitcoin, and the next stop is 92,000. Yeah, it would be easy to call if they didn't rig it last time. I agree. I think that's probably what happened, right? So I can't call it right now. We got 80% in PA still. What is Georgia? See, when this thing turns red for the New York Times, I'll feel better. We got over 95% in, so let's say 96% in at least. That's only 4% left, 3% lead. That's almost statistically impossible for this not to be a win in Georgia. I could see that, DC. 286. I could see that. Georgia is so fucking close. I want to see it called. If it's called for Trump, I'm going to feel really good. If it's called for Trump, we're breaking 75,000 in Bitcoin. So Wisconsin is still at 69%, and we're 3% lead for Trump. Arizona's at 53%. We're at a 0.2% lead for Trump. New Mexico, it's funny how they just stopped counting in Arizona, isn't it? New Mexico, 80% in. We've got a 6% lead for Harris. That's worse than last time. Colorado is just a fucking stupid state. They like homeless populations. I don't know why. I've been there a bunch of times. Are we unburdened by what has been? Or you mean unburdened by what will never be? And what has been in a vice presidential role? I think we're close. I think we're real close. Nothing is impossible if you cheat. That's true. But you come to a mathematical number eventually where it's impossible. And we're getting close in Georgia. We're very, very close in Georgia. Let's look at some of these counties. So we've got 90% of the votes in Fulton. We've got 95% in Douglas. We've got 95+% in Cobb. We've got 95+% in DeKalb. We've got 95+ in Rockdale. We've got 81% in Henry. So Henry would be an interesting one, but the rest of these are like all 95%. So they're, and this one's 85. So these really blue zones are very counted already. Let's see how some of these others are. Do we have any that are weird and not 95%? There's a lot more of these though. There's a 92% in. There's a lot more of these little ones, okay? So it's going to be real hard to shift this vote. It's going to be real hard. When they cheated in 2020, it was so much further away than we are right now. And again, guys, look at this. This is 2020 didn't. This is the shift since 2020. Look at how much more red there is. Now, sure, there might be more blue in the middle of the country, and then this little area down here, you can definitely see where they were working it in Georgia, right? But outside of some blue in the central part that doesn't matter, this little bit here in Georgia, which could matter, it's just red across the board. So it is way better this time, statistically, than last time. Way better. At least a 3-4% average shift, probably, towards Trump and in some of these places that really matter. Sarthak, so how does the shift matter? So this is showing areas, counties all across the country, and they're showing, like this one, Meade County, 5.6 point shift towards Trump versus last time. Over here, Hardin County, 5.4 point shift since last time. Madison County, 4.1. So all of these counties in here are showing that they're going towards Trump. Very few show strength going towards Kamala. So it's a red wave. It's a red wave. Ted Cruz reelected. That's awesome. Let's check the House. The House, we're still winning by 1. We gained a seat. So we could lose more seats over here, but it looks like Republicans might still have the House, which is insane. Look at this. 218 for a majority. Look how close we are. I don't know if we'll get it. It'd be crazy if we do. But we basically have, if we win the presidency, we've got a majority in the Senate, and we'll have potentially a majority in the House, because we had that before. Do you think you see the stock running into November? I think I see the stock running for a long time, guys. Investments will do really good if this is what's happening. Give him North Carolina. Oh, this is the other map. Let me go to this one. Let me go here. So Trump has North Carolina, but he had that last time, right? What we want to see is Trump win Georgia, Virginia, or Pennsylvania. Georgia is his best chance along with Pennsylvania. Virginia, Biden won by 10.1% last time. So the fact that it's even close is amazing. Michigan, Trump is winning by 5% with 40% of the votes in. Wisconsin, with 70% of the votes, Trump is winning by 3%. So again, guys, if we look at the shift from 2020, we're seeing red waves starting to form in Wisconsin and Michigan too. We don't need much, guys. We're doing so good. If we get a Georgia or a Pennsylvania win, and Wisconsin, Michigan, or Arizona, it's just over. Just one of them. One of the others, and it's over. Yeah, North Carolina's done. Nevada we could actually get Nevada, which is insane. Let's go up here. Polls close at 10 in Nevada, so, and what time is that? 10 Eastern. So at 8 o'clock, what? Why don't we have any votes in Nevada? Minnesota's a joke. I don't know. It's up 7%. What did they get last time in Minnesota? About the same. Minnesota's about the same. You can burn down Minneapolis and people don't give a shit in Minnesota. That's how retarded they are. I'm still live? Yeah, I've been live a while. I think I started at 3 or something. Maybe 4. I don't remember. I've done 11 hours, maybe 12 hours of streaming today. Pretty tired. Yeah, Minnesota's not too close to call. It's going to go blue. Virginia's blue. Yep, that's fair. We got her done. Virginia's out of it. 4% lead for Kamala. Yeah, they didn't gain any votes with the guy literally running the state. Funny. 3% to Trump, and Pennsylvania still. Let's see if that holds. We've got 3% still. And Georgia, we still have no additional votes. How do we have no votes counted? This is the stuff that just really confuses the shit out of me. How does the vote count just stop? 3 p.m. Central. Okay, so 8 hours? Yeah, I've been going almost 11 hours today. Because I did the morning show too. What's Hawaii number? I don't even know, man. They probably aren't even like, I don't even know if they're done. Polls close at midnight Eastern time, so they're not even closed in Hawaii. Yeah, North Carolina, we know, guys. We know, Meta. The big thing that we need, guys, we need Georgia or Pennsylvania to be called. That's what we need to see. And I'm not moving until I fucking see that. Not cracking open champagne until I have a victory. What happened with Nevada? Nothing. I have no idea what fucking Nevada is doing. There's literally nothing for Nevada. There's nothing there. There is no votes counted in Nevada at all. Nothing. I don't even know how that's possible. I don't know, man. Well, I mean, technically, it's close. The margin could still shift. They need like 97% with a 3% lead, probably. I don't know what. Nevada doesn't release data until the last person has voted. Oh, okay. Well, when did their polls close? 10 o'clock Eastern time? So 9 o'clock? An hour and 50 minutes ago. Okay. Well, whatever. Kamada headquarters is holding back tears. They were misled by the media so badly. Good. Fuck them. It just you know what the interesting thing to me is? The ones that could be states that matter have just stopped. Georgia stopped. Pennsylvania stopped. Nevada hasn't even started. Arizona just stopped. It's been on 53% for like a fucking hour. You know what I mean? Like, it just stopped. All of it stopped. Oh, Trump at Mar-a-Lago? Yeah, sure. I'm down, man. Who has that? I'm so fucking tired. You're gonna have to guide me. Unusual Whales. Okay. Watch the NBC live stream on YouTube. They're in cope mode. Yeah, we should maybe do that too. Chin's got a post. Let's see what this is. Scott Pressler. President Trump won more votes out of Lancaster than in 2020. The Amish delivered. Good job, guys. Thanks for that, Chin. Sorry, I'm so tired. Let me just... Yeah, okay. Don't celebrate too early, guys. This happened to us once before. Yeah, I just don't trust it. Yeah, this is where the fuckery comes in. Yeah, Trump, so to be clear, guys, the lead this time is way better. It's way better. But again, I wouldn't put it past Democrats to try and cheat. It's possible. Just, we gotta watch. We gotta watch. Why have they stopped? That's a great question. Yeah, I agree. It ain't over. Don't celebrate yet. I'll celebrate when it's over. We got a 3% lead in Wisconsin. We got a 3% lead in Pennsylvania. We got a 3% lead in Georgia. We don't even know Nevada yet, but that could be a win. And we've got a 0.4% in Arizona, but I'll believe this shit when I fucking see it. I just want it to be over. I just want to know. that it's over. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Those were going to go to her. Charlie Kirk is live and talking about Georgia voting. Comparing to the last election, it's almost impossible for us to lose. I agree. If we somehow did, there would be right. If we did, then it's going to the Supreme Court. West Virginia won't ratify the election. It's going to the Supreme Court. How much left for PA? 82%, 3% lead. Nothing's moving. I don't know, man. What time will it be official? When they fucking count the votes, which we try not to do in this country. I don't know. Evidently, Nevada doesn't release any details until the last person's voted. They were supposed to finish voting 2 hours ago, almost. I worry that they're doing something too, man. I'm not into this shit. I ain't calling nothing. Do you think they're in active fraud mode now? Maybe. I know. Why hasn't it moved, guys? Yeah, if Georgia flips blue, then we know they're trying to steal it. This is the bullshit. This is the fuckery time right here. This is literally last election. This is why nobody can go to bed. This is why everybody has to watch. Everybody has to document. I know he did. That's great. I'm not calling it. Are they trying to pull a Maduro? Fuck yeah, they are. You got to remember, they helped the current dictator in Brazil. These fuckers helped him get into power. Okay? The same group that tried to shut down X in their country. That's these people. Yeah, I know. That's cool. They won the Senate. I love that. But I want them to win it all. And that's what we're waiting for. Yep. But we don't leave until we fucking win it all. We don't leave until we fucking win it all. Then I drink this thing. Not until. Yep, congratulations, guys, on the control of the Senate. No, North Carolina is not enough. North Carolina we got last time, guys. We need Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Arizona. We need something. We need one of those for sure, at least soon. Why has Georgia stopped counting? Why has PA stopped counting? Why has Arizona stopped counting? Why hasn't Nevada started? No, it's deviated a lot. It's deviated a lot. You can't say that. This is literally, if you look at this map right here, that there's massive deviation in the popular vote that is leaned towards Trump, a huge amount. Now, the Electoral College, you're right. I'm not calling. That's why I'm still fucking here. They can't steal enough votes this time. They can't do that and win. Obama's ordering more votes to be shipped into those states that stopped moving. There you go. Hill Guy 4000. Georgia Secretary of State Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead. They're receiving hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots now in 40 minutes. Cool. Of course they are. We're documenting all this shit. We ain't going nowhere. Oh, I might need to get more coffee, though. I'm so tired. All right, we're going to do some wake-up juice real quick, guys. We're going to do some wake-up juice just for a minute, okay?
I got love for every nation. I got love for all races. I got love for all religions. Got love for so many places. No love for a politician, a congressman, or a senator. If the country that they put in first ain't the United States of America. No love for these politicians with corporate interests in other countries. Only one that I serve is God. I don't serve man, I don't serve money. No love for the people living in the USA, but always hating it. Got a lot I probably shouldn't say to yo. Matter of fact, I'll just pray on it. I'm pro-life, pro-God, pro-gun, not ashamed of it. Yo, worshiping millet, yo, killing babies, mutilating children, yelling Satanists. Supporting the troops in their tour doesn't mean that you're supporting the war. Supporting the freedoms that they fighting for doesn't mean that you're supporting the war. Supporting the country I live in and loving it doesn't mean blindly supporting the government. The world that we live in is trouble. They turn off the media. We should defund and supporting America for other nations. Does not make me a racist. If you like communism so much, I'll pay for your vacation. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first. This countries protect their borders. It's not a controversial subject. I say cause the southern border, it seems to get people upset.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't care what names you call me. We in $40 trillion of debt. Uncle Sam takes half your money, then you get a little refund check. I am America first. Kamala cares a better purse. I never sell out the people to raise my net worth. The Second Amendment is there to always protect my first. I'm a better rapper than Meg Thee Stallion, and I don't even have to curse.
My video
Let's keep
or
the
this
American dream alive and put an end to all the lies. BLM raised billions, and what did they do for black lives? Politicians promise you the whole world, then they backslide. What happened to Hunter's laptop? You know I'm most strapped up. Gun rights are human rights. Feminists been sold a lie. You can mess around and find out. Play stupid games with a stupid prize. God bless the whole USA, even the ones you hate me. Still fighting for you today, and no globalist paid me. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first.
I don't know why it stops right there. There's probably like another version of the video. I just wanted to wake people up a little bit here, guys. We'll see if they start talking in a second. They made this in Angola. Oh, this one? Oh, okay, let me check it out. And then we'll get back to the other stuff. 1 second.
He calls it Dark MAGA.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm Dark MAGA.
My sole and exclusive mission
Love it, Robert.
is to go to work for our country, to go to work for you. It's time to deliver a victory for the American people. We don't win anymore, but we are going to start winning again.
Love it.
I'm not just MAGA, I'm Dark Gothic MAGA.
From mountain to mountain, from ocean to ocean, hear these words. You will never be ignored again. And yes, together, we will make America great again.
Oh, I just want to drink this. I dig it, man. I dig it.
Ever let you down.
I dig it.
This is Donald Trump's house, brother.
Sorry, guys. 1 sec. I want to put this other one out here. Where am I? I don't even know where I put that. Kill that. Ah, here we are. Where did I put that?
We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our
Oh, there we go.
orders. We will bring back our wealth. And we will bring back our dreams. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless America.
All right, guys. That was a good one too. I've shared both of those out on X if you want to take a look at them. I'm just going to hop over here real quick. I'm going to turn my volume. I feel like I got a little bit of energy back from that, so thank you guys for bearing with me. I'm going to go ahead and jump over. Oh, he might be talking. Let's see here. I think Steve was coming back. So no change in Michigan, or I'm sorry, in Georgia. 84% in PA, still a 3% lead. That's good. Wisconsin is 76%, still a 3% lead. Michigan is 47%. We got a 5% lead. Again, I think Michigan is probably going to do better. I think it has a great chance. Sheehy is in in MT. Montana is killing it. Our pickup in Wisconsin and Michigan and PA could all be flips. That's amazing. Thank you, Michael. Let's just look over here, guys, at what we gained. So, House. The fact that we're still up a seat is amazing. We already controlled the House. We've got 3 branches of government for the people that are new here. We've got the executive branch, which is the President of the United States. And then we have the judicial branch, which is the Supreme Court. And then we've got the congressional, which is the House and the Senate, which there's 2 bodies. And again, the Senate, you get 1 vote for the Democrat, 1 for the Republican, or I should say you get a senator. Oh, God, my brain doesn't work. Let me try this again. So you get 2 seats, right, across the for the Senate for each state, and then for the House, it's based on population, so you can have a lot more people in the House. Okay.
Exploring ways we can come together to help the planet.
Finish this.
He's the man behind the mask in one of the world's.
That's dying. All right, you have to pay attention on Detroit. Yeah, Detroit's looking good. Detroit's looking better, but again, it's got a long way to go. It's only 47%, but we're up 5. I love that. Arizona's super close, but it was super close an hour ago the last time that it updated. So we don't really care about that. What we want to see is Georgia get called. He has good info on his stream. Okay, let's check Charlie out real quick, guys. Let me, God, my brain is just fried. 1 second here. Is the All In podcast still going? Holy shit. We got to get back to that in a little bit, but that's awesome. I love those guys. All right, Charlie Kirk. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just really, my brain is so fried right now. I'm just trying to think. All right, yeah, Charlie. Okay, let's see what he's saying. All right, let me volume.
I think we're going to get, what we'll see is we'll see a lot of takes on like the bros who betrayed democracy. We're going to get all these things about problematic frat bros, problematic young men, and you know, it's very possible they'll double down on this, triple down, quadruple down on blaming these guys for everything, and then be shocked that that doesn't succeed in winning them back.
It is now confirmed the Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. That's really big, everybody. That should be celebrated. It is confirmed.
Yeah,
Let's
go. And it may not even be close.
It's like they're prolonging the inevitable unless something falls into their laps.
We could end up with 4 more Republican U.S. senators out of this.
Yeah, I mean, you flipped Bernie Moreno, which was a question mark. Right?
You've got Bernie, that was a question mark. You now are looking at Pennsylvania. You've got Rogers. You've got Hovde, and Hovde's looking as inevitable as Trump in Wisconsin at this point.
Why isn't Nevada have anything?
A real possibility with Kerry Lake. A real possibility.
Oh, here, one second. Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up.
Is it
probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mail.
Here's the dump. Here's the dump in Philadelphia, guys.
Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So
this is where they steal the vote in Pennsylvania.
We want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in
this is where they start to steal it, guys.
305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020.
Oh, no worries,
again,
Benedict.
Let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this
is where they're trying to
level
steal
and be getting
Pennsylvania
that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now. now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14.
Look at that. Look at that, guys.
But it's
going to
important.
be so hard
Trump's
to steal
gains
it.
with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania.
Look at that, guys.
Lancaster
Trying to
County.
steal
This is one
votes.
of the counties
Where
where
is
you can
this at?
see
In Detroit.
in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58
right,
if you
let's
round it
monitor it
41
all.
now. This is a
Thank you, guys. Send me all that stuff, okay? Send me all that stuff, guys. The problem is they can't win this time. They can't win this time. Even if they try and steal it, it's going to be contested. And we've got X. Don't trust California, yeah. I agree, they will. They will try and steal it. You can't hear the guy on the screen?
Just see Trump incrementally improving with each update.
don't hear him?
Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County. Now this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County,
sorry about that.
unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end.
What did you say? Left has already started rioting? What are you talking about? I mean, not surprising. Not surprising. All right, let's get back over here.
It's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote-by-mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County.
Voting,
but we're talking about
all the voting
maybe
is just
1,000,
stopped.
something
All the
like
counts
that.
are
Very
just
small
stopped.
amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains, and frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains. Given everything else I just showed you, reset it. 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania.
I hope this
about
is the last time, too,
170,000 vote difference. Seeing, just in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote-by-mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000.
That's not good enough.
And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update, but this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia now, 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties
the
are
location
all
is
so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020.
Trump's still doing better in this one,
here,
too.
but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%.
Yeah, votes
and you
appear
see
from
what the lay of the
nothing.
land looks like there right now.
Crazy thing is Georgia's basically done, but they won't call it because that's an obvious win for Trump. Yeah. Again, we'll see. This is where they try and steal it, guys. This is what they do. Okay? They're not going to give up. There's nobody from Republicans on the polls. I don't know what you mean. There's poll watchers, right? We're watching all over the place, and we'll be ready to fight with all kinds of legal moves. This is Jacked on the video? Here, let me refresh.
2024 presidential election hits the home stretch. MSNBC has you covered wherever you are. Watch.
Beaver, don't
read,
start saying
and
stuff
listen
like that or you're
for
going to get
in-depth
blocked.
coverage and analysis until every last vote
I'll
is
do it
counted.
again.
Stay with MSNBC.
Okay? Say one more fucking negative thing and you're gone. Is that better for the audio, guys? All right, cool. Yeah, just let me know when that happens. So, of course, we haven't counted any more votes in Arizona for no reason. Nevada hasn't even started. Another swing state. Haven't even started. Wisconsin, Trump is still winning by 4% with 77% of the votes in. Michigan, Trump is winning by 6% with 50% of the votes in. Pennsylvania, Trump is winning by 3% with 85% of the votes in. Georgia, Trump is winning by 3% with over 95% of the votes in, supposedly. All right, thanks, Shin. Let me take a look here.
Kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist-type government in Florida. Does that make it a more attractive place? It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist.
Fuck this bitch. Forced to declare the results immediately. Yeah, this is ridiculous. It is. We're like a banana republic right now. %87% in PA. Trump is still winning by 3%. That's good. This video will be out there and recorded. I'm probably going to download it too. so that we can recount this and where the percentages were, in case anybody might need it later. Yeah, we should be doing paper ballots. Anybody can interfere in an election when it's digital, or when you have people shipping in ballots without requiring IDs and all kinds of crazy shit. When you have no control over the process and you deliberately put loopholes in it to sabotage it, you have problems, right? I love it. That gets a repost. Yeah, I don't know. They might update faster, but I don't know what any of that means. Again, we just need to count the votes. We need to count the votes, not ship it in anymore. You know what I mean? Let's not find magical votes that all of a sudden put Harris in the lead at the last minute out of nowhere. How many times can you play that card, guys? In India, it's all one-day voting on the polling booth, no mail-in ballots. Isn't that insane that it's better in India? It's better in South Africa. There needs to be better certification and background check vetting for election. Dude, this should be literally paper ballots. Everybody gets off the same fucking day. You count them all. There's no mail-in ballots. Fuck you if you're not there. Done. IDs across the board. He will win. Relax. Dude. He'll win when we make sure that he wins. Oh, I believe that, Skeletor. PA Rep is talking about PA on Charlie. Oh, okay. All right, let's check that out. Oh, fuck that bitch. Where's Charlie? Where'd I put Charlie? Anybody remember where Charlie is? Charlie! Where'd you go, Charlie? All right, we'll just get rid of this one. Oh, yeah, here he is. Okay.
Pennsylvania, Trump was ahead by 225,000. Now he's ahead by 175,000. Was that the big drop? Was that the big one that we're waiting for? The margin will shrink some as Philly and suburbs come in. Yes, it's white knuckle time, but stay calm. So what am I missing here, guys? What is the best path for her?
Yeah, let me say this, Charlie. If you're really worried and you're looking at what are their options, okay? If we're not talking election day, if we're talking about mail-in votes.
They have no choice.
Here's the status, okay? In Pennsylvania, you have to request a mail-in ballot to vote by mail. And so 1.2 million Democrats requested a mail-in ballot, but only just over 1 million returned them. And so if you're looking for votes that could be out there, things that could be like, hey, these ballots just showed up, that would be where I'd look, because there's roughly 200,000. To be specific, it's about 163,000 Democrats that requested a mail-in ballot and never sent it back. I don't know where you find votes outside of that.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, but if you were
so,
like,
but
listen,
what are the mechanics? Are they allowed to still be dropped off? Do they have to be received by now? Where,
they had to have been received at their county office by 8 p.m. on election night.
Period. Not postmarked. Done. Okay. So
8 p.m. election night.
So it's not, none of that is what Matthew McConaughey would say is the, what is that in the Wolf of Wall Street? The not hocus pocus, but the yeah, exactly.
Fugazi,
Fugazi, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So we're talking about
4% lead for Trump in Wisconsin.
Do we have accurate? I'm only grilling you, Cliff, here because this is the stakes of the entire civilization. Do we have accurate vote totals of what they have remaining? This has always been the issue. We prognosticate our numbers. We extrapolate, and we're like,
all right, guys, I'm just going to kill this for a second. So, yeah, so they won New Mexico by 5% less than last time. There's a clear mandate here for Donald Trump. You could see it across all the states. Let's look at the shift from 2020 again. Look at this. So the only states that have really seen any shift to the blue are ones that are incredibly red, that don't count. But over here, look at this. This entire side of the country, how red it is. It's a huge amount. If they can stop Georgia at 95%, they can stop any state at any time. Yeah, that's true. It's a good point. But we ain't done. We're watching it all, guys. Last time, everybody gave up. Oh, the 2-second music clip? Here, I'm just trying to see if he comes back, because Steve's got really good stuff. I'll bring it down a little bit. Steve's got really good stuff. I want to hear him when he comes back. But I'll turn it down. But yeah, so I mean, max fuckery. I want to hear when he comes back. By winning North Carolina, Trump could reach 270 electoral vote, carrying Georgia and Pennsylvania. Or yeah. I mean, he's already got North Carolina. That he had that last time. None of that fucking matters. Nothing has changed from last time. Okay, let's just look real quick here, guys. So what we need is Trump to win some of the blue states that are magically not done. Okay? Even though they're showing Trump winning across all of them, yes, this is suspicious, Finance TG. This is very suspicious. We're waiting on a number of things. We got a big drop from PA that came in, and we're still waiting. I don't know if I'm doing this stream in the morning, guys, the market open. I think I'm going to be too tired, okay? But this is suspicious, for sure. This is very suspicious. But we're going to keep watching it. We ain't giving up. Like I said, when I pop this, we've won. Okay? You can feel confident about that. But we ain't doing it yet. We're not doing it prematurely. I'm going to close some of these other windows, guys. One sec. Yeah, he has no comment yet. I'm sure he doesn't, because it's bullshit. They're watching the election try and get stolen right now. Again. Just like before. Okay? Even though there's a clear mandate, you can see it all across the states. You can see how much better they're doing this time. You could see that. You could see that. You could see it right here. So, it's bullshit. Here, we're going to take a look at this real quick. We're going to show this. Did I just take that screenshot? There we go. Okay. I'm going to post something real quick on X, guys. Oh, I'm so tired. I might need to get coffee in a minute. I'm just really tired. All right. Fuck you, Democrats. Not happening. If you guys could like and reshare that. Oh, one sec. I'm just going to find my other post and push it to the top for X here. Sorry, I'm so tired. So tired. I think I've got 12 hours in right now, maybe 13. So I'm just going to find my other post. And all right, there we go. So, oh yeah, retweet. That's what I was going to do. Big Pharma can't afford to lose this election. They will kill to win. Yeah. 200,000 more mail-in votes for Wisconsin. All right, we'll just keep going, guys. We ain't giving up. All right, so I do hate that noise in the background. I'm not going to lie. He's pacing a little bit. I'm going to keep it real low. Just enough to where I can kind of hear it. You've been on here, Psycarc guys, since 3 p.m.? Cool, man. Well, we got almost 9 hours in, bro. This time around. Plus, I did the morning stream. So I'm tired. I already got first comment. Y'all too late. Oh, is he coming back? No, he's just waiting. We'll keep fighting. We ain't going nowhere. You should be nervous. Why is no one else talking about this strange pause right now before the Trump victory? Great question. This is just how things work in America. We don't have an actual electoral system anymore. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna get some coffee, guys, because my brain is really fried right now, and I just need something to wake up. So give me a second, okay? Just give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Got my coffee now. It's all about the Electoral College. All right, so let's just look here. 87%. We're almost to 90 in PA. We still got a 3% lead. That's great. 6% lead in Michigan, but only 55% of the vote. Wisconsin, we got a 4% lead for Trump with 80% of the vote. 0.8% in Arizona. Still no numbers out of Nevada, which is ridiculous. He's doing some math here. I'm tired too, bro. That's what we're trying to figure out. It looks like he's doing some work. Steve is. There's a lot of bullshit going on right now. They're trying to steal the vote. They're trying to steal the vote. What they're trying to do is figure out how much they need to steal it by. And it's hard, right? Because everybody involved in this right now is going to prison. Everybody trying to steal this vote right now is going to prison, and they'll go away for a very long time. Very long time. Maybe their whole lives. This could be considered an act of treason. Right? So if you're stealing the vote tonight, guys, good luck with the rest of your life. I mean, I don't. Yeah, if somebody is doing this, then they need to take them out. They need to put them away. Long time, like for the rest of their lives. I think. If you're trying to steal democracy, you should lose the rest of your life. You should be stuck in prison. We're not gonna. Yeah, we're gonna stop the fucking steal. All right. We'll riot if we have to. We have the right to overthrow our government. Trump is on his way to Palm Beach to address supporters, per Reuters. Cool. Have they stopped counting? It seems like it can, but they haven't. You fucking tell them. You tell them. That was a good one. Thank you. Where's the link for the red waves? Oh, should be right at the top of my page right here, but I'll post it. Please share it. Please share this so that people need to see this. This needs to be shared by everybody. Good morning from Germany. And welcome, Mr. President. That's the goal, man, but we're not there yet. They're trying to steal it, so we need to work hard to prevent that from happening. So they're trying to steal the election again, but we're not going to let it happen. There's an army of us, too. Hell, the army's probably with us. Better watch what you're fucking doing, guys. Wisconsin, 82% of the vote. 4% lead for Trump. 82%. Pennsylvania, 3% lead for Trump. 88%. Georgia's still at 95 plus. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Kamala has just canceled all public appearances and speeches tonight and won't be addressing supporters. That sounds so much like the last election. Yeah, I'll believe it when it's over, guys. I will fucking make them pay. I will do everything in my power to make sure that this election doesn't get stolen, as limited as that might be. I will make noise. Lots of it. If we get Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, oh yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if we just get 2 of these, we're done. We're close. To give you the count here, so Wisconsin, Trump is leading by 4%. Wisconsin has roughly 10 electoral votes. And then if we get Georgia, we're winning by 3% still, 95 plus. With Georgia, we have 16, so we'd have 26 electoral votes right there. That would get us at 256. Is that enough? I don't remember. No, 270 to win. So we'd need one more. We would need Michigan, too. Or PA. If we get PA, it's just fucking over. If we get PA, the statistical probability of not winning is just infinitesimally slow. Or low. Slow. I'm slow. Following U.S. election from Australia. Let's go, Trump. What's up, buddy? Thank you guys for being here. Sorry it's running so late. Yeah, Minnesota's hopeless. It's a shitty state. But they only voted 4% in favor of Kamala Harris, so it's not a lot, actually. He announced victory last time, too, so that doesn't really do it, does it? Biden will be dead. I don't think we have to worry about that, Jen. He's almost dead now. If CNN said that, then why won't they call Georgia now? Did it run this late? Yeah, last time we didn't have any answers, man. It could be morning time. What is this? CNN? 9:58 p.m. This is a while ago. Kamala Harris. Oh, yeah, this is when they fell silent. Yeah, we posted that earlier. Minnesota doesn't want to lose the tampons. Tampons are important for guys, I guess. Per Tim Waltz. What was the count for the Senate? We won the Senate. But that's not enough. We're going to win it all. For 40 hours? Wow, that's a long time, JW. It's a long time, bro. You need some sleep. So we won the Senate. We have control. We have 51. We have the majority in the Senate now. It looks like we're probably going to control the House. We gained a seat instead of losing any. We need 218 for a majority, so we're waiting for this stuff. I really want to see Nevada open up. Me, Kevin calls it for Trump. Yeah, I wish that mattered. I mean, it's Trump, right? It's Trump. Trump already won, but we're just sticking around to make sure that we seal the deal for him because we owe him that. All right, let me look over here real quick. Let's see what we got. God, I'm so tired. I don't know how anybody's partying right now. Yeah, see, look at all these swing states. They gave North Carolina. Look at all the others. Too early, too early, too early, too close, too early. Too early for Nevada at almost midnight to count one fucking vote from 3 hours earlier. I think he's getting ready to say something. One sec here, guys. Oh, sorry. Did I, I'm going to refresh this. I think he's going to show something. Let this stupid ad play. NBC just called Georgia? What? What? Oh, I gotta let the ad finish. Fuck, I forgot that. 1 second.
That's not been treated as a battleground state. If she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania.
Oh my God, we've got Georgia?
Surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity.
Does anybody have the NBC?
Two counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County.
Oh my God,
he gave it
guys!
back to Biden when Biden won the state.
It's there.
Now Trump is reclaiming
MSNBC
Erie County tonight. Again, this is one
calls
of those
calls a
big,
win for Trump.
quintessentially
Oh my God, we might
Rust Belt
actually
counties,
have
a lot
this.
of blue collar.
It might be too big to rig.
Population there. Where
Oh my
are
God.
we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now? Then we've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are
89% in Pennsylvania, guys.
Mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning.
3% wins
that's
still.
It. There's also some same-day vote that's
83%
been
Wisconsin,
coming in.
4%
The
win for
same-day vote
Trump.
has been running less
Trump is winning by
Democratic than the
6%
vote by
in Michigan
mail.
with
And again, the big
58%.
picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3
Oh my God,
points
I think we might.
behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020, and this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that, but their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far, and unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County.
I'm
of course,
taking
that is
one.
the very Democratic
I
vote.
don't know
so
where.
the question becomes, comes. When we get that vote
Even if
by
I just
mail, Harris is at
go on a
54
road
and a
trip in my
half. She's got to get
Cybertruck,
past. She's
man.
really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still
That
lots
sounds
of
nice.
votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past
Thailand
that
sounds
Biden
fun. I've
number
never
with
been
what's
there.
left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks
Bloggers,
County.
please don't
2/3
call
is
me God,
in
it's
right
scary.
here. This would be, if Donald
Don't know
Trump
what that
hangs
means.
on here,
Crypto
still plenty
analyzer,
of votes to come,
if
though.
you want to
this
laugh,
would be a
I
flip.
could
And
use
again, of
one.
those immediate Philadelphia
Matt,
area,
thank you for
area
becoming a member,
counties,
man.
this one a little bit more blue
We should do a
collar than
meetup.
the
That's
ones
the goal.
I
I
just
wanna
showed
retire
you.
a
So
bunch
again,
of
that's a
people.
trend
I
we're
mean,
seeing. We
I
saw it in
won't retire
Erie.
'em 'cause
We
I'm not
saw
a
it in
financial
Northampton. We're
advisor.
seeing that in a lot of places tonight.
High school dropout
Also, I'm
in his
giving you
basement right now.
Democratic, big sort of Democratic
I'm
vote
retired.
areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester,
something.
Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties
what's the
here.
fastest?
We've got
130.
Washington all in. I
Or
want to draw
maybe
your
less.
attention to
I
this
don't know.
because
Whatever the max
these are
is.
two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh.
All right, one second
In
here.
Washington County, Donald Trump.
I'm going to listen to him again in a second. I don't want to miss what Steve's saying, but I want to see
I
this.
think everything you stand for is a disgrace.
Oh, me? You know who I am?
Yes, of course I do.
Hey, he knows who I am.
Of course I do. Yeah, it's all bad PR. I see what you've done with your daughter.
What is it about me that you don't like? Is it this?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Did you just
I'm talking
ask
to
me
you.
if wanna cancel
I'm
me?
talking to you. He's not talking to
You
you.
need this guy to defend you?
You think I need it?
Serious?
Do you think I need anybody?
That is pathetic.
Do you think I need somebody to defend me from you?
Pathetic. You see these anti-Semites are the
These
biggest
anti-Semites.
cowards on earth.
This guy seems racist, doesn't he? He seems racist towards black people. Jesse's tired. We're watching. I don't know what the fuck we're watching. Love you, Jesse. Came back for a friend's pole watch party. Now they appreciate what I mentioned, but my family, close family, friends have ostracized me. I'm sorry to hear that, Gary. Hopefully that gets better in the future, man. Freedom options, dude. I just woke up here in Europe and everything is up. Tesla, BTC, enthusiasm. Go Trump and USA. It ain't over yet. They're still trying to steal it, but we're trying hard to make sure that's not happening. Let's listen to what he has to say here for Steve, guys, real quick. Did he go away? Did I lose Steve? All right, we lost Steve, guys. Yeah, if you guys go to bed, I get it. I'm just not. I can't. I can't until I know we won. We're not there yet. So, almost 90% in Pennsylvania, up by 3. Georgia still up by 3. Wisconsin, 83% in, up by 4. Michigan, up by 6 with 59% of the vote. Again, I think Michigan is the one we stand the best chance of winning. I'll be here till the end. Have a beer if we win. Awesome, dude. I love you guys. We're like family, right? Someday, hopefully I'll get to meet more of you guys. Breaking Kamala Harris is canceled. She better. She sucks. Yeah, that camera angle sucks. Yeah, it's goofy, but we'll see more here in a second. When I see Georgia turn red, man, I'll be happy. We'll figure something out. Ugh. It might be a little bit. It might be next year. Yeah, I don't drink that much at all, actually. At all. Ever. Did he win Georgia? Supposedly, some have called it. MSNBC projected them to win, but nobody's calling anything yet, which is why we're still here. You're the man, Jesse. Thanks, Dreamin'. I'm staying till victory. Me too, bro. Amid tweet, he won Georgia. 2025 in Pensacola. I was born there. It's a beautiful place. Whitest beaches you've ever seen in your life, guys. You'd be neck deep in the ocean, and you could see a fish swimming by your foot. It's beautiful. Trump should announce. Let's see what we got. Let's see if there's anything going on next, guys. Can't believe there's over 700 people here on YouTube, and God knows how many. Florida just counted all their votes again for fun. It's funny, Michael. All right, there we go, guys. CNN did too. Let's listen to it.
It's for the electoral. And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia, a very highly contested battleground of 16 electoral votes. This is the second of 7 battleground states that we have called, and both of them have been.
Guys, I'm gonna hide the Bitcoin thing for a while just to get rid of the space. This is good.
For Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what that means for the electoral math. Donald Trump right now has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris right now has 182 electoral votes.
I did see that. I posted
there
that,
are 270 needed to win. As of right now, CNN is not ready to project who is going to win the presidency.
Steven?
And CNN can project that Georgia.
Oh, sorry, I gotta stop this. My brain is fried. Let me what were we doing? Wait, let's see. So we got that. Oh yeah, dude, I love that. Did Elon do that, or is this just Kelly doing it? Let me see. Elon Musk. What else we got here, guys? Let me just look. Reid blames women. Fuck that bitch. Trump projected to win. Bitcoin is 75K, so that's a new record. Silence falls on Kamala Harris. I love that so much. Yeah, he did the sync thing. Elon stole Kelly's image. Did he really post something? Are you guys fucking with me? I don't know what's real anymore. I would say that I'm guessing Kelly stole his image. It'd be funnier though if he stole it from her. Dude, can you imagine here guys, let's brainstorm here for a second, okay? Pretend you're on the P. Diddy list. Pretend you were fucking young kids on Epstein's Island right now, okay? Like some Bill Gates. You guys want to see a fun Bill Gates video? You want to see how guilty Bill Gates is of having sex with people on Epstein's Island? You guys want to see how guilty? Oh, it's really good. Let's see. Bill Gates. This might be new to some of you guys, okay? You guys might never have seen this. It's very possible, right? You're going to get a treat right now, guys. Watch this. Tell me this creepy fucker wasn't screwing a bunch of kids. Tell me that. Tell me that's not why his wife left him shortly after this interview.
That you had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors. What did you know about him when you were meeting with him, as you've said yourself, in the hopes of raising money?
I had dinners with him. I regret doing that. He had relationships with people he said, would give to global health, which is a interest I have. Not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. Those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. That goes back a long time ago now. So there's nothing new on that.
Oh, this gets much better, guys. Much better. Listen to the other half of this interview.
It was reported that you continued to meet with him over several years.
Watch his face.
And that, in
He's
other words,
pissed.
a number of meetings.
Just wait.
What did you do when you found out about his background?
Well, you know, I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
He's pissed. He does not want to talk about this anymore. But listen, it gets so much better.
Is there a lesson for you?
Is there a lesson for you in regard to this happening? Listen to his answer.
For anyone else looking?
Or a lesson for anyone else in regard to this?
At this?
Well, he's dead, so, you know, in general, you always have to be careful.
What does that fucking mean? Who says that? Is there a lesson for you or anybody else here? Well, he's dead, so in general, you should be careful. And he says this with a smile on his face.
And you know, I'm very proud of what we've done in philanthropy. Very proud of the work of the foundation. You know, that's what I get up every day and focus on.
Who says that? The lesson to learn is he's dead. So, pays to be careful. What do you mean careful? Careful about fucking what? This guy, he's going to prison. He's going to prison. Say goodbye to this asshole. Yep, there you go, guys. Look at that. Georgia. Ba-ba-ba-boom. Oh. 90% in PA, 3% lead. 85% in Wisconsin, 4% lead. 60% in Michigan, 6% lead. Oh, I'm gonna have to open this boy up in a second. I have to get her ready. Gonna have to get her ready. Probably shouldn't pop it too much yet, though. We're just gonna wait a second. We're just gonna wait a second. I want to feel real good that this man is in office. Okay, this guy right here. Whew. We're going to spray it in a second. I'm going to wait. I know. I'm with you, David. I'm with you, bro. I'm just going to wait a little bit longer. Georgia was just called by Fox. That's sweet. 246, guys. We're so close. 24 points to win. If we get Pennsylvania, this shit is so done. But we'll see. We're not doing it yet. The Republicans win Senate majority. Yep. I think they're still going to hold the House. Let's see how we're doing on the House, guys. The House, we gained a seat still. Is that true? We're still up one seat. That's good. If we can maintain the House and control the Senate, and we have control over the Supreme Court, I don't see how they can do the fuckery. I don't see how they can steal it. So, how close is PA? It's close, bro. It's close. Let's look again, guys. So, PA is 92% and a 3% lead. If we get PA, this bitch is over. It ain't over, but it's over. It's over. It's over. Because that's 19 electoral votes. That gets us to 265. 265. That's 5 away from winning. Which means that she would have to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska. How many do we have in Alaska? 3 electoral votes. Oh, I'd be close. We still got to win one more. But here's the deal, guys. We're going to wait. We're waiting on PA. We're waiting on Wisconsin. Wisconsin's only 85%, so we can wait. Why is CLSK down? I don't know, dude. I'm not even looking at that shit, Kevin. It was up a lot today. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care about CleanSpark right now, just to be clear. That's the last fucking thing I care about. All right, let's look at the shift from 2020. Look at that, guys. Look at that. We had almost 10-point leads in some of this shifts. Look at all the red. Yeah, CleanSpark's up 5% after hours. What are we talking about? Why are we complaining? It's up 5%. Isn't that good? I love how you laugh now every time someone asks why a certain miner. I do, because it's like, it's the same. I say the same fucking thing all the time, right, guys? Not to diss on whoever just asked that a second ago, but They all take turns. CleanSpark is literally the #2 hash rate Bitcoin miner that's publicly traded on Earth. It's one of the best investments you could be in right now. Okay? My 2 cents. I don't fucking care why it's down. Are they counting votes? No. No, we don't care about Nevada. That state seceded from the Union. It fell off into the ocean. I don't know. You'd think it wouldn't do that with California being in the way. But I saw the Superman movie one time, and it looked like the whole state was rolling over. He was joking? Good. Bad joke, Kevin. Not the right time. I'm so fucking tired, bro. Shut the fuck up, Kevin. That's where some people are not built to invest in mine. I don't know. It's probably true. All right, 92%. We're so close, guys. 2 hours to count 1%. Yes. Actually, 5 weeks to count 1%. PA's looking good. PA's looking good with a 3% lead, 92%. If we get to 95 on PA and we're still up by 3, I'm good. I am in the Midwest. That's all you get. I had some weird guy try and harass my wife on Facebook one weekend, and I stopped sharing all my stuff because there's just too many fucking weirdos. He said he was telling people I was scamming people, and that if I was really a retired millionaire, to disregard. And she's like, why the fuck is this guy reaching out to me? And I'm like, I've obviously got to hide more stuff about who I am. Gary Curate, Jesse, where's the results page you have on the screen? Oh, you just want to see this? You want a link to this? Here, it's New York Times. It's right here. There you go. Red Bull with my champagne, bro. I'm gonna probably like sip a little bit of it, and then just pass out. Careful, Kevin, or you'll meet Jesse. You guys are funny. Martin Pillage, Jesse, if we get to 95% in PA, it will take only another 2 hours to count the rest. It is at 92, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. They have like one more dump, potentially, I think. Again, 90% votes, 92% right now in PA. And we're at 3% lead for Trump. So if we get to 95, we get to this statistical improbability of there being a chance to recover. We're actually really close to it already. Am I a fan of Missouri? I don't know that I don't even know, like, Missouri. I mean, is St. Louis? St. Louis is there, right? I'm not a fan of St. Louis, even though I've been in the Arch. St. Louis is kind of a shithole. I mean, parts of it. Maybe it's better now. I haven't been there in a while. Nevada is useless. Okay. Nevada has votes, evidently. West Coast doesn't matter. You guys are great. Wake up, Jesse. Nevada. Nevada? Nevada! Nevada! 71% Trump. Okay, we won. It's over. Benny Johnson, Channel Trump is taking the podium. Oh, what? Benny Johnson? Benny Johnson on YouTube? Benny Johnson on YouTube. Let me find. Or is it on X? Help me out here, guys. My brain is so fried. I don't even know where I am. Benny Johnson. Okay. No, that's 10 hours ago. That's not it. Fuck. Benny Johnson, PBS newsletter. Oh, this is the Trump era. Oh, this is the Trump.
And I went to the campaign. I said, "What's going on there?" Because it was men. It was white men, and they said, "We notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan,
I'm gonna hang out here for a minute.
In Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about." And they said, "We noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016.
We got
they
lots going on.
2020, and we're trying to win them back." Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
Sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all.
9 through. I thought we had 5% in Nevada. Now we have 3% counted. Do we go back in time?
Upon, the absolute level of support.
Do we go back in time?
We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good
6%
sign.
still lead in Michigan with 63% of the
Watching
votes.
Pennsylvania, because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in, and Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County this is a biggie. And again, we talk about that south central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago. And that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020.
Cool.
He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight.
All right,
Lebanon County,
guys,
Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican, suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there. 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning.
He's probably going to win the popular vote. Look at this, guys. Look at the red wave.
There. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there. Oh.
Wait.
Yep. Nope.
What happened? What happened? Yeah, bro. I'm not quitting until we win. I just can't. What? You gotta be joking, Holly. Shut the fuck up. You guys are so hilarious. You guys are ridiculous, man. Charlie Kirk's just hanging out, talking to his bros. They worked hard, man. I'm gonna let... I just feel like I need to let somebody else speak for a minute. Let me see here. We're still waiting over here. I'm gonna move some stuff around. All right. Let's see here. Nevada shows 17% in here. I don't know why this is so delayed. Alaska? No, Alaska's slow. 1 a.m. Eastern, so... Yeah, they're going to swap out Joe Biden real quick for Kamala Harris. They're going to put Joe back in. Dude, my bottle is prepared. I got this thing, like, already almost popped. I'm ready. I'm so ready right now, guys. I'm so tired of this bullshit. I smell like ass. I think I'm just like dripping in sweat from tension. Bitcoin wants to explode higher. It so desperately does. It's just literally, it's sitting at a 52-week high, guys. It's so ready to explode higher. This is the, I mean, this launch is so beautiful. This thing is just waiting to go.
So again, in Pennsylvania here, about 220,000 just to reset. We were just looking at where else
Alaska's
could votes be coming in significant numbers. Center County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. You know, Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020, so an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets that, though, frankly, this should be a Republican county and a big
too,
way by
David.
the end of the night. We still have a ton of votes to cover.
Adam, what up,
Take
bro?
a long time here.
Yeah, 3
the
for
vote by
Alaska.
mail, it looks
Yeah.
like, has been processed. So there are
So we're at
pockets here where Trump
270.
can gain too. But again,
Yeah, it would give us
Philadelphia,
270
by
with it.
far the
Yeah,
biggest
yeah.
thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can out of those collar counties, but with 93% in, making up a deficit of 220,000, getting to be a very tall order for Democrats. I wanted to update Wisconsin as well as we approach
told you guys.
90% in the Trump
I
margin
told you
there.
guys this was coming.
About 4 points, as you can see right now, 116,000 votes. We have been following this story of Dane County, and it's been a bit of a mystery for some of the night exactly
This
how
is
much
what
vote was
math
left.
and data
We
gets
actually
you.
believe. Now, take a look at this. We said at the start of the night the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about
Yes, sir, Adam.
182,000 votes. So Harris
Yes,
has
sir.
now
We
actually
in it.
gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020, and we believe there is a little bit more to
Love
come
from the
still
USPT.
in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane
If
County
we
than
stay
they've
above
been getting
75K,
every election of the century they
then
have?
yeah. I wanna see-
It looks
I wanna
like they may
see-
be able
I
to
wanna
do
see
that. We'll see. Make sure there
something
are a
else
few
get
left there.
called.
Obviously, if they do, we expect them
It's
to break
over, but-
decisively for Kamala Harris.
93%
and
for
one other
PA
thing I did
guys,
want
and
to
we're
point out and just
we're
make
still
sure we
a
kind of
3-point
get on the
lead for
record
Trump.
as we look at the map of the country here,
No,
and
she
you
can't.
see in
I
gray
don't-
the
I think
states
it's
that
over.
aren't called. You take a look on the East
We got
Coast
a
here,
4%
and
lead
this
in
one stands
Wisconsin with
out.
15%
New
left to
Jersey,
count.
New Jersey, which in 2020
Nevada's at
was a state that
67,
Joe
it says,
Biden won
with a
by
4
16
with a
points. Now,
3%
nearly
lead.
90% of
Nevada's
the vote
6
is in here,
votes.
and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But
We're
a
at
couple things we
250,
can note
and
here.
we're
Just,
winning
I wanted to
in
call
all
your
of the
attention to
states,
this.
except for
This is
Minnesota.
Passaic County. The city of Patterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic.
This is literally
Look
the
at
day
this.
that
With
saved
just about
America.
all the vote in, Trump
here.
is leading in
And
Passaic
potentially the
County.
world.
This was a 17-point Joe Biden
We
victory
could have went
in
down a dark
2020.
path.
Trump has
And-
turned that
and
around
we're in the good timeline.
leads here.
Yay.
And again, this is just, as I look at this map, county by county across the country tonight, even outside of the swing states that we're concentrating
It's
on,
gonna be bad,
I am seeing this over
Cardkilla.
and over again. Counties
75,000 on
with substantial
Bitcoin.
Hispanic populations. That's where Trump is making his most dramatic gains. I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris. But just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I want to show you just 2 counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country
just need
tonight.
to see
Bernalillo
another one
County,
turn
this
red.
is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro, suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop-off for Harris here. And this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote-producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic.
Wonder how much
Down
money I
where
would have made if I
Cruz
had
is, and you
ads
see,
on.
again, this is going to be a Harris County
That would have been
tonight.
annoying as
But
shit,
look at the
though, right?
change. This was
It's a good
almost a
thing I don't do that.
19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all
Tesla's at
night.
276.
One of the stories to how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been
10%
all
overnight,
of these
guys.
small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant
Oh, there's going to
Hispanic
be
populations.
we'll
That's
blow
where
past
Trump's made
75
gains.
like there's nothing, guys. We'll blow past it. We'll just destroy it. Nevada, it says 68 on here, but yeah, 3-point lead. Nevada's pretty much wrapped up, I think. So let's see if Nevada wins. So we've got 6 plus 3. That gives us 9. That gives us 256. It makes it almost statistically impossible for her to win. If we get Pennsylvania and Nevada, since Nevada's getting counted really fast, Nevada, if I remember, will catch up stupid fast, guys. It'll catch up stupid fast. Yeah, why do you think Zelensky already met with Trump? Because he knew that this was a risk. And Putin already said he wants the war to come to an end. So it's coming to an end, guys. If we can just get Nevada, I think it might even come in before Pennsylvania. If we get Nevada and we know we have Alaska, that's 9 more points. That gets us to 256. And then if we get Pennsylvania, it's just over. It's over. We literally don't even need Wisconsin and Michigan, but we're probably going to win those two. I think it's over. I'm not going to celebrate yet because I feel like if I do, I ruin it for everybody. So we're going to wait. We're going to wait. It's biblical times, man. Omar, you're very welcome. Kamala won Ukraine. Yeah, I saw that post. That was funny. Pab, still here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Need Trump to win to get rid of Trudeau. Oh, dude. I used to think Trudeau was cool. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot I was. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the guy who did Scott Pressler, he's great, too. He's such a great dude. Oh, Donald J. Pump. Remember how everybody told you how the stock market was going to crash if there was a sweep? Bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah, I think it's 93%. Yeah, it is. It's 93%. It's getting close. Nevada's almost at 70, or at least that should be updating on here. I think it's 75 or more, right? Oh, I'll get rest, Austin. I definitely will, man. It's not a sweep yet. That's true. That is true. Yes, Arizona in the last hour and a half has counted 1% more of the vote. Thanks, Arizona. I don't even care if I see the returns in the morning. I'm just going to be happy that our country hasn't been destroyed. 17% in Alaska. Nail biter. Trump's winning. 87% in Wisconsin. 4% lead for Trump. This is almost over, guys. 65% in Michigan. 6% lead. PA. 3% lead in Pennsylvania. With 93. 4% in Nevada with 68. It's a red wave. It's a red wave. This is a red wave. Yeah, they will. They're dragging their feet. They're trying to figure out how they can still steal this. Because you got to realize all of mainstream media, all the pedophiles and Epstein and the P. Diddy parties, all the people diddling young girls and men, they have to figure out what to do. They have to leave. They have to get out of this country. All the people that have done horrible things, they have to leave because there's untethered control of the United States now for probably the first time in decades, if not longer. Oh yeah, dude, they're going after everybody, man. Everybody. I'm not gonna buy in Tesla, but I do have over $1 million in calls, so if that counts for anything. Probably a lot more than that now. With Tesla being up 10% tonight. I'm sure the calls are going to be up 30, maybe 40% tomorrow. I could make $300,000 to $400,000 tomorrow just off of Tesla. Not to mention everything else. But that's the least important part of this conversation. We need to win this election. Yeah, waiting 4 to 5 hours to vote. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. We love you guys, man. Oh, no problem, nerd. Happy to be here, dude. Tired as fuck, but Mike Alfred's post about Bitcoin in the Senate? Yeah, sure, dude. If you guys have links to, and you're, especially if you're on X, just throw them in. Oil's down. I told you guys, oil's going to get crushed, okay? Oil's going to get crushed. Oil's going to drop like a fucking rock. This is why I didn't hedge. You know why I didn't hedge? I didn't have to. I actually think TLT and TMF are going to be awesome investments. Why? Because we'll actually be creating a sustainable debt load for our country now. He was $420 away from having to give away a lot of money. That's funny. Jermaine, Jesse's a serious guy. I want to sleep. I went to sleep. He was live. I just woke up. He's still live. I'm in the UK. Yeah, I'm trying. I just want to know it's over. I just want to know it's over. I've waited. I've feared this day for so long. I just need to know it's over. We'll get there. To Epstein, why didn't they worry under Democrats? What's in the background? Oh man, you gotta spend more time on X. Yeah, it's a long story. Thanks for the marathon, Jesse. I went to sleep, woke up. Yeah, no problem, MB. I'm happy to be here, dude. I'm probably not gonna do the market open though. I think I'm too tired. Yeah, probably not, Kevin. It's bullshit, David. MB, that sounds, Chicken Bro says that sounds, you guys are funny. I don't know if you're getting crazier or if it's me. Heinz, what's up, dude? Thanks for the $50. I've never even seen that emoticon. Thank you, man. I will get rest, I promise, Cody. I'm super tired. Scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you? Super fucking tired, I don't even know. Ask Linge. Morning from Copenhagen. What an absolute joy to wake up and watch Jesse live. What's up, bud? Value. Bunch of you guys getting up right now. I'm here until the end with you. Thanks for doing this, Jesse. Yeah. Thanks for being here, Value. What's up, Doug? Liam? From New Zealand? That's awesome. Oh, I think we're going to win, guys. It's painful, and I'm tired as fuck, and I just wish they'd call it. I just wish they'd give up. 87% in Wisconsin. Let's refresh here. I think we'll get Nevada for sure tonight. They will catch up, but we got a 4% lead in Wisconsin. With 87% in, that's statistically getting very good. Otto said, hello, my man. Greetings from Puerto Rico. Go Palantir. What's up, buddy? Go Palantir. Go all of it. Yeah, Palantir's up a shit ton. Not holding any Tesla options? Well, I got enough for all of us, Prabhat. Daniel, I've been on with you on YouTube from the start yesterday. Is it yesterday? Or is it tomorrow? It's tomorrow. Okay. Or today. Let's go USA. Yes, sir. Carolyn, Florida here. Best reason ever to be tired. So happy. I would appear more happy if I was more awake, but I'm very happy. Oh. Oh, CNN, what? What did CNN say? Yeah, I'll sleep much better if I just know it's over.
And secures information in the AI era.
Oh, sorry. Let me get over here, guys. Sorry.
Because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There
Yeah,
are
they're pretty fun.
African American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time,
Yeah, if you got to work tomorrow, go to
one
bed,
of their own
guys.
could be
Go to
seen
bed.
as worthy.
I'll hold down the fort. Get some rest.
And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit. Maybe
I'm
able
not.
to breathe for
I'm
the
not
first
stopping.
time and feel like they belong someplace.
What a little bitch. This guy's such a fucking idiot. I'm so sorry you lost.
They did everything that they knew how to do.
Michael's still here. What's
and
up,
it's going to be
Krause?
harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up.
Oh, yeah, New Hampshire, I'm sure. Let's check over here. Is anything updated? I mean, New Hampshire is like a guarantee. I'm not surprised by that. Even though it was close. Shit, only 3 points. Wow, that's amazing, actually. That's actually really amazing. Lib tiers are going to be so good. We're watching The View tomorrow, guys. I don't know when it is. But I will try and wake up for it. Because we got to see it. It'll be fun. All right, let's see over here. Tesla's up a bunch of money. I wonder if me, Kevin's shorting Tesla again. Anybody know? Trump is the best thing for black women. Yes, Martin. 100% agree. He's the best thing for blacks. He's the best thing for everybody because he's pro-growth. He won't tax the shit out of our companies until they leave. It's going to be really good. Let that sink in, said Greg. Fuck yeah, Greg. We love you, Greg. You're the media now. Huh. I like that. First target for Tesla, 292, 293. Hey, Seth, sorry, bro. All right, have a good night, dude. I love you. Just call it already. I'm just waiting for something to move. We're getting close. I want to. Believe me, I want to. I want to be done with this shit. When Steve calls it, I'm fucking calling it. Yeah, we're trying 75. Here, do I even have that up? I don't even know. Yeah, I do. Okay. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that Bitcoin right there. Looking all sexy. Shit. Look at that. Bitcoin's calling the race. I should probably... What? PA called? PA called? What? What? Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Tell me it. Where? Who called it? Box called PA. Is there an X post? Oh my God. How do you spell Pennsylvania? I don't even know right now. Pennsylvania. Okay. Oh my God, tell me it's over. Tell me it's over. Just a massacre on the Latinos. Okay. Breaking news. Early reports showing. Okay, don't care. Latest. Trump won Pennsylvania. Trump won Pennsylvania. Oh, they're calling up for Trump. Oh my God. All right, let me do the math. 3, so that's 250. 269. We're 1 point away. Yeah, fuck it. We're good. Let's get this off here. Oh my God. Try not to poke my eye out. See if I can even get this off. I'm so tired. I'm so tired right now, guys. Oh, let's see here. Whoops. Not chilled very well. Let's throw some clothes on the ground. There we go. All right, I'm having a drink. Fuck this. Poured this absolutely horrible. My bartending skills are not good. Oh. It's fucking over. I think I'm too tired to cry. Oh, I love you guys. Record usage of the platform. Congrats, Elon. I want to stick around for some kind of speech. Thank you, Scott Pressler. Yes, sir. Thank you, Scott Pressler. Yeah, let's do the Trump rap. If you guys hear anything real quick, guys, if you guys hear anything like Trump declaring victory, let me know, okay?
I got love for every nation. I got love for all races. I got love for all religions. Got love for so many places. No love for a politician, a congressman, or a senator. If the country that they put in first ain't the United States of America. No love for these politicians with corporate interests in other countries. Only one that I serve is God. I don't serve man, I don't serve money. No love for the people living in the USA, but always hating it. Got a lot I probably shouldn't say to y'all. Matter of fact, I'll just pray on it. I'm pro-life, pro-God, pro-gun, not ashamed of it. Yo, worshiping military, killing babies, mutilating children, y'all are Satanists. Supporting the troops in the tour doesn't mean that you're supporting the war. Supporting the freedoms that they fighting for doesn't mean that you're supporting the core. Supporting the country I live in and loving it doesn't mean blindly supporting the government. The world that we live in is trouble. The turn of the media, we should defund it. Supporting America for other nations does not make me a racist. If you like communism so much, I'll pay for your vacation.
We got it all.
America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first is countries protect their borders. It's not a controversial subject. I say cause the southern border, it seems to get people upset. I don't care what names you call me, we in $40 trillion of debt. Uncle Sam takes half your money, then you get a little refund check. I am America first. Kamala cares a better purse.
I'm playing this like in every fucking market open for the next month.
The Second Amendment is there to always protect my first. I'm a better rapper than Meg Thee Stallion, and I don't even have to curse. Let's keep the American dream alive and put an end to all the lies. BLM raised billions, and what did they do for black lives? Politicians promise you the whole world, then they backslide. What happened to Hunter's laptop? You know I'm most strapped up. Gun rights are human rights. Feminists been sold a lie. You can mess around and find out. Play stupid games with a stupid prize. God bless the whole USA, even the ones you hate me. Still fighting for you today, and no globalists hate me. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first.
We want it all. We want it all. We gained we got the majority in the Senate. We got the presidency, so we've got an overwhelming majority in the Senate now. We have the House. We still have control of the House. It's not completely done. We're still waiting on that. We need 218 for a majority. We have 194. We're 24 ahead of the Democrats. We gained 1 seat. We had a majority before this. We gained 2 seats in the Senate. We have a 51 majority, plus we have the VP, J.D. Vance, the new Vice President of the United States of America. And it looks like we want it all. It looks like we want it all. Elon posted some Amish song on his page. Oh, let's check it out. I'm so happy right now. I can't even stop. I can't even stop right now. Because I don't want to go to bed and find out it isn't real, even though I know it's real. It's just, It's just fucking amazing. What did you say Elon posted? What did he have? I don't see it. Jesse's right again. Yeah, well, this is the one thing I cared about being right about, man. Yeah, this is the one thing. This is all I wanted. Yeah, I should hit 4 million, I think, tomorrow. Maybe more. Guys, I'm happy to be a serviceman. My entire life, I couldn't figure out what I was meant to be. So, if I've helped any of you, it makes me honestly infinitely happy. Yeah, let's check on Trump. Do we have an official thing? Let's update this here. Oh, I'm happy to have you guys here. Thank you for all the support on the Discord, the YouTube channel, X, the merch store. If you guys want to buy any merch, I think I posted it earlier. Oh, I think I pinned it up here at the top. What is it? It's over here. Check out the merch store. I've only done one thing. My wife did it. She's a sweetie. It's the Fibonacci sequence, right? Like we always do trend-based extensions and retracements. And yeah, so you can get some gear if you want it. Honestly, I had somebody in a diner today. I pulled up with my Cybertruck, funny story, and I was eating with my wife at this diner having like late breakfast after going on a walk after the market opened this morning. And these guys were talking, and they're like, oh, that Cybertruck's so ugly. And then one of them's like, I kind of like it. And then I heard them, and they're right behind, like, I'm literally looking at these people and just pretending like I don't know what they're talking about. And then one of them's like, it says micro to macro. I'm going to look them up. And then they started watching the video and fucking looked up at me. And they're like, oh, it's literally this guy we're looking right at. But I think by the end of it, they're like, oh, he seems kind of cool. But it was just weird. It's the first time where, like, I don't know, I've had people say micro to macro in public randomly about me. It was really strange, but cool. It's very strange. You need to have Mrs. Dow on live stream. Oh, she'd never do that. She hates that stuff. Oh, I'm happy to inspire in any way I can, man. Yeah, get the coffee mug. I think it's cool. I'm probably going to buy one myself, man. I'm going to buy some. My nephew wants a hoodie, too, so I'm going to hook him up. The sound is bad. I'll refresh it, but I think it's actually just bad. Or is it really garbly? Okay, let me try it again. Tell me if it gets better, guys. Is that better? It doesn't sound good to me either. Did that sound better, though, after I refreshed? It's like a weirdly distant sound. I'll leave it off. I'll just mute it and let it play to see if they actually have him talking in a second. I think they're just trying to be doubly darn sure that they won. You know what I mean? Yeah, the sound is shit. That's just the way the feed is. But they're excited. Look at all these people. They're like, dude, I think we won. Ross is going to be free. Ross Ulbricht is going to be free. I think I'm getting drunk off half a glass of champagne. Is that even possible? I have turned into a lightweight. When you speak, noise gone. Weird. Do you hear any noise right now? You shouldn't hear any noise right now. I don't know. Maybe I have too much shit open. Look at Steve's still hard at work. Look at this guy, dude. He doesn't even fuck around. I love him. He's a good guy. Remember this, guys. If we ever have an election here that we need to worry about, let's make sure that we hop over here to MSNBC and watch Steve, even though we might have to look at his ass the whole night. It's your computer audio glitching. Ah, okay. Fuck. Let me try a few things. Let me kill this. Let me kill some stuff. Let me kill a bunch of stuff. Anything better? Are you guys, is it better? Okay. I killed a bunch of shit, so. No noise. Your voice is fine. It was just when you had the video. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. All right, cool. Whatever. All right, how are we sitting here? I just want to hear the concession, or like the victory lap. 94% in PA with a 3% lead. 69% in Michigan with a 6% lead. I told you he was going to crush it in Michigan. 88% in Wisconsin, 4% lead. Arizona, 0.9 for Trump. Nevada, 4% lead. It's over. Oh, the link. It should be up in the top of chat, but you might not see it actually now that I say that. Let me throw it in the restream chat because I think that'll go to everybody. That should go to X. Well, no, maybe that won't go to X. Let me go into X. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, I'm tired as fuck. What? 1 sec, guys. Oh, 1 second here. Are they trying to steal Pennsylvania right now? I just want to go to bed. He's got to win it, though. He's got to win it. I'm not going to bed until I know it's done. Good. You guys can't steal this one. Fuck that shit. No. Nothing surprised me. How many celebrities will actually leave the country? Well, I mean, if you're a pedophile who was fucking around at Diddy parties or at Epstein's Island, you're probably leaving. Your time is up.
88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in
She's not
Philadelphia,
gonna give
in
a
terms of
concession
potentially
call.
the
You know
provisional
she's not.
ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable. Just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania, but is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now.
I remember, you know what I remember, guys? You know what I remember? I remember when everybody...
Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin.
All right, let's take a
Michigan
look.
still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So
Is it
again,
Senate?
keep your eye on that now.
What is
Watch
this?
it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit
Is he
more than
crying?
half that.
Literally
so
crying?
Again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the.
No, I think some of these celebrities, guys, were doing dirty shit that will get them prison time, so they will leave.
And
Some
if this
will.
thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against.
Are we still gonna win more seats? Fucking crazy.
Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well.
I know, Newport. I know.
Yes.
It's one of the darker times. I think I blocked too many people, but I try and remove noise. What I didn't realize was the people I was blocking weren't the noise. I was the noise. So I'm not always perfect. I try to be as good as I can be, but I make mistakes.
The Republican Senate candidate running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties where we just do not have clarity.
That's crazy,
A lot
Jack.
of this is
That's
done in
crazy.
Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out? Half the vote still to come. This is a 13-point margin essentially for the Republicans here. That's a substantial improvement from the Republican number in 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these
Which
comparisons.
guy?
Again, only about a third of.
I like Steve. Steve is great. Steve does a great job with the breakdowns. I don't know what you mean by which guy.
It's a lot of them.
Because Steve he's not a bullshitter. He literally just calls it as he sees it in these states. He's great.
Is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial.
Value Maxi, your honesty and transparency is so refreshing. We're lied to all the time. Case in point, legacy. Yeah, you know what, man? And so this is why I never did well in my professional career. This is why I was just a miserable failure throughout, or mediocre at best, right? Is because I could never do the corporate bullshit. I could never not be truthful, and that doesn't treat you very well in a society that loves it when people learn how to lie and do it with a smile on their face. And I'm just never going to be that fucking person. So it's a good thing I'm retired and I'm kind of my own boss. Or you guys are my boss, but you guys seem to be entertained by my shit. So that works out pretty good.
2022 gubernatorial loss.
Can I take a look at
we
Ionic
suspected there might be the
Dudlow?
most separation there. You're certainly seeing it there. And also, let's move up Nevada.
I love that Mark Cuban
okay,
congratulated
again,
Trump.
Now, in
I
Nevada,
actually
it's
think that's cool.
similar to Arizona. We've got a ton of vote here, but it's going to be a bit slow getting the rest
That
in
does
here.
seem like a lot,
So what's
Anthony.
been counted
But
so
I'm probably
far,
one of the
Trump
only people
with a
going.
4-point lead there in the presidential, call up the Senate race. And again, that's, again, like Arizona, it may not be quite as dramatic, but that's a pretty substantial difference between those two candidates. So again, I think that's.
Oh, God, things are moving too quick. Nathaniel says, you own your own mistakes and are willing to do better. That's the difference. I try to. I don't know if I always own them in a timely fashion. I try to be, though. I try to fail quickly. Ishwar, Steve, Value Maxi, bye-bye Kamala. She's so weak. Her campaign was shameful. It was, but, I mean, she was also anointed into this. It wasn't real. Anthony, X says 29,000 live viewers. Oh, yeah, that was earlier. Ishwar, I always listen to him. 2 a.m. Mark Cuban congratulated Trump. Victory for Kamala. That doesn't even have a name. Who is that person? Finance TJ, or TG. How old were you when you retired? I'm 47 now. I retired at 42. I just got tired of the bullshit. So I only had $375,000. I don't recommend anybody try that. What champagne am I? It's really cheap shit. I have no idea. We bought it for a party a long time ago. I'm sure it's trash. It was literally just like maybe max 15, 20 bucks. I don't know. It's probably nice by some standards. Can you retire at any age? I think so. But I did it with low expense space. If you keep your expenses low and you're willing to devote your time and effort to long time horizons, I think you can make a lot of money. Should I buy Tesla tomorrow? Joking. You guys are so fucking hilarious. You guys are funny as shit. I'm getting a little tipsy. I haven't even had a glass of champagne. I don't know if I'm delirious or if it's this little bit of champagne, but I'm definitely feeling out of it right now. Julian said, just woke up in Europe. Happy to see that my bags are pumping and our guy is winning. I'm happy for you, bro. Colvinder has won. Well done. Stephen Turo, what the fuck is taking so long with Pennsylvania?
Derry, New Hampshire.
Fair.
Okay, we got complete in Derry. A bit of a blue-collar town
I
here.
think Pennsylvania's done, though, man. We already had
and again,
Fox or somebody
Trump
called
by
it.
14 points in 2016, cut in half in 2020. He's gotten
Nevada's
back,
done,
not
PA's
quite
done,
the 2016
Michigan's
level. I
done,
think to really have a
Wisconsin's
shot in New
done.
Hampshire, Trump would have to be
Alaska's
exceeding
done.
the 2016 level. He nearly won New Hampshire
It's all done,
in
guys.
2016. It was just 3,000 votes. But in a place like
So,
Derry,
red wave.
he wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a look at Londonderry. Very similar here.
If
Big,
you're
kind of
simple
blue-collar
and
place. Look, Trump
don't spend tons
eked
of
it out
money.
in 2020 after winning this thing by.
So to give you guys some perspective, I retired myself at 42, a little over 4.5 years ago, almost 5 years ago. I retired my wife a year later. I retired my in-laws and my parents. And then I had to survive off that money and make money. But if you're modest in your expenses, all I've done is I bought a Cybertruck more recently, and then I did that with a loan, 7-year loan or something. And then I bought a Y too, after I did fairly well. But now I should be at $4 million tomorrow, and I retired with 375 almost 5 years ago, and I've had to take care of a lot of people, not just myself. So I'm pretty proud of that. And I think I work really hard at finding the truth, and I think that's why I knew the outcome tonight. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Let's just hit play. Trump's saving the world. So is Elon. So is all these people, guys. Yes, using credit wisely. Yeah, you don't need to spend a lot of money. You don't. And you can even use debt. If you're getting cheap debt, that isn't bad if it's cheap and you got long terms. Look at Michael Saylor. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of people can't manage debt. Like 90%, I want to say.
Home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because, remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. He got, remember, Pennsylvania he flipped, Michigan he flipped, Wisconsin he flipped on the strength of blue-collar white voters. Minnesota's a state that also has a ton of blue-collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number tonight is not looking as much like 2020 as it is 2016. Again, what saves Democrats, even in a close call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats is the immediate Twin Cities area here. You know, you talk about like Hennepin County. It's the
Palantir
big
can go
population
to
dense,
80.
You know, suburbs, cities where, again, high concentrations of college degrees. And again, right
Fox
on the
calls
number.
Wisconsin.
Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So look, even if Trump is making gains, is winning back some of the votes that he surrendered in 2020 in blue-collar areas, Democrats count on this area. We take a look here where St. Paul is. Again, right on the number there for Harris. So typically for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin...
I will not close my account, man. I think this is my life passion. So it feels really good to know that I'm helping people. As long as I can do that, I'm not going anywhere. As long as I'm of service, I'm not going anywhere, guys. All right, guys, I'm done. I don't know how much that is. Thank you very much for the tip, man. I really appreciate it. I can't quite $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you all, guys. We won. I'm tired. I'm probably going to call it. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being so generous. And God bless America. Love you guys. Have a good night. Oh, before that, real quickly. One last fucking time. One last fucking time. I love you guys. Have a good night. Bye.
I got love for every nation. I got love for all races. I got love for all religions. Got love for so many places. No love for a politician, a congressman, or a senator. If the country that they put in first ain't the United States of America. No love for these politicians with corporate interests in other countries. Only one that I serve is God. I don't serve man, I don't serve money. No love for the people living in the USA, but always hating it. Got a lot I probably shouldn't say to yo. Matter of fact, I'll just pray on it. I'm pro-life, pro-God, pro-gun, not ashamed of it. Yo, worshiping bullets, yo, killing babies, mutilating children, yelling Satanists. Supporting the troops in their tour doesn't mean that you're supporting the war. Supporting the freedoms that they fighting for doesn't mean that you're supporting the gore. Supporting the country I live in and of it doesn't mean blindly supporting the government. The world that we live in is trouble. They turn off the media. We should defund and supporting America for other nations does not make me a racist. If you like communism so much, I'll pay for your vacation. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first. This country's protect their borders. It's not a controversial subject. I say cause the southern border, it seems to get people upset. I don't care what names you call me. We in $40 trillion of debt. Uncle Sam takes half your money, then you get a little refund check. I am America first. Kamala cares a better purse. I never sell out the people to raise my net worth. The Second Amendment is there to always protect my first. I'm a better rapper than Meg Thee Stallion, and I don't even have to curse. Let's keep the American dream alive and put an end to all the lies. BLM raised billions, and what did they do for black lives? Politicians promise you the whole world, then they backslide. What happened to Hunter's laptop? You know I'm most strapped up. Gun rights are human rights. Feminists been sold a lie. You can mess around and find out. Play stupid games with a stupid prize. God bless the whole USA, even the ones you hate me. Still fighting for you today, and no globalist paid me. America first, the people are hurt. Got vets in the street with nothing to eat and nowhere to work. Sending our dollars overseas and funding these wars. No love for these politicians if they're not America first. America first.
Love you all. Have a good night.